So my first family books, on my mom's side, will be over in Europe.
Told I'm related to Dracula.
My dad's family history is just written. White man wrote it all down so he could twist it, but one thing they got was the bloodlines of the chieftains right, because they wanted to establish the authority of the chief to write a treaty with another chief for their land. They have to establish the chieftain bloodline, because that's what establishes their treaty and their right to rule. Without it, if there's no chieftain bloodline, then they just suckered an entire people out of their land. And not the guy that spoke for that group, But they beat them people and they tortured them into submission. If you've seen tribe after tribe, village after village, slaughtered man, woman, and child, your people just slowly withered away, could you continue to fight? Or would you have to stop fighting to preserve your heritage, your bloodline, your very existence? You'd have to accept that you were facing a more fearsome enemy than you. And then now it becomes a point where you were your worst enemy. Because if you didn't set aside your pride and walk the walk of shame, you wouldn't have no more ancestries, no more bloodlines, no more generations. Because if we'd never stopped fighting, they'd have just kept slaughtering us.
I don't know if my family was part of slaughtering your family or not.
Oh, well, I wasn't taught to hate nobody over it.
Well, I figured you wouldn't hate me if I told you we were, but yeah,
it's a part of life, bro. Societies, wars, societies take over societies, people robs peoples. Life goes on. We only share a short time.
Blink. They say blink of an eye.
Yeah.
No, those are those old sayings, sky's the limit, which we recently found out is true.
My dad used to say in the bigger scheme of things, it's more akin to the quick flash of a firefly at night. Because you see it blink and then you can't find it again.
Try to catch it, and it's like, oh, you're lucky if you can see it one more time.
Right, because one will blink somewhere else and get your attention. And then it'll go away, and then it'll blink again over to the other way, and you just see life coming in and going out, coming in and going out. That's how they viewed this world, just like a swarm of fireflies, where they're just blinks of light all over random.
Don't tell me that I'm a random blink of light, Agnabbit.
No, it's when you think about the ancient of ancients, the oldest of days, how long the earth itself will live, then our life is just a ripple in the water.
I don't know.
What's 60 years? What's 60 years? 80 years?
I don't know, because it's the only time that I'll have known that I know of. And so it could either be 100 years, it could be 1,000, it could be 1,000,000. I'll never know that. Never.
You know the best part about it?
I don't
know. In one moment in time, a man can do something so great that it'll never be forgotten.
Yeah. That's a function of the Akashic Records. It's a good thing.
Yep. I think a lot of people worry about being forgotten. I don't worry about being forgotten.
I don't care, yeah. I mean, it's one thing, though, to be remembered for how much...
I worry about what tomorrow will be like.
Like I can try to help other people without sacrificing myself and my health and sanity. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people do that. Yeah, put themselves out there just a little too far, spread too thin.
I found it. This is the proverb. What is life? It's the flash of a firefly in the night. It's the breath of a buffalo in the wintertime. It's the little shadow which runs across the grass and loses itself in the sunset. Ojibwe chieftain, Carl White-Eye.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a poetic way of saying a moment in time. However long you realize that moment for. I've seen fireflies light up and glow when I was sitting on the porch and just fly all around lit up and not fade out. Refuse to let their light go out. I've seen that. I've seen them fly around and then fly right up and sit on the porch like he was telling me, look, Mike, we can force our light to shine. It doesn't have to be a flash.
Boom.
I was high as hell, too.
Does it mean that they're mating, or is it just random? Do we know why they sonoluminesce?
No, I don't. I have no idea why they do.
Yeah.
I think they say
cool.
It has something to do with the chemical reactions during digestion, but
digestion?
Yeah, some have theorized that, but we really don't know.
We need Gemsy in here making fun of Helio right now.
You know what natives think about money?
It's funny?
Money. What do they think about money?
They think it's funny.
About economics. No, they think...
I don't know, man.
When all the trees have been cut down, when all the animals have been hunted, when all the waters have been polluted, when all the air is unsafe to breathe, only then will most people know you can't eat money.
Yeah. Yeah, my grandma's super into Native American history and such, and she read that to me as a kid.
Yep, you can't eat money. That's a Cree prophecy. That eventually one day they'll know. Money ain't shit in nature. It's just a dead tree with ink on it.
Oh, don't forget the little boys club symbols and shapes that the pathetic losers that run this place put on the fucking money.
I'll be doing Boy Scout symbols while I'm saying, no, you keep the $1 here, I'll feed you a squirrel. But after that, tomorrow, you get full, you wake up, and you get the fuck on. You know, stay here. You wear face of death. This is one that makes me think often that their beliefs mirrored Christianity. Like you were told to pray by Jesus, told to pray for things and ask for things as if you already received them, right?
Right.
And that was faith, and you got things through faith. Well, the Iroquois said, give thanks for unknown blessings already on their way. And if that's, I mean, it's a proverb. It's a native proverb, but I think it goes along with that, the same Christian, that could be considered a proverb or words of wisdom. That's all proverb means. Quotes.
Yeah.
Quotes of wisdom.
There's definitely a school of thought behind that in reality. It's like you can, I mean, if you just say healthy, right? Don't say I'm healthy or they're healthy or anything. Just say the word healthy. You know, it's healthy, or just say health over and over and over.
Well, the ideal is,
you know what I mean?
The desires of the heart project the thoughts of the mind, and if the two are aligned, then the life is good. Mind, body, and spirit. You got to align the three. You can't have a mind saying I should be healthy, I should eat good, I should do this and do that, but then have a soul that doesn't follow through on any of it. It stops as a thought.
Yeah.
Got to be spoken and practiced.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah. My dad used to say, ain't nothing to it but to do it. Get off your ass and put your mind to it.
Yeah.
I was like,
that's what Ronnie Coleman, the big old bodybuilder guy, he screams that when he did when he was lifting. Ain't nothing to it but to do it.
Get off your ass and put your mind to it. You know? Air and opportunity. That's the only thing that holds you up from greatness, and the willingness to try. That's how I was raised. You can do great things if you're willing to try. Because the only thing between you and success is air and opportunity. If you're willing to try till you succeed, then you can know one day you'll succeed. Just keep trying. That's how shit gets done. Look, we started in log cabins, now we build better houses. I still think we could have built more ergonomic. I think we should have been building underground homes. Myself. You own 300 acres, you live under it. 30, 40 foot. In the wintertime, you go underground and it affects you less. It's warmer as you get underground. You get below the Kármán line, you know? Shit's not frozen. And life moves on above you. Nature's on staved, on touch. Whenever you go up there, it's like walking through the aisles of a grocery store. What do I want to eat? Pear trees, apple trees. I don't care if you're frying night crawlers. Native Americans weren't too picky about their food. They were when they collected together in a community, but if they were out on a journey or a vision quest, they ate to survive. Imagine if fishing was your only fucking way to eat and you got up at 7 in the morning and fish just weren't fucking biting. By noon, you'd be plucking night crawlers from the riverbed. You know? You'd be like, well, I got a bucket of crawlers and I'm fed the fish enough crawlers. I'm going to eat these ones myself. And you'd start cleaning them. Cook them on a rock in the middle of a fire pit. Maybe put some field onions on them, some chives, a little mint for the tummy where the crawlers might have set it. You can make a mint drink. Mint tea. That's an easy one to forage for. You can make dandelion mint tea.
Battlemod, is it true that mint, if you're other night crawlers and crickets and bugs and all that, is it true that mint can help to purify that in a glass, you know, like with water?
Mint, yeah. The natives use mint for a lot of different things. It helped, you know, it was like an antacid. And mint's got a lot of other soothing effects. Mint tea.
Yeah. But my mum told me that there's plants and herbs that bridge certain things in nature that you can eat raw with these plants and herbs if you're eating them with raw foods, and it bridges the gap.
You won't get botulism. You eat porcupine raw, but it's smart to use field onions and mints and chives. And if you mix a certain amount of vegetation with porcupine, you can eat porcupine raw indefinitely and never get botulism.
Wow!
But the roughage, see, you get botulism because it builds up in your intestines. But when you eat the roughage, it helps it pass quicker. You know? So the quicker you clean out, the less bacteria you absorb. and the less of an environment there is for bacteria to grow in, so it doesn't build up. And that buildup allows bacteria to thrive and grow. That's how you get botulism.
Yep. And how many families today that have to forage for food, and not even today, frontier families that would be foraging to live.
Oh, the whole damn family
died because of that. And then how many were lived and saved because of the natives' information that the Occidentals were showing and telling people. Things like that helped America thrive, but now it's taken away.
We had penicillin before the white man ever had it. Amoxicillin. We just made tea out of mold that grew on the north side of the tree. And it was a penicillin drink. Now, we didn't have controlled amounts. It could hurt you as much as it could help you. If you OD'd somebody on penicillin, they had an acute reaction to it, you know. You could have the opposite effect. You could kill a person with it rather than save them.
Nature's bounty, man. It's all just nature's larder. It's all just there. Everything's there for us. Sometimes we have to gather ice and stones to make a fridge in the cold times, or dig a hole. But it all works.
Look, Helio always shares these guys with me, their videos. And these guys are funny as shit. The Hodge twins.
Yeah.
They're just all matter of fact about all that there with that country, southern. Yeah, you know, that ain't for me.
Yeah, there's some Alabama folks.
Yeah, they're Bama about it. Yeah. I like the way, I just like their, you know, it's not really their accent, it's the way they don't dance around shit.
Yeah.
They just come right out and they say it and they say, well, there it is.
Well, they rumpus each other too, and Kevin's he's a rumpusser, right?
Yeah.
Keith would be like looking at it and just like, are you ever going to shut the fuck up? You know,
you can tell they're brothers. Like the younger one just waiting, like this motherfucker talks.
It kind of reminds me of you and me sometimes when we get on a roll.
Yeah, he waits for him to pick that water bottle up. Then he says, "Oh, I get to talk." What the hell? Who's
always hits on that. All right, let's get serious on this. That's Keith. He's always. Yeah, it's on this because we're talking about something, but you just keep freaking rolling on.
They're high energy. Them dudes are high energy, dude.
Dude, I'd love to see them live. They're going on a live tour and stuff. I'd love to see them live. I bet they're even freaking. They're like double what they're probably on the YouTube channel live.
I'd probably go watch it.
Funny, man.
I hate that when somebody tags you in a lobby and you can't find it, but then you realize it's the space herpes roll because Brad gave you space herpes and somebody tagged at space herpes. Brad, you cocksucker.
That's just like Brad to do that.
Well, I in his defense, I did give him like 40 rolls earlier.
That's probably why he's doing it. To fuck with
he fucks with me too much. Him and Chris. Dude, when we made Chris M mod, Chris one day said, wait, I can fuck with Mike's rolls. And I wasn't real fluid. He made me real good at finding information on this motherfucking server. Because I was like, God damn it, who keeps giving me? They give me every fucking roll on the thing. And I was like, who the fuck keeps doing this? And Indio's like, I don't know. And I'm like, bullshit, man. You can read the audit log back to the beginning, dog. What are you talking about? So I had to figure out, if you just look at the audit log, it only goes so far back. But if you look at each person, if you restrict your search to say, what did Brad do? Then I can look at a month of what Brad did. Or I can look at a month of everything that happened in the server. Or I can go look at a month of what Geo did. And when I realized that, I started saying, God damn it, this is Geo and Chris M fucking with me all the time. Like, Geo used to mute me all the time and kick me out of the BC and then cry to the admins that I'm kicking him out the fucking BC.
Yeah, well, he's not here anymore. But Brad is funny though. I mean, he does clown stuff. It's like he almost never comes on voice. He's been on a couple times in the past couple of weeks, but
yeah, I press his ass to talk now.
Yeah, you motherfucker! If you're gonna be a moderator, get your ass in here.
I'm like, fuck, if you're gonna be in here, speak.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same way. It's like, yeah. I mean, most of the mods should actually talk every once in a while, you know.
Yeah, especially
you don't have to. It's not a requirement on my
when we've talked till we bored ourselves.
Yeah,
it gets quiet at night. I'm like, fuck, I done talk for an hour, and I'll be looking for somebody else to talk. I got to ramble for an hour, and then I'm like, wait a minute, is anybody else still even in here? You know?
I know what you mean. Yeah, bro, there's a lot of moderators that don't talk very much. It's like, you got to come in here and frickin' why do you think we pay you? You know, I mean, come on.
Yeah, we pay them. We pay your ass to memorize songs so you can sing on demand, damn it. We need a court jester, motherfucker.
Hey, speaking of songs, I just thought of one that I uploaded to an alt channel on YouTube. It's one song, it's only one video on the channel. And it's a video I made with a friend of mine several years ago. And it's a spiritual song. You guys mind if I play it?
I don't care.
Real quick. I sent it to old dude. I think I might have sent it to you, Michael. But
yeah, it's pretty. Play it, man. Play it. That's epic.
Once I was 7 years old, my mama
it's like there's like
get yourself
switched up on solos, but I wrote the lyrics and I wrote the drum parts on a little drum machine on a thing, but anyway, and I played the bass and everything too on it. The freaking video right here. Here it is.
You only miss the sun when the light is low.
You only miss the sun when the light is low. Is that what you said?
Yeah, you let her go. You ain't never heard that song?
No,
let her go. Oh, that's a good song. It's by Passenger. It says, well, you only need the light when it's burning low.
Yeah, I was playing that part. I was playing on a 12-string.
Reminds me of some early Candlebox.
The clash of the sword is music to my soul as I fight the winning battle. I got my shoulders squared and my prayer life right. I sit firmly in God's saddle. Drop to your knees and do what's right. Just how long can you stand it? To live in sin is to lose this fight. Then give in to this bandit. Drop to your knees and do what's right.
Pretty fucking good.
Sin is to lose this fight.
I think so.
It is kind of got a Candlebox feel to it.
That's a 12-string Martin, man.
Maybe 3 doors down.
To my soul,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got my shoulders.
Your voice was a lot more consistent then.
I sit firmly in God's saddle.
Or is it the studio?
Hey, I was sober then, Mike.
To live in sin is to lose this fight.
Your voice is more steady and controlled.
Drop to your knees and do what's right.
Hell, I could memorize this.
What's this fight?
Drop to your knees and do what's right. Just how long can you stand? To live in sin is to lose this fight and give in to this bandit. Drop to your knees and do what's right. To live in sin is to lose this fight.
That's my buddy's guitar solo there. I got one coming up.
I like this, Helio.
Yeah, there's another one that we did too. I didn't upload it. I'm gonna have to upload it to that channel so we can play it on here. It's a good one too.
It's clean. It's real clean.
Yeah, we did that in just the one room with his little studio setup. That's my guitar solo.
To your knees and do what's right. Just how long can you stand there? To live in sin is to lose this fight. Drop to your knees and do what's right. To live in sin is to lose this fight.
I'm digging it.
This is my guitar solo too.
Well, it's not just clean, it's catchy.
Yeah, that's clean. That is
It's
clean.
catchy.
Helio. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
I could probably memorize that after listening to it 2 or 3 times.
Same here, mate. That's
Sing it
Yep.
right with you.
I'd be in on that. Like, I can't sing, but I could mimic an accent and get in on it. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, guys, man.
Shit, I'm trying to build my lungs up.
It was fun. It was fun making it. It was fun making it. It was just me and my buddy got together and like once a week.
How long ago was that? Your voice is real consistent.
Maybe like
dude.
12 years ago, probably something like that.
Yeah, your fucking throat was strong then. Stronger than it is now, because that shit's real.
What, you think I can't do it now? Drop to your knees and do what's right. It sounds a little more hoarse now.
I think you're just out of practice. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, especially.
You
I mean,
did
a lot
it
of times
more.
when
Yeah, you did it more then, and I can tell. It's kind of like this, okay? I was in service with a few guys, and when we're in our height of service, 6 of us could hump through the fucking battlefield yelling a battle hymn, and you could hear it a mile away. If we did it now today, it wouldn't be as strong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, me and him did 2 songs. There's another one that I did. that I
mean,
was going to upload. Yeah, I know what you mean. When you're
my
you're
lungs,
in shape.
yeah, my lungs were a lot better when I was in the Corps. I sang a lot more. I sang better.
Well, I mean, of course.
When I was in the Corps.
I wasn't even smoking cigarettes.
But I could jump up. Yeah, I could jump up and throw a man in a fireman's carry and jog 6 miles with a 180-pound guy on my back, too. And I only weighed about 55. But I did that more than once. I trained to do it so I could pass a certain training so I could get special operations.
Yeah, there's another song I did with him that I'm supposed to upload, and I'm going to do that.
You know,
I'm glad you guys like that, man.
Hey, you know what I always thought? Now, it's a hard thing to throw a man over your shoulder and jog with him for so many miles. But you know what's harder, honestly? To beat the fuck out of your ribs? To be that guy that's getting carried. That fucking sucks, dude.
Oh, yeah, man. Especially if you're injured.
Yeah, because it's 8 miles, man. You're talking, I run a 6-minute mile. It's going to be close to an hour. You're on my shoulder, motherfucker, while I'm going, doom.
And you're fucking gut shot.
Doom, 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 doom. I have a rhythm to it, and you'll just be up there going, rib, 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 rib. Oh, my side hurts. Rib, 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 rib. Motherfucker, run faster. Rib. If I run any faster, I'll break your ribs. Yeah.
Wow. So, you guys did tests like in the Marines. You shoulder carried people like that.
Fireman's carry, yeah. Fireman's carry. Yep.
Oh, yeah. That would be like fireman's carry is like arm and shoulder and arm and shoulder. Shoulder, arm and leg over the back, right? That's a fireman's carry.
You'll go one arm between the crotch, and the other arm you'll grab his arm and you'll throw it over.
Yeah.
But in the Corps, once you mount him up there, you're holding both his legs and he's holding your waist. He's hunched over your back, holding your waist, wrapped around your waist. Because it's no different than Rangers. No man left behind.
Wait, so it's different than fireman's carry?
Well, yeah, in a fireman's carry, the person you're carrying doesn't assist you.
Yeah, because they're pretty much
they just hang there. But if you're humping a Marine out of the woods, he's going to try to hold on so you can hump faster. Okay. If it's only two miles to camp and you hold on,
2 miles, that's a long way.
We'll be there in 8 minutes, bro. If it's your life or death.
You can't be there in 8 minutes on 2 miles if you're carrying someone.
Under 10, dude. Guaranteed. I'll run 2 5-minute miles right now with a backpack full of shit on my back.
I can't even run a mile without carrying nobody.
I can run 6 miles in under an hour right now. I can do 10-minute miles. Smoking cigarettes and weed. But it's just
Anyway, I'm just talking about. I was just curious about. I mean, you're talking about the way that you would Marine carry somebody is different than the fireman's carry. But in what way exactly? How would you carry them instead? It's like, I know
I'd pick them. Listen,
you pull them up, put them on the back of your shoulder, one shoulder. Their shoulder and one leg. You grab them by the crotch and just hunch over.
Yeah, we mount them the same way. It's a fireman's carry. But if the Marine is awake and conscious, he will grab onto your waist to make it more comfortable for you.
Make it easier for you to carry.
But if he's hurt, you're going to be jogging, holding on to his leg and his arm, just like a normal fireman's carry.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay.
But just say if you were shot in the ass cheek, well, you still got two good arms, nigga. Hang on, so I can get you there quick. You might bleed out. You might bleed out from the butt cheek. You don't want that, do you?
No.
Plus, it does something else for you. While I'm running, you're focused on holding on, and you're not focusing on the pain. And
another good thing is that if he's awake and alive, he's like, hurry the fuck up. He's right screaming in your ear going, hurry the fuck up, motherfucker.
Yeah, you'd be surprised what you can do if you was motivated with a dying man on your shoulder.
Yeah, I imagine.
you'd probably run that 10-minute mile too.
Probably.
It's really not that hard once you say, I'm going to do it. You set the pace, you keep it. If you can do that, your breathing will adjust automatically. Your body just adjusts automatically.
Both your bodies would adjust.
I've ran marathons and halfway through.
Wait, Michael, you've run marathons before?
Yeah, I've ran a marathon. I've run a couple of them. I run the Boston Marathon when I was 32.
I always fancied myself a runner, but never was really good at it. I tried. Even before I broke my leg, I tried. Just it never really hit me.
Yeah, now the only reason I keep it up now is because my daughter does cross country now, so she likes me to run with her, to rabbit her.
I mean, I can't run anymore since I broke my leg, but even before I broke my leg,
I'll do it.
I wanted to run. I mean, I liked it, but it was just...
I do it twice a week.
No, it didn't even really, like...
So
it wasn't because I was lazy. It just didn't really... I want to be a runner, but it just didn't really sit with me, I like to walk. I can walk for miles, but I can't fucking run.
It takes a certain type of person to get up and run, even when their butt cheeks hurt and their legs are spasming and their shoulders.
I can walk 10 miles, but I can't fucking run it.
When in boot camp, I would have never done it in boot camp by myself, but after being pushed for that amount of time,
yeah, I mean, you were in the military.
I knew.
You had to.
I knew if you just relax and focus on your breathing adjusts. And if your body is tense, after a 5-mile run, you're no longer going to be tense. It releases anxiety and energy. You don't have energy to stress.
Yeah, I'm just a pussy musician. There ain't no way you're going to get me to run 5 miles. I tried to do it myself, but I just can't run that far.
I prefer to fucking speed walk, but my daughter likes me. She does 2 miles. It's cross country. They'll do 2 miles. So she runs 2 miles 3 days a week, and then she likes me to run 4 miles with her on Monday and 4 miles with Friday.
Ooh.
That way,
she's pushing you. It's like, oh.
Well, we ran 6 miles a day in the Corps, but yeah.
No, I get that. I get it.
The 4 miles, if you can do it in 40 minutes or a half hour, you're doing real good at her age, and you're going to be winning cross-country events.
Almost like at a certain point, I
teach her how to set a pace and then up it. Set a pace, then up it. Set a pace, relax into it, then up it. That's how I get it down from my first mile will be a 10-minute. My second I'll be somewhere around 8. Then I can get it down to 6. And I've even gotten it to 5 and below 5 when I was really young and healthy.
Well, I messed myself up. That's not even. There's almost no chance for me to ever run.
I went to the Corps, but
my leg up.
I could have killed motherfuckers in college at long distance running because I was really. I mean, I'm skinny, hyperactive motherfucker. I'm aggressive at setting the pace. Shit, when I was fresh out of the Corps, man, I could jump up and start running and set a 6-mile pace, 6-minute mile pace right from the get-go. That'd be my first one.
Damn.
And if I do,
I've never been able to do a 6-minute mile. But like even in high school when I was young, that shit, it was just like running a mile took me at least 8 minutes.
Dude,
like fuck this shit. I wasn't even. It's not even built into me. I mean, it's like. I mean, I guess
I had a drill.
You were in the military and shit. It was just like I was never in that position. It was just like,
yeah.
All right, well, I was never I was a sport guy or anything, and
I had a drill instructor that would run
a thing for me.
4 miles in 20 minutes, and then the last mile for a cool down, he'd do a 10-minute mile, which is a lazy jog.
Well, it's like there. I had a PE class.
You got to do
when I was in high school, and we had tennis, we had volleyball, and then sometimes we'd go on the track and see how far you can run. It wasn't a requirement. You know how PE class is. You don't necessarily get graded on it. Graded on participation more than
boot camp. You start the day off with running, and then you do PT all day long, physical training. Whether it's bends and thrusts.
I'm quite aware of how boot camp goes.
Yeah, mountain climbers, jumping jacks, speed drills, sprint drills, over the wall.
Yeah, I'm a faggy freaking non-military guy. Okay, yeah, sure, I understand.
I kind of like the athletic part of it.
No, I
don't know, but I've been told
teenage pussy is good as gold. Too bad now that I am old.
Dang, that was pretty.
No, when you sing it, you say, "But it's too bad now that I'm old."
Too bad now that I'm old.
I will never again, never know.
Used to drive a Cadillac, now I got Staff Sergeant on my back.
Dude,
down off
the teenage, sex
down
thing was,
again.
Teenage sex was as weird for everybody as it was for me. Whatever.
Break it on down now, baby. Oh, baby, step right on your left or right.
Like,
1, 2, 3, 4. Step right on your left or right. I used to like to do the cadence, stomp your left and drag your right when we were marching, because they go stomp your left and drag your right, and you slam your foot down in it.
Mike, were you in ROTC before you went to college?
I did ROTC after Eagle Scouts. Before entry, I didn't go to college.
You're an Eagle Scout too?
Yeah. I didn't go into college and then go into the Corps. I went straight to the Corps and earned my way to MARSOC. When I was MARSOC, they weren't Raiders. They didn't become Raiders until I was a Raider like 4 years after it. Like 93.
Oakland Raider?
MARSOC Raider. 0327.
I'm just joking.
USMC. Hoorah! What's the deadliest thing on the planet? A Marine and his rifle, sir! Hoorah! I had to repeat that. They didn't even know they were indoctrinating me on this global bullshit.
Yeah, but the thing is they treat the Marines so bad. They piss them off and they keep them angry so bad so that when it's time to fight, they give them goodies so that they feel good. And then, they're like, yeah, dude, let's do the job. Yeah. Make do.
It's not all keeping you pissed off. 90% of it is inflating your ego. That you're the baddest motherfucker on earth. You could take out 100 men with your rifle if you really tried.
It might as well. Could it be a man? What does a Marine do? Die, die, die!
Kill, kill, kill.
Die, die, die!
Kill, kill, kill.
We don't die. We go to the infirmary room, come back and send the rest of them to hell.
What makes the green grass grow?
It's not funny. It's not funny. I don't.
It's not, but that's just shit that they, they're saying. They're just. That's why we're devil dogs. Hoorah!
Bro, do you know you're on the meme list as a Marine, a young Marine? It's your picture that they're using. Do you want to see it?
Huh?
They've got a meme of a young Marine, and it's your image. I'm pretty sure it's you that they're using. Do you want to see it?
Yeah. Couldn't grow hair on my face, but I was deployed to the war front. Believe me, retrospect is a motherfucker. I think about it often when it's quiet. I ain't got nothing to do. This is why I try to stay busy. Generally, it's what the fuck was I thinking? But the truth wasn't old enough to have a coherent or cohesive thought or to form an in-depth thought. As youth, we act on the spur of the moment, and the emotion drives us through it. What do you got to find the meme?
Yeah, I can't remember what I typed the last time. It was either Marine March or March Marine that I was typing, but it was capitals that I was using in different places. And it was your young Marine, you know, your young picture you post.
It's
it flashes a skull behind it as well, mate.
It's pretty crazy when you're a trained proficient killer before you can grow hair on your face. That is a crazy thought to think about. Where you could jump up and run 8 miles, set up base camp, and then start killing. Without a thought. Instant and willful obedience to all orders, respect for authority, and self-reliance. That is the definition of discipline. But why? Why a killer before you can grow hair on your face? You're easier to program. You're easy to... They tear you down and then reprogram. They say tear you down and build you up. But the truth is they strip you of all your old ways of thinking and they instill you with the new way of thinking. Instant and willful obedience to all orders, respect for authority, and self-reliance. Self-reliance is you rely on yourself to respect authority, and when you respect authority, you give instant and willful obedience to all their orders. That one used to kill me. I memorized that in the leaning rest. I memorized it quick, but the rest of the motherfuckers in my platoon made us PT for hours because they were too stupid to memorize that. And fucking, how many push-ups you got to do saying that shit to memorize it, man? That shit used to kill me. I used to want to beat people. Like, motherfucker, you better not stutter a word this time you say it or I'm beating your ass when they let us mount our racks and they leave. Lights out, you're getting stomped. But I kind of got over that and I just said, fuck it. I just focused on physically getting through it. Gets rid of some of the mental stress, you know?
Reveille. 2 minutes to drop your...
Drop your socks, or drop your cocks and grab your socks. Reveille.
Be at attention desk at your cocks fully dressed, bed made, ready to go for PT.
At 19, my lungs were so strong, I could yell in a fucking 20,000 square foot pole barn and scare the furthest first person from me. I was so loud when I called the unit to attention because the superior officer entered it. Motherfucker furthest from me be shaking. That's how loud I could yell. It's some powerful lungs.
Yeah.
I come out of there. Yeah.
I followed. I was really into Motorhead and Lemmy when I was young, and I'm barrel chested. My chest's like 50 inch and I'm built a tank, mate. I don't have the body structure anymore, but I was a rugby player when I was young, and I thought I was Lemmy from Motorhead. And there was a day that I let rip on the local pier, and it echoed across the waterfront, and the traffic stopped.
Yeah,
man,
that's crazy.
Powerful thing the voice is like.
Yeah, I kind of got off on that though, man. You could take the 4 loudest guys from a platoon, and you could still have it sound like an entire platoon was jogging and doing cadences. Because these 4 guys were trying their hardest to be as loud as they could. You know? When we did competitions, it was just... The reason they make you sing cadence when you run is it builds your lungs up. Build your lungs up to a higher capacity than you need to just run. So when it's time to be quiet, shut the fuck up, evade, elude, and carry out wounded, you got nothing but air on reserve, you know? Or run to a gunfight to get to a point and take control of a stronghold. That you want to just take a breath and do it.
Fingers of Damnation. Yeah.
The one I liked was I Wish I Was a Dump Truck. If I was a dump truck.
And Fingers of Damnation. That's the bass player in that video. He's actually the drummer in that video, but he's a freaking bass player.
I wish all the ladies were like holes in the road, and I was a dump truck. Oh, I'd fill them with my load. Singing, hey, boppery bop, bop, boppery bop, low boppery bop. Oh, I wish all the ladies were like bats in the steeple, and I was the king bat. Oh, there'd be more bats than people.
Fingers of Damnation's channel. I mean, he has a lot of Little Rock bands, that original footage of Little Rock bands, including ours. Freaking, I think he is one of like an original show from what's the name of that with Amy Lee? What's the name of that band with Amy Lee? Super big band that came from Little Rock. Shit.
I can't remember the fucking name. I know what you're talking about.
It's Amy Lee's the singer. She was a daughter of one of the big popular radio hosts. It's Evanescence. But the first album that Evanescence made, I mean, the drummer for that band, I went to high school with him, and that's why me and Chad, who's Fingers of Damnation, that's his channel. We knew Rocky. Rocky is the drummer for Evanescence, on their first album. But yeah, Amy Lee, Evanescence, they came from Little Rock. Anyway, why that matters necessarily. They have some pretty good songs. Little Rock has a pretty good music scene. I think it's pumping back up right now too. My son just signed on a label from Memphis, so he's doing some pretty good stuff there now. I live in Fayetteville, which is northwest Arkansas, but my son's doing some pretty good stuff there so far. They have a album release party this weekend. I think it's this weekend or next weekend in Little Rock. Band's called Blast. I don't think their stuff's on YouTube, but they're on Apple Music and YouTube right now. The album's already been released. They're having an official album release party this weekend.
That song you were saying, I used to drive a Cadillac. That's Mama Mama. Mama Mama, can't you say what the Marine Corps done to me? I used to drive a Chevrolet, now I'm marching every day. I used to drive a Cadillac, now I pack it on my back.
You guys used to march to that shit?
Yeah, and ain't no use in going home, 'cause Jody's got your girl and gone.
That's what's up.
I used to hate that one.
Used to date the prom queen.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm stuck cleaning the latrine.
Yeah.
How about what? Oh man, how about some of the things? I mean, you've been in the Marines, Mike. How about the the stuff from some of the Marine movies, like
from the movies, like the way they twisted "This Is for Fun."
This is my rifle. This is my gun.
This one's for killing. This one's for killing. This one's for fun. Because I'll shoot far and I'll shoot wide. I'll shoot up the whole damn countryside. Because some people call me lazy, but really I'm just damn crazy. I'm a Marine. Hoorah! But they twist it around. This is my rifle. This is my gun. This is for fighting. This is for fun.
Well, how about what Private Pyle went through in boot camp? Did you ever witness anyone going through that craziness?
Yeah, I watched motherfuckers lay down and say, "Fuck it, send me home. I quit." Fuck yeah. Did
you ever witness where it's like they pushed him to suicide like Private Pyle?
No, I was one of the guys that was made to rabbit people to keep up with the daily run, and so he was 6'2" and big.
For the most part, I would hope that they would try to keep people from doing that. You just can't fucking make it. Get your ass on back.
Listen, this dude, I went through with a dude I didn't think would make it. He was like 6 foot, 280. He's a big guy. He's a fat guy. And the runs were easy for me because I was a cross-country runner and I ran track. I played soccer, football. So the physical shit wasn't as hard on me as other people. So they made me rabbit him. And what they wanted us doing, he gave me 2 weeks. The motherfucker had to keep up with the platoon. But if he didn't, then we had to orbit the platoon, which means we had to do double time around them. We weren't just keeping up around them.
It's the whole team has to do exactly. You're held back because of that.
The whole team is jogging, and me and the fat guy are running circles around them while they're jogging a 5-minute mile, 6-minute mile.
Well, kind of same thing, right?
In 2 weeks, he didn't keep up. He could do the runs. He didn't want to push himself. He didn't think he could do it at that pace. But they made us orbit the platoon for 3 days, and I was kind of mad about that. So I was kicking in his ass for 3 days. And I said, man, it's easy. We get a chance to fall back in line. You keep up tomorrow. He said, I can't keep up. I said, dude, when we orbit them doing a 6-minute mile, you're doing a 5-minute mile, motherfucker. You already kept up. For the last 3 days, you kept up. Now you get a break. And he thought about it, and he's like, all right. And from that day on, he kept up during the runs.
Oh, sweet. So you got through to him.
I got in his head. I just said, think about it. Hear what I'm saying. And when you doubt yourself, just let my words ring out in your head. You already did the 6-minute mile run. You've already done it.
The whole crew is as strong as the weakest link.
Yeah, and other guys, kind of ridiculed them, but I didn't. I said, look, motherfucker, all I know is you ain't quit yet. If you're not going to quit, you need to listen, because you've already done it. When we orbited the platoon for the first 4-mile run, motherfucker, you ran an extra mile because you were running a 5-minute mile, motherfucker,
That's the point. And he
thought about it. Yeah, he thought about it. He said, really, me and you did 5 miles? And I had a counter.
Nigga, no, we did 6 miles.
I told the drill instructor what I wanted to do, try to push him. And I didn't tell him till the 3rd day. Yeah. And then I showed him what we actually run. They run a 4-mile run. And we ran a 5.25 mile run because we were orbiting the platoon, and we did it 2 days in a row. And on the 3rd day, we actually did almost 6 miles because
that's cool, man.
Because he didn't like getting kicked in the ass by me, so he was keeping the pace up. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I said, dude, tomorrow when you fall in line, don't look around, don't talk, just sing your fucking cadence and do it. And he said, I don't think I can keep up. I said, hey. When you get that thought in your mind
tomorrow, Kate never could.
Yeah, hear what I'm saying to you now. It ain't about you can't, because you already fucking did it. And I broke our times down on him. I said, bitch, you ran 5.25 miles today, and we're only supposed to run 4. And you did it at a faster pace than the rest of the platoon. I said, they're not ready to ridicule you no more. Because there's some of the guys in that platoon right now that 4 mile run was hard for. But your fat ass did 5 1/4 miles a day. And I geeked him up. He was like, damn, I did. It's like, yeah, motherfucker. You should eat an extra helping of corn. Fuck it.
Eat an extra helping of corn.
And if you're not going to eat it, get it and slide it onto my plate. I got caught doing that, and this motherfucker says, oh, you want corn, motherfucker? You want corn? I stood there eating corn till the whole fucking, all the platoons came in, came out. It was like 20 minutes, and we done served, 1,000 people in 20 minutes. In 5 minutes, a platoon comes out, sits down, 5 minutes to eat, and they're gone. You know what I mean? So the whole platoon
is supposed to eat in and fast,
Oh yeah, in and out in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
15 minutes, 300 guys.
Yeah.
Zip bam, you sit down. Shit.
Chug-a-lug-lug.
Yeah, when they started saying, well, you should be eating on your way to the table, I didn't know I could do that because I wasn't getting done in my 5 minutes. Once they said that, as soon as that shit hit my tray, I'd be going down the line. The cake hit my tray, I ate the cake. Give me a glass of water. I drink a glass of water.
This is dinner time, bitch.
Right, I'm eating half my meal right there on the line because I was starving, dude. I was trying to get extra helping, because you could get them. But you had to eat that shit in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And they said, if you're not going to eat it, don't take it. This motherfucker gives me a bunch of ketchup packets and mayonnaise packets and shit, and he thought this shit was funny. I ate all my meal. I go up to throw it away, and he said, there's still food on your tray, motherfucker. And I look down, and all I see is ketchup, mayonnaise, mustard. I was like, oh, you can't be serious.
Oh, did he make you eat that shit?
Yes, every pack. I was like, man, I hate mustard. I better eat 2 ketchups and 1 mustard all at once. I fucking hated mustard and mayonnaise, dude. I was about to I didn't say I can't do this, though. I'd gulp it down and say, give me a minute. Sir, can I get another glass of water, sir? Sir, can I probably get another glass of water, sir?
Yeah, you can't do it without water. Yeah, you can't suck down packets of fucking mustard.
He told me I could have a glass of water when I got all them packets in my mouth, so I crammed them all in my fucking mouth.
So you had to put them all at the same time and then drink.
I just ripped them all open, squeezed them all in my mouth, and then ran over to this table closest to me and grabbed their water pitcher and filled my cup and downed it. And looked at him and he's like, all right. And then I scraped my garbage into the garbage.
And he was like, that's what I thought, nigga.
Yeah.
The shitty thing about corn, right, is you don't really digest it. So when you have to eat a lot of corn,
corn has calories.
In the morning when you sit there and eat the can,
as far as nutrition goes, corn has calories.
Dude, you're just shitting corn. I know. I ate at least 8 bowls of corn.
Better than nothing. Better than nothing. It has calories.
I ate 2 helpings of corn in line, and some fucking drill instructor got offended and was like, oh, you think you just going to get fat up in this motherfucker? You want to eat a bunch of corn, motherfucker? I had corn and green beans while they were... I had to stand there and eat corn until everybody was served and sat down. And when the last guy sat down, I could get the rest of the shit if I still wanted any more. And I was already full.
No wonder people don't want to get in the military and they want to go to college.
Listen, I was already full on corn, but they had pepper steak and rice, and that shit was good. I liked it. I was like, oh, I'm fitting that shit in my stomach. And then they made us do like 500 fucking push-ups when we lined up because some idiot was talking.
500 push-ups to get a steak?
No, you got to fall in formation as you go out, and you're not supposed to talk. You're supposed to look forward and just be at military attention. Some idiot's talking, so the PT starts. And my guts floated from water, corn, and fucking rice and steak. But I was eating that goddamn...
Yes.
I was eating that fucking... I was eating that pepper rice, motherfucker. Yeah, I was eating that pepper rice. And I was getting a piece of that fucking cornbread. That's all there was to it. I was eating that shit. I had time. Like, I'm eating that motherfucker. Because a skinny guy can never... A fat guy, you're doing so much, you just can't get enough. You're always hungry. Fucking always hungry. You get trail mix and shit, at night, though. We get some good trail mix snacks. Fuck, I eat 4 pounds of that shit. I went in like
They'll give you trail mix to eat while in your bunk and shit. While you're just like,
well, after your shit's done, you can go buy some trail mix.
Oh,
yeah, they got commissary.
Yeah,
it's like a jail.
That's what I do. I go get a couple 2-pound bags of trail mix, and
I'll forget if they're gonna be like, eat that fucking ketchup and mustard. I'll be like, no, I'll wait on the trail mix, motherfucker. If that's gonna come later tonight, I'm gonna get apple juice and the trail mix. I mean, you could only get you think I'm gonna eat ketchup? You
could buy a soda once a week.
I can't say anything though. I'm just saying. But yeah, if I was in
during the week
camp, I really don't know. I can't say what I would do.
Oh man, I'll tell you what. I had to eat so fast, I was always constipated. So the trail mix came with prunes, motherfucker, and I wanted them prunes, damn it, so I could shit right. Cause
I imagine that.
Listen, they make you do some dumb shit. We were locked down one day because of some dumb shit, and we weren't doing anything. Nothing was moving. So I asked to make a number 2 head call. I asked for permission to do that. He says, okay, you can do that, but I want you to hop like a frog and make a hook and a ladder sound all the way down to the bathroom. So I don't know what a hook and a ladder is. And he said, do it. And, I just stood there and he's like, well, what the fuck's the problem? Private, sir, Private doesn't know what a hook and a ladder sounds like, sir. I didn't know what the fuck he meant. And somebody said, roo, 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 ding, ding, ding. I was like, oh, fucking great. So I had to hop like a frog all the way to the bathroom and go, roo, 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 ding.
The freaking diarrhea in the toilet.
I had to shit bad by this time. And I'm like, roo, 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 ding, 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 hop. Roo, 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 ding, 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 hop. So I get in the bathroom, I pull my pants down, I'm like, yeah, I made it. I'm gonna shit. And I'm starting to concentrate on shit, and I'm like, oh, I gotta push. And he says, I can't hear you. I was on the toilet pushing. I was on the toilet pushing like this. Roo, 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 ding, ding, ding.
You're like, nigga, can you smell me?
The whole unit, the whole unit was laughing because they could hear the constipation in my voice. So as soon as I get done, roo, 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 ding, 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 all the way back to my place on the wall, and I mount my wall. You
have to do it on the way back too?
Yeah, all the way there and back.
Fucking shit.
This motherfucker was a funny guy. He kept telling me I look like Cro-Magnon man with my head shaved. I better let the top grow. So I mount my wall, and he's like, everybody laughed when you were in the bathroom shitting. And I'm like, sir, yes, sir. And he said, you know what that means, don't you? And I knew what he meant, so I just dropped down in the lean and rest. I'm just like, fuck it, I got in a ready position for push-ups. And he says, well, what the fuck are the rest of you motherfuckers waiting for? And they all looking around. They all dropped down with me. He said, push-ups, 4 count, just do them. So we got to do diamond dolphin push-ups. That's a 4 count. Down, forward, back, up. Down, forward, back, up.
So the whole crew, after you took a shit, had to do 4 push-ups after.
Yeah, and he said, don't count them, just do them.
Yeah.
So he 20 minutes. Yeah, 20 minutes later, he's like, "Okay, stop. Mount your wall. Do it." And then it's a whole unit in unison
because you had to take a shit.
Yeah. Hey, you want to hear something even funnier? After that, there was like 3 dudes that had to shit, but they wouldn't ask to go because they didn't want to be made a fool of. So,
but if they shit their bed, that's even worse, right?
Well, they all got sandwich baggies. This gets to the story. And everybody goes to bed. We go to bed and like, I'm out. I fall asleep. Yeah, they shit in baggies and threw them out in the hallway. And I'm like, what the fuck are these dumb motherfuckers doing? I'm in the rack for 30 minutes and I get woke up out of a cold sleep. And I'm like, what the fuck? Big old hard on, dude. Got a hard on as soon as I fell asleep. I'm on the hall with a hard on looking around. They like, and the sergeant comes down. She's a lady. third shift's on. I'm like, what the fuck? She's like, you know why you're out here? I'm like, ma'am, no, ma'am. She's well, it's not that problem down there. Go to the bathroom and fix that. Don't say shit. Just run to the bathroom and don't come back till that's fixed. And then she starts yelling, I want to know who shit in the baggie and threw it in the hallway. 3 of you nasty bastards all in one night. I was like, oh my God, get the fuck out of here.
Because the other motherfucker scared the shit out of everybody.
Yeah, and one dude tried to say it was me, and she said, well, I already talked to the last shift, and they said, motherfucker, he's the only one that has to go to shit today. He's the only one that shit today. The rest of you was scared.
You're fucking lying about this, Michael, right?
No, these dudes shit in bags. And
instead of asking to take a shit, they what you had to go through, they shit in bags and threw it in the hallway?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
I don't know why they just didn't throw it in their garbage bucket, but anyway, it would have been fought. It would have been found. It's military precision. Pay attention to detail. If they'd have been listening to everything they said, instead of having a shit so bad they couldn't think, they'd have just said, sir, Private needs a shit or he's going to shit all over the wall, sir.
Exactly. And that's what you did, right?
Yeah. I was like, fuck, I got
He's like, you're going to have to act like a kangaroo on the way to the bathroom, but I'll let you shit.
Yeah, that funny guy shit took me by surprise. I never had to do that shit, so I was amazed when he said that. I didn't know whether he was joking or he was fucking serious.
Well, it fucking worked whatever way, but it scared the fuck out of everybody in the barracks, and they're like, well, I used to have to shit too, but instead of me actually asking to take a shit, I'm gonna freaking just.
My first thought was, what the fuck is a hook and a ladder? I didn't know a hook and a ladder was the truck with the ladder, and the bell. I didn't know that shit. It's a fucking fire truck, motherfucker. They go,
they got a hold of you. They got a hold to you, Mike. They got a hold to you.
I was wondering what state was the motherfucker from that said ding ding ding.
Holy fucking New York.
Right.
Okay, Sergeant. Okay, Joe Sergeant, I'm scared. What do I have to do so I can relieve my bowels? Please, just help me. Help me understand this.
The funniest part is all 3 of them dudes was white dudes. Every black dude, as soon as I had to do this and I was and ding ding dinging all the way back to all of like, sir, Private so-and-so, request permission to speak, sir. They're like, I better take my shit now while they're laughing at Mike. And he's all like, speak. And there's like, permission to make number 2 head call, sir. And he says, do it. Just do it. And he lets these motherfuckers go shit without. And then.
All right, so he let other people shit while you had to go to the.
Well, yeah, I think the other white dudes were like, oh, he's just picking on white dudes today. And that guy.
So the drill sergeant was the black dude.
He was white. They're just dumb. They were just dumb motherfuckers. The one motherfucker was from Kentucky, back in the woods and shit. And he was so out of shape and smoked so many. This motherfucker was coughing during the runs and sounded like he had the cold. It took him 60 days to get in shape, bro.
Dude,
he made it though. I was surprised that dude made it.
Cool. I mean, it sounds like like almost like hell, but it sounds like fun because it's so fucking funny.
If you weren't so worn out from all the PT and the screaming and yelling and shit,
it's so funny with the
it should have been funny. And if you weren't stressed out by the physical shit, it was funny. I found it humorous. I thought
I've watched it happen on like movies.
That's why,
and I've heard people talk about.
I didn't have to strain. I didn't have to strain and go ding ding ding. I did that shit to be funny. Oh, you want to hear me while I'm shitting? Okay, motherfucker. I'm gonna make it sound like ding. Motherfucker, who's funny now?
Not everyone's built for
right.
To be in a PT.
The military taught me one thing: you can't judge a book by its cover. People are capable of whatever the fuck they want to be, and it doesn't matter what they look like. You can change a motherfucker's whole appearance and demeanor and health situation in 90 fucking days. Shit. 60 if you're a bad motherfucker. If you're a really convicted motherfucker, I don't care how fat you are, how out of shape. In 60 days, if you're convicted of that PT and you just focus on every push-up, let me just get this one done. All right, I got to do one more. You're going to be a bad motherfucker when you come out of there.
Yeah.
I could do 3-finger push-ups all day long when I left. Fucking.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking hardcore.
Do 1-arm push-ups, chin-ups, dips, all that shit.
Yeah, but but you were. But not everybody was like you. I mean, a lot of people that graduated.
Not
from
everybody
the camp,
was slim, and a lot of these guys smoked and drank, and some of them got drunk before they came to boot camp. They came hungover.
Well, you couldn't smoke in boot camp, could you?
No,
unless you you had a weekend reprieve or whatever, then you could smoke.
Yeah, weekend.
Come back. Yeah. That was only like once or twice during the camp.
Yeah, once you got out and you were assigned, you could smoke.
Yeah, and then when you came back, you couldn't smoke, and it was all training.
Certain areas, you get caught smoking where you're not supposed to, and you got a field dress and ceremony.
How the fuck are they going to get cigarettes at boot camp?
You got to give it a proper burial, dig it a 10-foot grave, stand out there and give it the lone soldier thing while you salute it for 4 fucking hours.
It's literally like you bury a cigarette. It's like if they find a cigarette, they make you bury that shit.
Yeah, you accidentally flicked a cigarette by the wrong colonel's window. I know, I did that. And my head was spinning, but a motherfucker offered it, and we were already out of there and into different, and I was being classified, but before I actually got classified and moved on to the next stage, I was offered a cigarette while I was waiting, and I smoked it. I thought we could smoke where it was, but you weren't supposed to flick it on the lawn. You were supposed to put the motherfucker in the ashtray they provided for you. You know?
Ashtray there, and you didn't put it in there?
I was just force of habit. I smoked that motherfucker down to a button and flicked it in the damn yard without thinking about it, you know? Fuck, I grew up in a farm. You
and then the MP's just like, woo.
No, the colonel's secretary's on me. Bitch. She could have just told me to go pick it up and I would have, but yeah.
You're such a rebel, Michael. So embarrassing. You're not a patriot.
Fuck, I stood there by that fucking hotel dinner. Then I said, go eat chow and come back and stay in here another 2 hours. I was waiting just for permission to bury the motherfucker. Let me bury this bitch. I mean, the physical, the standing still in one spot, that wasn't bothering. Not at this time. I'd already did 12 weeks of it, you know. I could stand there all day long and it didn't bother me. It didn't hurt my back. None of that. I just thought all that shit was over, man, until I flicked that fucking cigarette.
It's like, okay, I got through this shit. Flicked the cigarette. Oh, shit.
Yeah. Oops. I was lucky I didn't get fucking...
So, Mike, we were a Marine at that point, right? Marines. Yeah. Oh, were you deployed to any like wars or anything after that point?
I went to Desert Storm, which turned into Desert Shield. Yeah, after 2 more weeks.
How long were you in Iraq? Like total? I mean, you don't have to go into detail.
9 months.
Yeah, that's a fucking long time.
I mean, it was short, but that didn't mean we didn't leave just because it was declared over.
I mean, it's not we. This is you. I mean,
they were determined on putting a foothold there. But once it was declared non-threatening anymore, then I went to go for advanced training for my specification for what I was working towards for MARSOC, you know. start my job. You get a job, you work towards advancement.
Sure.
Once you're in shape, it's pretty much like society. You go to work, go to your bunk, go to your meals.
I need to ask my boss for a raise. Like,
it's not
a small raise, but like a big one. I've been. I think people at McDonald's make as much as I do right now.
Yeah, if you're on base, you can get a house on base. Some people had families on base,
and that's free, and you get a salary on top of it, right?
Well, we had to pay so much, yeah.
A little bit on
base housing. So, those of us that didn't have families, we just fucking throw bunk beds in rooms and put 6 of us in a house.
What?
Yeah, well, you're not bringing chicks on base. What are you worried about? So you're sleeping...
Well, are you talking about overseas? I mean, your family was at home while you were deployed, right? So.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, that's not what I was talking about. But anyway.
I didn't expect to be deployed. But hey, it just got declared overnight, Yeah. It went from...
When you joined the military...
Yeah, they went from talking shit to, well, let's just move everybody there now.
Move everybody up there and see what happens.
We're the first to enter and the last to leave. My boots was one of the first 100 sets of boots to hit the desert,
So, did you retire after you were in Iraq? Retire from the military?
I don't know. I spent 12 years there.
So, well, how come they never sent you to Afghanistan?
I did go to Afghanistan. That's just where I started. I went to a couple different places.
Oh, okay, cool. I actually didn't even know that you went to Afghanistan.
Has there ever been a standing army that wasn't starting shit?
Oh no, we were there to build a base and get a stronghold. You know that.
Right. Well, I mean, dude, I'm missing an uncle from all that shit. So.
Yeah, we figured we'd go right home, but no. After a minute, we figured out, well, we'll probably build the base. To bring in the Corps engineers, and we're going to be a bunch of flatfoots using shovels and shit, doing menial labor in the fucking desert.
Oh. I was going to join, man. 3rd, 4th generation, but my uncle never came home. Desert Storm.
That's right. Afghanistan's cool now. Taliban's got that shit. Don't worry about it.
Desert Storm, we had Humvees, but they didn't have any armor plating. If you hit IED on the road, probably...
Listen, the Taliban has always been in league with the CIA.
It probably kill...
I know. I mean, I'm being facetious, and most of us know that, and so, it was like...
Otherwise, I'd have started chopping him up.
Yeah, this whole thing where everyone's like, Joe Biden let the Taliban friggin' take over Afghanistan. It's like that was the plan from the beginning, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
We got. It's like Con Air, where the convicts say, "We got the plane." Yeah, we got it now. We got it. We took the nation, and nobody even knows it was us. But they know. But they don't know.
They bought Afghanistan. The freaking Russians and the Americans and the Chinese bought Afghanistan.
That's why
a long fucking time ago.
We left them weapons for our people. But I'll tell you what.
That wars around the world.
We were over there getting shot at by our own weapons any fucking way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sad part. It's like disposable heroes were over there a long time ago.
I mean, yeah, they before we went there, they supplied them with not just AKs, but American armaments so they could fight the Russians out. We hooked them up so they could there's a movie about it. It's called Charlie Something's War, but we literally supplied them and trained them so they could push the Russians back out of their land so the Russians didn't expand and take their land.
The Mujahideen.
Yeah. You know, we gave them rocket launchers. We gave them lock-on surface-to-air projectiles, SAM missiles. We gave them a lot of shit.
To find out,
we taught them how to take down
M60 machine guns,
jets. Yeah, we were getting shot at by our own heavy guns, dude. When we got there,
should have just let the Russians have it.
Americans getting hit by American rounds. Ain't that a bitch?
At least they wouldn't be chopping each other up in the streets anymore. Yeah.
We got the 50, but they got the 70 millimeter anti-aircraft on the tripod, 300 yards across from us. You know? And they're like, you can't fire unless you're fired upon. Well, so you mean I gotta watch 5 people die before I can take position and shoot a motherfucker and he got the big gun? Son of a bitch. Them bags of sands, partition walls and shit we put up, that wasn't gonna stop their tripod anti-aircraft. Motherfuckers gonna cut right through that shit. Everybody that walked up and down that front was scared of the motherfucker. Like,
and where the hell's the air support, right?
Well, the rocket launchers they were pulling out on us in the streets and shit, they were American made.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, we equipped them to take Russia's helicopters and jets and shit out, dude. So that Russia would quit doing the air raids on them. Russia would come in and bomb a certain area until there was no more people in it. And then they'd advance forward and occupy that area. And then they'd do it again. So what they did is they equipped them to where they could go in and stop them. So they no longer advance and then start pushing back and take back their land. Because we didn't want Russia to take that. We wanted that country.
Well, now, I give it maybe 35 years.
We gotta have that motherfucking oil, son. It's American petrodollar, bitch, or nothing. You know? They pimped the whole world. Wall Street and the petrodollar. They pimped the whole fucking world. They got
gone in 30 years, man.
We made a deal with them with the petrodollar where if Japanese people wanted oil, they had to first convert their money to American money and then they could buy oil. The only thing them Saudis were accepting was fucking American money for oil. Saddam Hussein got killed because he was going to start trading gold for oil. And he was doing it, actually. He was already doing it, which broke the petrodollar embargo. That's why he got killed, not because he was murdering and raping his own fucking people. Just because he sold oil for gold. Which would have boosted
Gaddafi.
Yeah, which would have boosted the economy of his nation. It would have doubled his greatness of his nation. Instead of American money based on fiat and Wall Street, they have fucking gold. You know, like the Vatican. Them motherfuckers got more gold than anybody. Ain't a war on the world happened that they don't say okay to. They go ask the big pimp.
Sir Pope. Golden throne.
The Pope is the godfather. He's the biggest mafia head there is.
Amen.
He's the godfather. Think about it. Godfather. You ask me, can you take this to war on this day of my nation's birth? I cannot deny you this, but you owe me 200 tons of gold.
Good morning, everyone.
Your war is sanctioned. Morning.
All right. So I got a message from Firehawk. He wants to have a debate.
Who's Firehawk?
He's in the room.
Oh, he wants a debate.
A civil debate.
Since he called you out, Roger, do your thing here. I'll unmute him.
Yeah. So, but I have to go in a few minutes. But Firehawk, welcome.
You might as well start, though. We'll pick up.
Well, I would like to invite 3 of you over to House of Wisdom and have 3 flat earthers versus 3 globe sides. And I just genuinely want to hear, an open-minded opinion on how
you want to promote your server, huh?
No, I can bring them over here if you'd rather. Like, I don't really care. I would just want to have a controlled, polite debate that's ad hominem. I don't want people attacking people. I just want to hear the science and the views for both sides. But I can't control anything over here. I can control people over there.
I hear you. I can respect that. I'm cool with muting anybody who gets aggressive. I'm the lead mod. I prefer civil too. Civil is actually my pet peeve. I'll let you say whatever you got to say as long as it's done in a civil manner and not pointed towards nobody. If you want to say a topic's retarded or a topic fucking sucks, that's fine.
I don't want anybody attacking anybody. The only attacks are against science itself.
Yeah, the topic or the point. Yeah, not the person. Exactly.
Firehawk, do you know what logical fallacies are?
Yes, I do. Well, I have an understanding of logical fallacies.
So do you think that the use of logical fallacies is allowed in a debate?
No, I'm going to tell my guys that I want that and that's why I wanted to host it, because I plan to have a talk with everybody that's a Glober and explain to them that the things that aren't going to be able to be used are astrophysics, anything dealing with gravity, or any of the things, because I have a pretty fair understanding of the sciences you guys believe are unprovable and can't be used.
But that's not what I asked, right? I asked you, do you think that logical fallacies can be used in a debate?
Well, no, not really. I mean, if you can't prove it, then how can you use it?
No, or not really?
No, if you can't prove it, how can you use it in a debate?
Well, welcome to Flat Earth. That is what constantly is being done.
Yeah, so basically what Roger said is you just threw out the corpus of globe science. If you can understand that. 9 times out of 10, they point to the stars to prove curvature. But it can only...
9 times out of 10 they do. Not everybody will point to the stars, though.
Right, but the stars, you can only assert that they move in a certain manner or appear a certain way because it's curved. You can only assert that. You can't prove it because obviously the stars...
I'm more interested in the container and the dome that seals the Earth.
I'm not a big... I'm not a big container or dome.
I guess that's where my open-mindedness is at.
I'm not a big firmament guy, but since the antecedent to gas pressure is the walls of a container, then it becomes a logical inference that because we have gas pressure, it should be contained. That's the only way we can demonstrate gas pressure, and it's in the definition.
If it's in a container, pressure builds, and how do we not overbuild because we create new gas?
Well, that's the only way you can have pressure is in a container. That's the only way you can build it. It has to be able to press off the walls of the container. It's in the definition of gas pressure.
Before we actually get really hard into this, are you saying you want to
set this up, man?
You want to have a 3-on-3? Then we can set it up. It can't be right now necessarily, but we can definitely set it up. It can be hosted here, or we can move over to your server. And
let me know when you want to do it and send the time. I was going to try to do something here within the next hour, but if we have to wait, we can wait.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Are you guys going to be here? I mean, Roger, you going to be here, Michael?
No,
we're not necessarily available right now. I mean, but we can schedule it for another time, and we can either go on your server, but I mean, you'll have to agree that we can live stream from your server, and we'll promote your server, of course. And but we can do it.
I don't care if you guys promote the server. The only thing that I ask is if you come over, obviously for the debate, people will be posting evidence and facts. I just ask that there's not 1,000 spams in our debate media.
No, we're very respectful over here. So if we pick 3 people and you pick 3 people, our people will be respectful. And not to say that if we're not going to post information. If we're on your platform, we want you to be. want to be able to post information, while the conversation is going on.
Oh, absolutely. No, we had one person that got mad and then left, and then he pops up over there every once in a while.
We're not like that.
Yeah, his name's Travis. I don't know if he's actually a part of your guys' server or not, but he posts all kinds of he just comes over there and posts basically Facebook memes.
Hey, we post a lot of memes. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. We will probably post some stuff that you'll disagree with or whatever while the conversation is going on. But we'll be as respectful.
So Helio. So a Facebook meme, right? So if it's truth, does it matter if it was on Facebook, Firehawk?
How can a Facebook meme be proof? Isn't that? I mean, that's not science. That's not data.
That's not what If it is truth.
I mean, yeah, if it's proof, but if it's just a pic, like the ones I saw were pictures with funny little captions that weren't even accurate.
Okay.
I mean, that is not considered proof. If you quote something that Einstein said, then I should be able to look it up and find out that Einstein actually said it.
Oh, so Einstein did say that there's no. He believes that there's no optical experiment to prove that the Earth is spinning.
That's one of the things he said, but he's also countered himself in what he says as well. So you'd have to take everything he said into consideration.
So the complete. But the Earth is orbiting the sun, right? But what is wrong with that statement?
Well, Einstein's probably a bad example because he goes back and forth.
Okay, so is there an optical experiment that proves that the Earth is spinning?
There's no such thing as an optical experiment, Roger.
It doesn't matter, but I'm just asking.
Well, not that I've seen or that I can specifically answer, but I won't be the only one in the debate, so there will be people there that are, I'll admit, smarter than I am. So
then that is truth, then, right?
But I'm just hosting the debate.
So that is then truth, right? If there's no optical experiment to prove that the Earth is spinning, which Einstein said, so what people do, right? So when there's a quote, then other people will no, he didn't mean that. That's not what he meant, right? So you're not a mind reader, right?
Oh, no, I'm not, and I'm going to look at actual, if it's a quote and it's what he said, I'm just saying I should be able to look that up, and then nobody should be able to argue with that because it's stated and it's what he said. But I mean, I do know that Einstein is a firm believer in gravity, so.
Yeah, believer, right? Well, good call, believe.
Right, and I understand how you guys see that, but I'm just saying if you're using Einstein, then he has other things that contradict these as well.
That's called a hostile witness, right? The same as when we bring up Robert Simmons, a data visualizer from NASA, which says, I'm going to explain, right? So data visualizer, he made the blue marble, right? The famous picture that was on every iPhone. He made that. So they took pictures, right? And they took those pictures from a flat map and wrapped it around a ball. And his job was to integrate the clouds, the specular highlights, to form the blue marble on what people expected to see, right? So Robert Simmons is a data visualizer who made the blue marble, right? He probably believes in a ball Earth, but he made it. He made the cartoon. So that's called a hostile witness, right?
Like a nautical map, like where they'll take an area and they flatten it out so that they can follow the.
Hold on. Bottom line. I think what Roger's saying is there are no photographs, like single photograph of Earth from space.
The bottom line is that it is a hostile witness, right? Of course, we know that Einstein believed that he was on a ball Earth, right? Of course, we know that Robert Simmons believes he's on a ball Earth.
Yes, exactly.
Of course, we know, right, that Neil deGrasse Tyson believes he's on a ball Earth, but he says some dumb shit, such as that you wouldn't be able to see curvature from the Jeff Bezos parabolic flight, right? That's what your side says. That is what we are mirroring you, right? He says that. He says that the Earth turns underneath a football when somebody kicked it, right? That is what the heliocentric model says.
Yeah, we can't just make a model for them, can we? And then debunk the model we make. That'd be a straw man.
Yeah, we'd be creating a straw man. Yeah.
Yeah, like we had to debunk what they present.
My biggest thing that I want to do is I genuinely want to be able to have people, and I'm sure I'll have people in the audience that are open-minded, just hearing both sides and seeing the math and seeing the science. I mean, at the end of the debate, let's face it, there's a lot of us that are going to agree or disagree, but that's a good debate. You should be able to agree to disagree.
Here, bro.
There's no debate if you're making a claim that cannot be proven. Go ahead.
Hold on, Helio. Let's start with this, because you sound like a decent guy. And I'm going to give you link perms, and then you can go ahead and share your link. And if you want, I'll give you a link for us, and you can share our link, and then we can have these debates whenever you want on either
I would like
server.
That. I would love to host civil debates between us.
Yeah, we don't mind partnering up or sharing members with people, dude. You know, that's how your server grows, and we want to reach as many people as we can and just teach people to critically think. So you can go ahead and you can
Michael, and also we're set up for a formal debate. I mean, just like
we are.
Times, if people want to, if you just join this live stream, I mean, it's an open platform.
Well, I just wanted to know.
We do have it set up where we can have.
We're not above. We're not above going to your server and having a debate with you. So if you put a never expiring link in here, I'll give you a never expiring link, and then I'll copy your link and I'll share it.
Vincent Normack?
I'll share it for you.
How do I copy that link? I'm not sure how to do that, but if you tell me how to do that, I can.
For your server?
Yeah.
Okay,
you go. I know how to find my server link.
Oh, okay. Well, when I give you the link, all you got to do is right-click it and hit copy.
Okay. That's probably a long press. I'm using a cell phone, not a computer.
Yeah, that's a long press. Yep, you're right. And so I'll give you a no-limit, never expiring link too, so that you can just share them back and forth.
Ours is discord.gg/flat earth, and I mean that's the forever link for us. But
yeah, it's on my name. Yep.
So, Firehawk, in a debate, when a claim has been made, do you think that has to be proven?
I'd like to see claims proven. Yeah, I mean that's the whole point in it. I want to see that. I want to see people's sides. I want to see people's math. I want to see the theories on how things work. I mean that's where knowledge comes from, right?
Sure.
Oh, believe me, you listen. When I start sharing that link and saying these guys are friendly to have us come over and have debates, you'll get all kinds of our members that like to. We like to go to other servers. We're on rap servers, weed servers, gaming servers, politics servers.
And what's your server about? We
do have members that
is it a gaming server or whatever, or
how to play the part of being an adult.
Yeah, what do you guys normally talk about on your server?
So House of Wisdom is literally a debate server, and
anything.
So when we had like live stages, a lot of our debates. I mean, lately, the things that our audiences wanted to see has been like we've done a lot of debates on feminism, women's rights. Do women have privileges? Do men have privileges?
That's boring.
Does God exist?
Well, Memore would go over there just for entertainment on 3 of those topics right now, Helio.
We do a lot of There's been a lot of LGBTQ debates, pronouns. It's just what the
keep going. I think kids got a lot more to look. Kids got enough to worry
I get
about.
that. Yeah,
at 13 going through puberty than worrying about pronouns and genders.
I think
most of them, because most of them don't even know how to use proper English. Most of them don't even know how to use proper English lately. I'm a father. I'm speaking from a point of view as a father. Our children.
I'm 42. I have 3 kids.
Yeah, our children aren't being taught cursive. They're being taught genders. Come on, and pronouns. Get lost with that crap. What your sexual orientation is your choice. That's your choice. It's keep in your bedroom. I don't parade in the street saying I fuck the shit out of my wife every night and she loves the power to the heterosexual because that's asinine. People would get offended when they march around in the street with dildos saying, you must accept me, but they don't have to accept me. I'm just a piece of shit heterosexual. So that's why I don't respect their arguments.
Yeah, Firehawk. If that's
you got to give it to get it.
If that's the type of people we're going to be talking to, if that's what that server's about, I mean, it's not. I mean, we can do it, but it's not, they're not going to have a lot of fun.
Don't shoot it down, bro. I got 2 people that'll debate with me. We can have a 3-on-3. We can do it here.
We're up for almost anything, because we want to promote our server, and if you want
to. I was thinking Elijah, Quantum Eraser, and Indio.
We have another guy that was going to do a debate with us tonight, but then he wanted to go spend time with his wife. I think his name is Scat.
Well, that should always be first. I'll tell you
what. If you want to set up a formal talk with us,
you don't sound 42.
It's good. Yeah, you don't really. But if you do,
I was born in '79, and my oldest kid is 17.
I know what year you had to be born in. I'm older than you.
All right, so if you want this to happen, I mean, we're going to talk about flat Earth. That's what we talk about.
I was born in '72.
I'm trying to bring in new topics because we have the same debate.
That's what he wants to debate. Yeah, I'm here. Hey, dude, come in here. You can find all new shit to argue about. Believe me, we cover a wide range of shit. And the stuff you just covered, sometimes we have members here that do enjoy those topics that'll do it just because they've been destroying the people that cover those topics for years.
Right. I like hosting the debates there. We do have some guys that I probably won't put into the debate because they wouldn't have any way to really debate. We have one kid over there. We have one guy who's an astrophysicist, so obviously I wouldn't bring him into it.
What's the name of the server?
Hey, we've debated astrophysicists from MSU and University of Kentucky. It's all good.
Yeah, what's the name of the server? Firehawk, what's the name of the server?
It's
called House of Wisdom.
Yeah, we've debated professors of hydrology that build shit to send to space. Dr. Phil, he's a PhD. He's actually a triple PhD, but hey.
That's all kinds of people. What's the name of that one again? Firehawk?
Wisdom.
House of Wisdom.
House of Wisdom.
The House of Wisdom. I can probably post the link.
Post that link, man, because I want to copy it and then store it in a safe space so I can share it. You share mine, I'll share yours.
Space.
Well, yeah, because listen, if it's just a debate server, those are the type of people we want to talk to. People who want to debate, not the guys that just come to listen. We get 100 of them a day, but we only get so many that actually want to have a debate. And these guys could sharpen their debate skills with us because.
And Firehawk, you have the bedrolls. You should be able to post the link in.
Listen, a lot of us have bachelor's degrees and PhDs in here, and we know how to host a formal debate, and we know every formal logical fallacy in the book. We know them all. We can really hone your skills on debating. What's a fallacy? What can't even be used? So what's empirical? What's demonstratable? Facts are demonstratable. So if you're going to assert something's a fact, then you should have citation for demonstration.
Right.
Right. So we pretty much we're requiring formal evidence, logical evidence, as a form of formal debate and a non-form of formal logical fallacy. We don't use logical fallacies because they're illogical. We're trying to build a concrete reality out of what we can demonstrate, not what we can theorize.
You gonna post your Discord in here or not?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for how to do that. I'm fairly new to being our moderator.
Once you click copy on it, you go to the bar, the message, live stream, voice text. Here, I'll tag you in it. And you click. It's probably a long hold for you, and you paste it. You just paste it on that damn.
Yeah, I'm looking for our link to get to ours.
Yeah, it's just a person emblem. You click the person emblem. It shows an image of a person next to a lobby. You hold over it, it'll say create an invite. At the bottom of that, when it opens up, it'll say edit. Click the edit and make it never expire and never ending, no limit. And then click copy. And then come back here and click paste and copy it under your name where I tagged you. So we can teach you how to build servers and keep your Discord safe too, dude. Believe me, everybody wants to take down a flat Earth server, so we're pretty good at fighting off, protecting what we built. You know, we got a few members, few thousand.
few hundred, few thousand, like 24,000, but that's all right. You know, it's might as well be. You know.
That's only the ones that like to be registered. There's about 300 or 400 more out there as well.
Oh yeah. There's people out there that sure are.
Well, that's some people inside Discord. There's other people on YouTube.
Hey, Brian Stavely shares the link to this Discord.
I just shared that link with you.
Yeah, thanks, dude, because then it's always there. I don't have to take it and put it nowhere else. So I'll just post it in our lobby from time to time and state that you guys are open to a flat Earth debate for anybody that wants to go over there.
When would be good times to do that for you guys? Like, I'm a third shifter, so I usually host a lot of my debates when I'm at work.
Oh, yeah. Well, once you get the people that are willing to participate in it, then it's
Firehawk, you're gonna have to talk to some people in your Discord that actually want to say, "Hey, let's talk about flat Earth. I'm willing to do this at this time, and
at third shift, I'm sure I can get my 3 any given day.
Oh, we're always here, so there's always at least 3.
Right, you're talking to the late crew right now.
When you pick someone, we pick 2 or 3. Everyone else is going to mute their mic and not talk.
Well, and see, with we have, I don't know if you guys have it, we have what we have called the official stage. So we have to call people up, and nobody else can talk except for the ones that are on stage.
Well, it's different here, but
it's open to the participants in the debate, and if we're having a formal debate, then we'll mute everybody else.
There's more of a trust factor here. There's only trust factor here.
There'll only be the moderators. There'll only be the moderators and the combatants or the debaters talking.
Yeah, if you invite a couple friends here, and you guys are talking, and you agree to talk to a couple of our people, everyone else is not going to talk. They're going to be muted the whole time, just listening. And we record it 24 hours a day, so we'll provide a recording of that you can put on your YouTube channel. You can mirror it,
Helio does the live streams.
Yeah, I do the live stream. So I won't report you for using my video. I actually support it as long as you put the link to our Discord in the video.
Does that look like a good advertisement for your server? This server is flat Earth friendly, open for debate to anyone who wants to go talk or even just have civil combo. All right.
Yeah, that works.
You guys got 14,000 members. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
I'm moderator. I'm only a mod on the server. I'm not the owner, so that's Mercy. But I know that he's open to having people come over and do civil debates.
Well,
we've heard that before.
If you want your server to grow. Oh yeah,
we do want the server to grow, but then that's why I want to reach out to other people and see other views and I'm genuinely curious anyway because
Cuddles, you're welcome. Cuddles, you're welcome. I gave you the perms to share stickers from other servers. I love that one. Oh, wait, yours isn't even a sticker. You just saved it, huh? That's how you get that big, large one. Look. What's up with this? I don't even know what the fuck that guy's doing.
What's that?
The last sticker I posted. Yeah, and if any of you guys want to download stickers, you guys that got Nitro, if you want to add stickers, man, start adding stickers for our Discord. You can go on Google and get Discord stickers. You just have to give them that's in the megabit range that we can do for the first level unlock.
I don't know if I have Nitro. I don't think I have Nitro, but somebody on here might.
Oh, our servers boosted. Dude, we got so many people with Nitro, it's pitiful.
Yeah, I'm going to say Firehawk. I mean, we've heard that before. It's like, hey, I mean, you flat earthers come over there and talk about flat Earth, and then we get over there and they're like,
yeah,
these flat earthers in here.
Oh, these fucking retards.
Well, like I said, I would only invite you guys over when I'm hosting the debate, because I'm not going to say there aren't people over there that are idiots.
That's why I think I think it'd be better if you grab a few friends and bring them over here.
If you don't mind, I'll bring a couple people with me that I know can act in a welcoming demeanor as an adult, and we can start it off civil.
But yeah, I host my debates.
So they get a
man. But there are some people that do not.
That way your people get a good introduction to what Flat Earth is about before our maybe not so civil members come. Because, there's a jackass in every group, right?
Oh, of course.
I'd be a liar if I said we didn't have a few.
No, but seriously, though, if we have a scheduled talk, that will be scheduled talk, and everyone else besides the people that are supposed to talk are the only ones
I'll
talking.
mute them.
Yeah.
I'll mute everyone in motherfucker.
As long as we know when it's going to happen, the people that say they're going to be there are going to be there, and nobody else is going to talk besides the people that are going to talk about it.
I want to find 3 dudes because I like to moderate, because I can be fair on both sides and tell each side they'll get the same. If you attack people, I just get muted for a couple minutes, like a penalty box. 2-minute penalty, We do them real formal. We got the arena set up with rules.
Yeah, we can do one-on-one. I mean, we can do one-on-one.
Where your people can call an objection, call something out as a logical fallacy, then we can throw it out and go back to the original question, stuff like that.
Yeah, but 2-on-2, 3-on-3, that's cool too. I mean, we look forward to this type of thing. This is what we.
Before we go to the arena, though, I'd like your people to get a taste of what is really actual academic formal debate, so they understand what they have to bring to the table. Because it can be frustrating when we call everything that you bring non-empirical, undemonstratable, untestable, unfalsifiable, or just plain logical fallacy.
Right. Just because you have a general argument doesn't mean that you're having to have a debate with someone.
Right. The entire premise of your the dichotomy you base your argument on could be fallacious.
Yeah.
And it gets frustrating for people when they focused on an entire issue and they thought, yeah, this is good, but then we bust it down to, how are you going to prove that? What scientist did the experiment that proves that?
That's why even 3-on-3
can be citation.
3-on-3 can be even very difficult when it comes to that, especially if
it can, because it keeps instead of staying on one point so you guys get the entire idea of what we believe on that point, it ends up to be a gift gallop where we're jumping from point to point because each of all 6 people have different points,
Right.
So it gets to be bouncing around. We like to get on a topic and run that to its logical end and then go to another topic.
I mean, one topic, lead it to its logical conclusion, then move on to the next one.
Yeah, but a debate's organic, dude. It's a lot of people like to listen here just so they can get used to the platform and the style of debate, the Socratic method, the empirical method, logical fallacies, true academic level formal debate.
Yeah, I have a feeling, if a bunch of us jumped into that server, Firehawk, they're gonna get really frustrated with us. If we start talking in there.
I was fixing to join here in a second.
Well, I might jump in there too. Is there
my book
anybody?
is already rolled, Mike. Was good, man. Where are we going?
Oh, there's one of my guys. Cyrus is really laid back.
I'm gonna join it.
Did you make a flat Earth roll for a flat earther, or you got a roll you want to label us with? I'll join.
I can't make the roll. I'll have to have Mercy do that because I don't run the server. That's why I was just inviting a few people over for a debate.
Can I get a general roll? Is there steps and instructions and stuff?
Says rules. Let me read the rules.
Oh, you're already.
We have a rules list or whatever, but as far as roles, those are assigned by either Mercy or.
You must complete a few steps.
The other owner.
I'm doing that right now. Complete.
$30 monthly membership or $120 one-time permanent payment.
Oh.
All right, man. I'm in your server.
We need to tell them.
I don't think there's many people that actually pay to be a part of our server.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to be one of them.
I don't know if I can follow you because I don't have a TikTok.
Hey, I'm just by the by.
We're not on.
Get some of those guys to come over here. This is a free open platform where we live stream 24 hours a day, and we can schedule a talk. Not to be repetitive. We've already said this. Freaking.
Oh, your rules are about like ours. No, be respectful. No inappropriate language. Yeah. Please don't spam. No pornographic shit. I agree with you on that. Oh my God, you got to look at whatever kind of porn they posted before you can delete it all. You got to look at it as you're deleting it. Yeah, advertising, we don't so much mind advertising as long as you don't spam it. No threats. That's Discord TOS. So yeah, that's a good rule.
Yeah, we.
Man, I see a lot of Middle Easterns or Arabs on your server.
Oh, Sunni? Shia. What side are we on, Cyrus? Triangle. You push him up the stairs, I'll push him off the building.
Where's MJ?
I'll do debates with them like about the Quran and the flat Earth if they're into that sort of thing, man. Because I'm in a general chat and there's like a ton of them. It's like, oh my God.
So our general chat, we have several different chats. So like our general chat and stuff, that's more laid back. The place where we enforce our rules is like our official debates.
Yeah, I'm in debate.
That's when you'll have a moderator that's in there enforcing rules. Like the general chats, they get kind of crazy. You'll have people that will staff ping and let us know that, hey, somebody's being like, and then we'll mute them or kick them or ban them. But those aren't monitored 24/7.
Can I get a roll? Where's the rolls? There it is. Roll info. Let me see what kind of roll you got.
In the general chat.
Rolls, so Mercy has to do that.
Yeah, give me a roll or something, man.
Only thing I see on the roll thing is like give me some money and you can get a roll.
What about the reaction rolls?
Like I said, I'd have to ask Mercy on the rolls. I don't.
Sunni. Oh yeah, it is Sunni, Shiite. I bad one. Are we bad ones?
Dude, yeah, they got them. What are we? Just checked out.
Are we Sunni? Mashallah.
Sure. Rock Sunni. Why not?
I don't know. Hold on now. Hold on.
Yes, all these there should be a whole bunch of options.
What all books do the Sunni follow? Hold on, I gotta know.
Well, it's the same book, bro. The issue is the difference between them is political over the caliphate, who got to lead after Muhammad or whatnot.
Caliphate. All right.
So it's a political. Actually, it's a political. Whatchamacallit? Like a difference between them, right? It's not.
Hey, we live in America. That's boring. That shit doesn't apply here.
Okay.
We live in America.
But we do have a lot of people on our server from other countries, so.
Oh yeah,
I know that. I'm just being facetious. God damn it!
Communist, nationalist, liberal. conservative, progressive. I'm not going to take a political stance. No offense, but
I don't want a religious tag.
Or a religious stance. Wait,
yeah,
political, and you said religious. I'm not going to take either. Either way,
hey,
we're talking about flat Earth.
I'm surprised you actually have a religious one that I might accept, non-denominational Christian.
What do you have? How are you checking out the roles, Mike?
I'm in roles reaction where you can label yourself male, female.
Oh.
I don't know. I didn't see cisgender, but I got a lightsaber. I don't know. Vroom, 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 vroom. But I got a lightsaber, bro. I identify as a
reaction
Sith.
roles. I didn't see that one.
I see. Okay.
We got Sunni, Shia, Abadi, non-denominational.
I guess you got.
Oh, hey, guess what? With the Abadi, the non-denominational.
Well, you can build an identity here. Shit, you can.
Everyone's
I'm male.
Most people,
this religion.
They're either Sunni. They're either Sunni or watermelon. They're either Sunni or watermelon. I don't know what the watermelon is, but
I'll take the blue one. Oh.
I'll take some purps. Give me some blues. We'll take a green, a red, and an orange.
I have the required.
I'm gonna pick watermelon.
Oh wait.
What must I do first?
Shit, I'm
before you can talk on this server. Read and agree to the server rules. Blah, blah, blah. Don't be an asshole. Basically,
you gotta
that's basically what it is, right?
Scroll down to the bottom and click I agree, because their rules are pretty much our rules plus some. Plus they point out TOS.
I'm a fucking watermelon.
Yeah, TOS absolutely applies here. All of Discord's terms of service, they apply here, so we don't put them in the rules because you're already supposed to know the rules of Discord. So most of the rules mirror our rules. Be civil, be respectful, don't directly attack people, don't insult or threaten people directly or indirectly. So I guess I can't offer nobody gas money here, but hey.
Yeah, I bet.
Cup of coffee.
I bet you could.
A cup of coffee amongst friends never killed nobody, but it had brought people to understandings, face to face.
Welcome room.
I'm just lonely on the farm.
So welcome room here is just new members joining.
Mike,
I see my name on there now.
I could invite you to the farm to whoop your ass and end up showing you around, letting you ride the horses and cooking you a meal just because it's lonely on the fucking farm and you seem all right once you get there.
Can we type in general chat once we agree to the rules?
I should be able to talk in general, yeah.
Huh.
And we have several different voice chats that should be open to most people.
I'm going to say, hi, I'm new.
I was going to click the female thing and just, what the hell. Put the Battle Mod in pink shirtless.
But you're going to get a lot of people that are going to, support you as a lesbian or as a transgender.
Yeah,
I am a lesbian.
Yeah, your general chat. I think their general chat is going to be more like our lobby.
I identify as a lesbian. I am a carpet muncher.
I think their general chat is going to be more like our lobby, where our lobby is total shit. It's just craziness.
Yeah, our discussion chats are usually just completely off the wall and crazy, and yeah.
Can I tag myself with Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, or do I have to pick one?
No.
Try. I mean, I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
If you're gonna go with that, I would just go with polytheism.
I was gonna say I was a Sunni Hindu.
You see me in there, I said, hi, I'm new, and then whoever so said, hi.
Well, at least somebody got the irony of that joke.
I see MJ in there, Michael J. Michael J. Smith. I see you in there, bro.
I'm in debate. I've been there for 10 minutes.
Correct. Oh shit, old dude, you've been up in there.
I'm gonna leave here and enjoy yourselves. Feel free to come over. I'm gonna open an official room. So if there's somebody
seriously, talk to your friends and set up official talk with us. We can host it here, and you can promote it on your Discord, and we'll definitely share it on our live YouTube channel. I would prefer 2 instead of 3. Can we do 2-on-2 instead of 3-on-3?
He just run a debate, a stage of 6 people. That's why I said 3-on-3. Like our official stages, we generally run 6 people, and then we have the audience.
Yeah, just looking at your platform, I'm not impressed with it necessarily.
Well, they just started. Damn it! Can you be any more of a cynical critic, Healy?
Okay. Well, let's give it a chance.
They just started. We can give them suggestions, bro. He might.
They got 14,000 members.
Give him to him. I mean, we've built servers for 6 years. We do have some information to offer.
Okay.
That's why he is the way he is. But listen, give him the advice and let him take it to the owners, and maybe he can move up.
Well, cool. I mean, do you want to be the arbiter here in this thing so we can set up a formal talk with people from that server? Michael, do you want to be the arbiter?
Oh, hell, I don't care if you're going to live stream it. If you want to make it an event, bro, all you got to do is tell me the time, Give me time to get my three.
I think the format would be better with 2-on-2 instead of 3-on-3, but, I mean, since you think that's a bad idea.
I agree with that, but, I mean, we could go 3 people over there and Indio might just wreck them all. Shit, I don't know. Or anyway. Cyrus.
Well, I mean, there are many people on here that we don't need necessarily to choose. I mean, freaking crypto.
Me and Cyrus
crypto. I think crypto in India. That's just like with crypto in India, it's a done deal.
We're the nice guys. Listen, me and Cyrus go in. We're the nice guys. We butter them up, and then we escort the gladiators in and say, "No, man, these guys are cool too."
And then they get roasted. But it's
just
well, I mean, it's just like, are we going to live stream from there? Because if there's a certain way that
you'd have to set that up with the mod, the owner.
Yeah, sure, and that's why I'm asking. I think
if you guys want to do an event here, and they want to mirror it and all that, fuck you.
Yeah, it'd be easier to do it from here, but I can actually
do the live stream.
Yeah, so I'd have to change platforms.
He's got to correlate all that to the other server.
It's not really that hard for me.
The only thing I got to do is get 8 motherfuckers anxious to do it and make sure at least 3 of them are on at any given time. So
all I have to do
I got the easy part.
All I have to do is join the server, contact the admin, and say, "Hey, this is where the audio is coming from," and then. And it's not really that hard for me to change the platform to another server.
The owners of the server over here are Mercy and Anti-Beta. Those are the ones to contact about any of that stuff.
Well, but you came in here asking if you want to bring some people from that server to talk to us about Flat Earth.
Man.
Michael! Please, for a second.
I'm not talking to you, man. You ain't got to yell, bro. I can hear real good. I got a headset on.
Okay, can I talk louder and make it sound softer? Anyway,
no, that didn't work out.
No, I was just saying, and if you want some of the people from that server to actually talk about Flat Earth, it's going to be like 2 or 3 people. And yes, we can set it up. I mean, it's as simple as that. We can set up a time. Let's freaking contact someone here on the server. We can make it happen.
I'm gonna hop in there right now, man. See what they're talking about.
We can host it on your server or our server. From my live stream, I can do it. I can switch it around really quick and make it your live stream or the live stream that's happening now. It's not even really that hard for me to change it around. So
no, I get that. No, I'm saying I've been looking for new debates, new topics, and I wanted I've heard some of your guys' stuff. I've seen a couple of your YouTube videos. I'm genuinely curious about some of the things, but I can't really ask a post-dated video questions.
What do you mean by that? Post-dated video questions?
Like, I mean, I've seen some of the videos that you guys have hosted or somebody from your servers hosted before. And I really liked some of the, like they were going over some of the different examples and they were putting up some scientific.
That's been going on for 6 years now. That's been going on for 6 years.
Like, yeah, well, I'm just saying, like the stuff that I saw, I can't really ask a video questions. So.
Well, I mean, actually, in case you didn't know, you can actually do that because we've given you the link in bedroll. You can post in live stream voice text. If you have questions about why we think or why we know that the Earth is a level stationary plane, you can say, in this video, I have a question about, and then we can discuss it tonight, right now.
Well, no, I get that, but I'm saying what I saw wasn't live stream at the time. It was. I was seeing something that had already been filmed.
What? You mean you're not making any sense, bro?
So the YouTube video I saw with you that was sent to me via a link, you guys had already filmed it. It wasn't a live stream. Like it was, but it wasn't when I watched it.
I've never filmed. What video? You're gonna have to post You're gonna have to post a video before
it was a YouTube live stream with you guys, and I can't remember who it was. It was somebody else. I don't even know if I have it anymore. But I watched it a few days ago, and it's what really got me interested. That's when I first started coming over, and I joined your guys' server. And
this kid's cracking on my daughter. How old are you?
Man, what do you mean? I mean, it's just like all of it's live all the time. So where are you thinking? Oh well, this video, since it was live, but it's not live now, it doesn't really capture what was live then. I mean, what do you mean, bro?
I mean, it was a video that somebody sent me in a link of a video that had already been recorded and done with. Like the discussion was already over.
Then you have the link in bedroll. You can share the video, whatever you're talking about. You can share it now and talk about it. We can play it live. Actually, if you have a question about it, we can play whatever video you're talking about. If you have a question about it, we can go over it. It's a really simple thing. We do this 24 hours a day. It's very simple.
Well, let me see if I can find it on my DMs because it's like an 11-hour video.
Oh well. I mean, if it's one of these videos, the live stream video, it's 11 hours long. But if there's a portion of it that you have a question about,
I can't use half my damn emojis.
You're gonna have to timestamp it, and then you're gonna have to post the timestamp version of it, and then we'll take a look at it and we'll go over it. We can play it with the timestamp and take a look at it, and then we'll go over it. I mean, can you give us a general idea of what you have a problem with about what people were talking about on that portion of the video?
Anyway, I was curious about that portion of the video.
What were they talking about in that portion of the video?
Well, they were talking about the dome that covers the Earth, and like something about like it intersects, I think, somewhere like it meets the Earth at like Antarctica or whatever, but like nobody can go see it. But they were talking about like it's the coldest point of the dome is at the top.
Oh, that's in the Encyclopedia Britannica. The firmament in Antarctica is in the Encyclopedia Britannica. And from 18 something, and it says it's 19 miles up or 1,900 foot. Who remembers?
I remember that statement, but I'd never talk about the dome because there's no evidence for it. Just because there's an Encyclopedia Britannica article about something about, and I think it was like more like 13,000 feet, but I rarely talk about that.
Hey man, you want to test the waters, Mike? Just kind of.
I am right now.
Not like in VC. I'm gonna hop in there and voice kind of see what they're talking about.
Well, I'm curious. I want this guy to tell us what he's.
Somebody's asking about sugar daddy perms. Them perms are up for a monthly fee.
No, sure. Hey,
there you go. I see the sugar daddy perms.
There are thousands
I can't say I'm above it.
There are thousands of flirt.
Join the VC so I can join with you.
And none of us. Some people will claim the dome, and they don't know where it is, but and then there are thousands of others that are flat earthers that don't claim the dome because there's no reason to. I'm on that side. There's no reason to claim a dome.
Well, that's okay. You just asked me what my question was, and that was where my question had come from.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, maybe you heard from someone that is claiming a dome. But there are thousands of flat earthers that don't claim a dome.
Okay. Well, if you want to look in the live stream voice text, there's a couple links that for some videos that are of the Encyclopedia Britannica entries.
My Indian uncle owns Google and Microsoft. That's funny. Oh my God, you mean Indonesian? I mean Ojibwe.
I'm an Indian outlaw, half Cherokee
and Choctaw. My mama, she's a Chippewa. She's the one of a kind.
There you go, bro. What's up? Are we looking at different? We need to get back in our own chat line.
Oh, I'm in a general chat over here.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Because we're live streaming, man. We gotta get our live stream chat.
No one person owns Google. What the hell is this dude talking about?
Oh, dude, this is like the weirdest thing when you go to other people's servers. It's just like they don't have any idea where we're coming from. It's freaking crazy.
Shit, I'm moving up. I'm already at a level.
We're moving on up
to east side, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. Where beans don't burn in the kitchen, grits don't grind on the grill. Took a whole lot of trying just to get up that hill.
Now I'm
climbing up in the big league, getting my turn at life. As long as there's love, you and me, baby, there ain't nothing more we got. Cause we're moving on up to east side.
We finally got a piece of the pie.
that voice chat.
Yeah, I mean, shit, you didn't hop in. They sound pretty chill.
Well, I was like, all right. We just start our own and draw all these chicks in.
Let's go, motherfucker.
What's up? You down? All right.
Down. Which one?
Discussion 2.
Can I actually join there? It looks like you're... Yeah, I'm another voice.
Who killed the speech?
What was that?
Who killed the chat?
Who filled the chat?
No, who killed it?
Oh, I don't know. I guess the ones that were talking left. I don't know. I picked a bad time to come in. It looks like did Weasley or Wesley or whatever his name was. Did he ever come back in?
I don't know who that is.
What's that?
Are they sitting in a room by themselves, talking to each other?
I think they are. It's a secret meeting. They're going to take over the server from the inside.
It's too funny. Joshua, did you ever watch that one video of the spheres? If I send you hey Joshua, I need to know that you can hear me before I say this. Joshua.
Yes. Mad.
It's about time, damn it. No, if I send you this video and if I timestamp it, right where they say there's like 7 words, right? And I want to know if you can figure out. I don't know if it's supposed to sound the same or if you can figure out how it's spelled or what, but like in the original language, what those 7 words would be. Would you be able to do that?
If it's language, no.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm not a linguist.
What weren't? Yeah, but I thought you like translated stuff back to the original language, like traced it
I
back.
try to. No, I have to have the actual word and like look at the word and hit the books and look at the studies and look at the breakdown of it. Like just the spoken word, fuck. I'm illiterate as fuck. I don't know how to spell that shit.
Oh hell. Well, maybe I can get the written word. I don't know. That sucks. She kind of busted my bubble.
Sorry.
You grounded church.
But this that became a catch-all.
The table didn't ask for anything. Stand there just found that tape that I thought was weird.
So in this video, it's all about Christmas. This is a Christmas quiz game from Jeopardy Labs, and it's everything about Christmas traditions, Christmas songs, Christmas movies, you name it. So I really hope you guys enjoy it. Ho 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 everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is John Gorham with Education Solutions, and I would like to welcome you guys here. If you're new to the channel, please be sure to hit that subscribe button and also smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm. I really would appreciate it. Let's go ahead and get into the video, and this is actually about a Jeopardy Labs game that you can use on Zoom or any other video conferencing platform. So what you can do here is go and look at the description, and you can find the link to Jeopardy Labs, and you can use this link to share with your students or with your friends and family. And also you can find a link to the Google Slides that are down below. So when you open that up, you can use the slides to show your students or anybody else a little bit of background information about Christmas here. And that will also lead into the game as well. So also, if you want to, you can edit the Jeopardy Labs template here by simply going to the edit button, and you can make it your own. Or of course, you can feel free to use the one that I created, and be sure to share this video as well. Okay, let's get into the video here. This is our Christmas quiz game, our Jeopardy Labs quiz game. We're going to make room 1, team 1, I should say. So team 1 will be team clap. So we'll call you guys team 1, and you guys will be team clap right there. Now team 2, we're going to make you guys right here. Team 2 will be thumbs up, the thumbs. Okay. The way I set this up is I just use 2 teams. So we've already established our 2 teams on Zoom, and we've got the thumbs and the claps. Okay, and we've already decided everyone knows which team they're on, so we can go ahead and start this game. And once we start this up here, we've got our different categories here: history, Christmas characters, Christmas songs, Christmas movies, and then a mystery question. The 100 is a very easy question on down to 500, which is rather difficult. So we've got these easy questions here. So the way you do this is you would ask a student, you would start with, for example, the thumbs. You would start them off, and then they would choose a category and then a point value. So if we have the Christmas songs or Christmas movies, for example, for 100, and that person chooses it, Kevin was left all by himself in this movie. I think everybody knows Home Alone, or most people do know Home Alone. So you can see up here, you can reveal it with the spacebar, or you can simply click on this. So if I click on the spacebar, what is Home Alone? And then you would come down here, and at the very bottom, we've got here with team 1 would receive 100 points. So if you accidentally give that to the wrong team, you can always change that. Okay, and then once you do that, you can either click on the escape button on your keyboard and come back. Oops, there we go. So that should, there we go. So yeah, Christmas movies is now gone. So you
Einstein's field equations cannot solve for more than one mass.
Yes, you can't solve them numerically as an equation, but they...
So you can't solve this little problem that Brian's presented you with Einstein's field equations then? You cannot do it then? That would make you a liar.
You can solve it numerically. You can solve it numerically. Yes, you can't solve them numerically as an equation. You can solve it numerically. Yes, you can't solve them numerically as an equation.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I present Beavis and Butthead.
But that's what gives you, that's what the GPS gives you. It gives you your elevation with respect to this, not the center of the earth, which some people say.
Some people? You mean like you?
Because the definition of elevation on a globe model is the distance from the center of the Earth.
And George.
Elevations are all the same distance from the center of the Earth.
Yes, he then tries to make a point that some people have said that elevation is relative to the center of the Earth.
Yeah, you.
Because the definition of elevation on a globe model is the distance from the center of the Earth.
And George.
Elevations are all the same distance from the center of the Earth.
It's all relative to this geoid, which does include the bulge, and that's what we mean by elevation. It's not relative to the center of the Earth. When we talk about elevation, it's relative to the ellipsoid.
Because the definition of elevation on a globe model is the distance from the center of the Earth.
Elevations are all the same distance from the center of the Earth.
It's all relative to this geoid, which does include the bulge, and that's what we mean by elevation. It's not relative to the center of the Earth. When we talk about elevation, it's relative to the ellipsoid.
Because the definition of elevation on a globe model is the distance from the center of the Earth.
And that's what we mean by elevation. It's not relative to the center of the Earth.
Ariel, look at Henry Tunnel! It's a twister! It's a twister!
Rumpy, poster child of Baltar double-speaking numpties.
No one claims the geometric horizon is where the apparent horizon is. When
Sorry, we've only got one horizon. We don't have two horizons. We don't have an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon. We just have a horizon. It's just not geometric!
Correct.
Cornwall cars. We have
Numpty dipshit.
all cars, please assist. All cars, please assist.
So we don't have a geometric horizon on a globe Earth. Eh, Rumpy? Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJs spinning requests. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. You're too stupid to realize you just torpedoed your entire fairy tale religion.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Elmer Fudd, Mr. Magoo, and Baby Huey are doubled over in the corner on the precipice of a tear-jerking belly laugher coma. Folks, this is tantamount to a Marxist denying that the abolition of private property was ever a tenet of communism, and the Roman Catholic Church saying, "Marry who?" You abject clown of epic proportions. From the U.S. Department of Defense, Horizon. In general, the apparent or visible junction of the Earth and sky, as seen from any specific position, also called the apparent, visible, or local horizon. So what exactly is the apparent local horizon that's visible? From the subject matter experts, National Geographic. The local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the Earth and sky. Oh, by the way, as we just heard, the geometric horizon is apparent!
Mute.
Yeah, well then, welcome to Flat Earth. Your model of a sphere Earth requires a geometric horizon to obscure things in the distance, for boats to go over, and to bend at altitude. If you are now disclaiming that we do not have a geometric horizon, then we don't have Earth curve geometry.
I told you 2.5 years ago how this worked, and you didn't remember.
You've just made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon. So what geometric position, moron? You don't have one!
We do.
Oh, so now we do. Only 30 seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen, he made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon, and now we do.
No, we don't have a geometric horizon.
The fact that this flip-flopping retard rumpus has gone from it being geometric as a necessity, as per your model, to us not having a geometric horizon, and we never have, to now it being geometric again. If you can't recognise his flip-flopping and orthodox, it's because you're as retarded as him.
So we don't have a geometric horizon, then we do, and now we don't have a geometric horizon, right? When are you running for office? of retardia.
It's a function of geometry.
No, it's not, because we don't have a geometric horizon. So the horizon is absolutely not a function of geometry. It's not geometric. We've debunked that with this image called the Black Swan, where we demonstrate that if it was physical and geometric, it would be in an impossible location based on the parameters of your own geometry. So we definitely don't have a geometric horizon.
I didn't say we did.
Are you serious?
We do.
Oh, so now we do.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Only 30 seconds ago, ladies and gentlemen, he made it plain we don't have a geometric horizon, and now we do. We don't. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Do you realize how many times you've destroyed your own argument today?
So what geometric position, moron? You don't have one!
We do.
Oh, so now we do.
Correct, we don't have a geometric horizon.
So what geometric position, moron? You don't have one!
We do.
Oh, so now we do.
Correct, we don't have a geometric horizon.
Oh, yeah.
Mute.
That's another appeal to format fallacy, isn't it now? So I gave him another opportunity to discuss his logical fallacy and his incorrect assertion that the citation says that the horizon's being loomed with respect to the horizon, which makes absolutely no sense. Andrew Young does not say that. He's not stupid like you, man. But you can appeal to format again when I give you an opportunity to speak, that it's the mute button that's the defence to this argument, which it isn't. That's a fallacy.
Mute.
Yes, third time in a row. Appeal to format. Yeah, I'm muting you so you don't get to talk through the devastating argument, as you normally do. We all know that. You claiming appeal to format is just going to appeal to the retards like yourself. You go, yeah, he muted him. Yet you could hear him, audience. Every time you heard him was an opportunity for him to address the fact he claimed looming explains the horizon looming. When Andrew Young, his citation, does not say that. He doesn't say the horizon's moving with respect to the horizon. That's nonsense. Let's see if he appeals to the format again when I give him a chance to address that.
Mute. Andrew.
Yeah. Mute. That's appeal to format fallacy. You're not addressing my argument. You're addressing the fact that when I speak, I don't want you interrupting, so I have to mute you. You don't give me any alternative.
Mute. You see, you've had lots of sentences, Nathan, and I've only had none.
I run the show. Mute. Mute is an appeal to format fallacy. You're never going to address your fallacious use of reasoning when addressing your incorrect citation from Andrew Young.
Though we have Mr. Air is not the atmosphere and the second law doesn't apply to the Earth, 17 March 2020, performing his best impression of George Musser.
You understand they don't exist?
He's trying to... The horizontal ray paradox he's talking about is in fact quite difficult conceptually to cope with. And obviously, you being stupid, obviously will have no chance. So he's trying to simplify it for people like you who don't understand how light rays work. The point is, ray tracing is used all the time in games and in simulations, and it works. The fact that he uses the word ray is different from the situation that Andrew Young is talking about.
We don't live in a fucking game.
Too stupid to understand the difference.
We don't live in a game.
It's the only way to replicate realistic visuals.
Sorry, I just want to Rumpus. Do you understand that they're not real? Rays.
Well, they can be treated as real. You don't understand, Nathan. You have no understanding of physics or science. You're not qualified to even ask me that question.
Newton had various ideas on this, but generally it's thought that Newton did not take his own law that literally, that there is a force reaching from one object out to another. However, you can act as if there were one.
What do you think? So you're denying that there are... So when you talk about a ray of light, laser light then, Nathan, are you denying they exist?
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
So Nathan, do you think laser beams are real or not?
However, you can act as if there were one.
Fucking peg in a face.
The second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth.
while we have you on record saying that. It's just
where have you got on record saying that entropy doesn't apply to the Earth? I'd never say such a thing. The second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth.
You are so dumb. Damn.
We know the world is rotating, and we know the atmosphere is not rotating very much with respect to the Earth. Therefore, the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. It's very simple.
What the hell did you just say?
We know the world is rotating, and we know the atmosphere is not rotating very much with respect to the Earth. Therefore, the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. It's very simple.
You serious?
Let me get this straight. My tire is rotating, but my bumper, with respect to the tire, isn't rotating very much. Therefore, my bumper is rotating with the tire. Hey? Is that what you're going for here? Mr. Magoo, Baby Huey, and Elmer Fudd are doubled over in the corner, dying from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. This gets exponential magnitudes worse for these abject morons. You see, folks, I was listening to the Jose J.G. Retard show live and heard Rumpy the Numpty say that cockamamie horsepucky. So I quickly wrote it up and sent it to Jose J.G. Retard within about 45 seconds while they were still live. Jose Retard then reads it back to Rumpy as if I made the comment and ask Rumpy what he thinks. Priceless.
This is from John Stonja, a.k.a. Quantum Eraser. And I quote, "The Rumpus, we know the world is rotating and we know the atmosphere is non-rotating very much with the respect to the Earth. Therefore, the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. It's very simple." You agree with that comment, or what do you think about it?
I sure hope he agrees. He stated it word for word less than 2 minutes ago.
We know the world is rotating, and we know the atmosphere is not rotating very much with respect to the Earth. Therefore, the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. It's very simple. Sorry, I got distracted by another comment. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Quantum Eraser says, we know the world is rotating, and we know that the atmosphere is non-rotating very much with the respect to the Earth. Therefore, the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. It's very simple.
But it's contradicting.
But it's a contradiction. It's a contradiction. Yeah, that's right. Alert! Newsflash! You said it, Rumpus! You dumbass cracker! My word.
We know the world is rotating, and we know the atmosphere is not rotating very much with respect to the Earth. Therefore, the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. It's very simple.
Go on, all cars. Go on, all cars. We have
Numpty dipshit.
all cars. Please assist. All cars. Please assist.
Listen, here's some advice. You need to return to your true vocation, picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised.
You are so dumb. Damn.
I'm the person telling you how reality is, and I'm always right. Entropy is not entropy just simply tells you how disordered something is.
Fatality.
No, it doesn't. You treat objects like women. From the legend, Professor Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu. This view was broached partially in a previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy. Footnotes 1 and 2. Again from Professor Lambert, entropy is not disorder, not a measure of disorder, not a driving force. From Chem Libre text, there is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy change as involving order and disorder. Stating entropy talks about disorder is akin to Max Planck describing the ultraviolet catastrophe as stop, drop, and roll.
The second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth.
The horizon is not horizontal. The horizon has not nothing to do with horizontal.
Are you serious? Math, openreference.com. In geometry, a horizontal line is one which runs from left to right across the page. It comes from the word horizon, in the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon. The horizon is horizontal.
You are so dumb. Damn.
I'm always right. To prove something, you have to be able to logically do that by deductive reasoning.
Rumpus, you want to start over?
Listen,
You wanna
let me
start
finish.
over?
Let me finish. You cannot use deductive reasoning with science. It's all inductive.
Fatality.
Induction has nothing whatsoever to do with natural science, you delusional putz. From the King of Cheese, philosopher of science Karl Popper, 1963, Conjectures and Refutations, via wiki. As mentioned in the section The Problem of Induction, Popper's response to the problem of induction is simply that induction is actually never used in science. Uh-oh! Back to Karl Popper, Conjectures and Refutations via wiki. Karl Popper, a philosopher of science, sought to solve the problem of induction. He argued that science does not use induction, and induction is in fact a myth.
Uh-oh! I'm always right.
You dumbass.
You cannot use deductive reasoning with science. It's all inductive.
Get lost, dummy.
Which means that invisible green pixies could be responsible for all the phenomena we put down in science. Invisible green pixies.
The second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth.
Visible green pixies.
The second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth.
Invisible green pixies.
The second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth.
Invisible green pixies.
That's all, folks.
think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
Clown Show, Co-Show, March 2021.
Faith is a more general term that I would probably say. There's science and then faith, just having faith in something. Because faith doesn't require any evidence at all.
Wrong. So we have Clown Show, Co-Show, juxtaposing science, which he has no clue of. See previous Numpty clips. And further on in this presentation, he's juxtaposing science and faith, saying science has evidence whereas faith does not. They're two polar opposites. That's interesting. Let's see what Max Planck has to say about this. We got Max Planck here, Nobel Prize in Physics. Where is Science Going? Dated 1932, page 214. Max Planck says, anybody who has been seriously engaged in scientific work of any kind realizes that over the entrance to the gates of the Temple of Science are written the words, ye must have faith. It is a quality which the scientist cannot dispense with. So, either Clown Show Co-Show is right and Max Planck is wrong, and or Clown Show Co-Show is equivocating fallacy with the word faith. Guess where my bet's going? All in.
But that's my point. Is it science is not limited to cause and effect relationships.
Notice this crayon muncher couched this with science, right? Not natural science, he said just science. So what he's doing is equivocating fallacy again. From one of your chief pseudoscience priests, we'll just lead it out here, Nature.com, California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in The Edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They are the whole point. So, that begs the question, what's a scientific hypothesis? And Clown Show Kosho, it better have nothing to do with cause and effect, or you're toast. From Lowell C., Becoming a Successful Scientist, Cambridge University Press, a scientific hypothesis is based on cause and effect reasoning. There you go.
Fatality.
Down the tubes. A scientific hypothesis does not merely state X and Y may be related, but explains why they are related. Let's pile on. From Drexel University, the scientific method is hypothesis-driven. One makes an educated guess to explain a cause and effect relationship. From Anne-Marie Helmstein, Ph.D. Biomedical Sciences, a hypothesis is an educated guess based on observation. It's a prediction of cause and effect. From the Institute of Physics, when planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment need to be kept constant during the investigation. The variables, independent, dependent, and controlled. From the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, in an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher, and the dependent variable is the response that is measured. An independent variable is the presumed cause, whereas the dependent variable is the presumed effect. The IV is the antecedent, whereas the DV is the consequent. From his alma mater wiki, an experiment is a procedure carried out to support, refute, or validate a hypothesis. Experiments provide insight into cause and effect by demonstrating what outcome occurs when a particular factor is manipulated. From Sciencing.com, independent variable. The variable that the scientist changes during the experiment is the independent variable. Think of the experiment as a cause and effect exercise. The independent variable is the cause factor. So if the whole point of the scientific method is hypothesis, and it is, and hypotheses are exclusively based on cause and effect reasoning, they are, then natural science is solely based on cause and effect. And Clown Show Kosho is a pretender clown numpty dipshit.
You dumbass.
Yeah, but not all science requires experiments.
Are you high right now?
Natural science most certainly requires experiment. You equivocating egghead. From Professor Wolf's University of Rochester Physics Labs, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation. You're done.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
D-U-N. Clown. Let's pile on. From Lures, e.g., Introduction to Theory and Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics, the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. From the Chair of Physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, the only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. From Richard Feynman, if it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
And finally, your buddy, Max Planck. Experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry, imagination. Apparently, these scientists just stomped the mud hole in your dumbass, Clown Show Kosho.
Like most wildlife biology doesn't require you can't even really do experiments. Same thing with astronomy. A lot of times it's just observations.
Well then, since wildlife biology and astronomy don't conduct experiments, and as we just went over, natural science requires experiment, therefore wildlife biology and astronomy aren't natural sciences. Thanks. By the way, if those quote-unquote disciplines, wildlife biology and astronomy, masquerade as natural sciences, then they are pseudosciences by definition. Pseudoscience, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. Done.
An infinite amount of ways to do science.
No flailing, generalized, baseless, bare, useless, drivel, assertion fallacy there. Infinite amount of ways, eh? Well, as we've all heard today, Professor Sean Carroll, Caltech, Chair of Physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, Richard Feynman, and Max Planck essentially say, you're full of pretender clown dipshittery, Clown Show Kosho.
The reason why you can infer that there's a force acting on it is even though you're measuring its acceleration, you're not measuring any actual acceleration.
And so what Landry's going to do now is ask him about that equation. And you'll notice Craig gets extremely nervous because he doesn't know. He doesn't know the answer. So what does he start doing? He starts laughing, and then you'll see him actually have to type. This is how obvious this is. He's laughing. He's trying to. I know. Well, I'm laughing at you because I can't believe you don't know this. I can't believe you don't know it. But he doesn't know it. So what does he do? Secretly tries to type on the keyboard and say, he searches the answer, and then he claims when he asks him, what are you typing there? He says, I'm typing in the chat. But he doesn't realize that the chat replay's on over here. And he doesn't type anything in the chat.
Houston, we have a problem.
Well, I was in my presentation, which I'll show here shortly, hasn't killed anybody. So just want to let you know that. Unfortunately, somebody sent me a Fight the Flat Earth or Fight the Fat Shirt, whatever.
Oh, God.
Video. And I just have a couple points in there to, show what liars are like. But one of the things he says, the vaccine hasn't killed anyone.
Oh,
so
brother.
Wow, Fight the Tight Shirt, man. That is a good authority to look to, Jeff.
That's where I go for all my truths.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's jump into that. Let's go ahead and transition over to that then.
Okay.
I'll let you take it away.
Okay, so it started with this here. Obviously he's talking about Austin here. It's just hilarious to see this guy standing in front of a globe like this. This is why I'm not subscribed to him and don't watch him. So nobody else that's out there, don't send me any videos of his. All right, so here's now. Can you hear it?
You brought Nazis over here.
Yep, we got it now.
So Austin's talking about Operation Paperclip. He's giving you truth. Now let's watch.
On Operation Paperclip, do you guys think that Nazis would ever lie?
So what is? I don't get it. What is the head?
The face palm. They're trying to do Picard's face palm. Like, right, here we go. Yeah.
Because he said that Nazis came over and started NASA. That's happened. So
it's a fact. Yes.
Yeah.
Did you guys know it's declassified? Operation Paperclip. We brought Nazis over here. So.
Hello, sir. How are you?
What's up, man?
How you doing now?
I'm doing good.
It's one of nature's most beautiful sights. Law enforcement officers making an idiot shit their pants. Brings a tear to my eye.
I mean,
so it's coming back.
Pathetic. I mean, this guy's cheering on cops who are stopping free speech. It's kind of people we have to deal with. So going back, this is a video that has Landry Chamberlain with Fight the Fat Shirt. And I just got a couple different points here, different, let me fill my time slots here. All he ever does is just say things that are just so far from being true that it's embarrassing that anybody would actually listen to him. And I guess all his people, they must just not care about how many things he says that he gets wrong. Yeru will love this one. Let's listen to what he says about, this is supposed to be a debate where they're asking each other questions or something. And Landry's going to ask him about whose idea was the Big Bang? Who came up with it?
All that, and I get that that's not very much of a question. So you know what? I'm just going to go up to the next one. Do you know who came up with the Big Bang Theory?
So listen to what his answer is.
I know.
There's kind of
listen to this here.
Okay.
Lots of aspects to it.
You get to do that. Answer the question. If you know everything, answer the question.
Off the top of my head, I can't think of the specific scientist that came up with it. No.
Do you know he was not a scientist
or a physicist or whatever?
No,
you're going to say he's
now. Listen to what he says. He says you're going to say
some kind of Jesuit Catholic or something, which isn't. Do you have any evidence of that?
You just said like you just.
He says you're going to say it's some sort of Jesuit or priest or something or Catholic or something, but do you have any evidence of that? Because it's just not true. It's just not true. And then just goes over it.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Is that
I've heard that plenty of times. All right, let's quickly have a look at this because it's on the top of my tongue.
So it's on the top of his tongue, right? He can't quite get the name right. He's thinking of it. It's on the top of his tongue. Here he reads it and realizes it's probably the first time he's ever seen it. None of these guys have ever looked into the origins of the Big Bang. And then he tries to pronounce it, but he's like going, oh. So he says, yeah, it's right here. It's George Lim. Watch.
Who came up with the Big Bang Theory?
It's on the tip of your tongue. Here.
So, okay, you get to use Google for your answer. Okay, cool.
Well, you can use it as well. I mean, off the top of my head, I don't know. If you want a point for that's fine. But let's have a look.
Oh, yeah, it's Georgia Lemon.
I want negative points if I can.
Georgie's Lemaitre. According to the Big Bang Theory, expansion of observable universe.
Oh yeah, I knew that one. It's Georgia Lemon.
Dude, he said he didn't know, and then he said he knew he was wrong about it. Then he had to Google it, and it's the guy he said it is saying it is.
Oh, that guy. Oh, yeah. And then he goes, yeah, well, he was a physicist, and
With the explosion of a single particle at a definite point in time. I probably can't pronounce this right. Georges Lemaitre, 1894 to 1966.
How to pronounce his name. Every single one.
Anyway. Belgian cosmologist, also a Catholic priest, but and father of the Big Bang. Yeah, so no, he wasn't like. He was a cosmologist. So
he was a cosmologist, though. He was a priest and stuff. But okay, so here's another one going a little further.
Wow.
This is him talking about that there's a starman in space. He always says these things. I'm just imagining his audience because I don't watch any of his stuff. But if this is what all of his shows are like, he just makes things up. Here he says that they've tracked starman in space. Again, what do they mean? That you mean that calculations, or you mean you pulled out a telescope and saw the car in space? Give me a break.
I'm talking about the astronomy guy, both of them. Like you can't read that.
But there's actually the Astronomy Live one. There's actually a follow-up video going through the individual data points. So right. So
right now, pull it up and see if you can read it.
So he's like, Tone, pull up the data. Show us now. Show us all the stuff you're claiming you have.
I don't want to right now. It's irrelevant to the point. The data exists, and you can get the data. And there is a follow-up video going through the data point by point, as I explained.
What a loser!
So, yes, we have
a freaking loser.
They have tracked starman in space. That's good.
Okay.
Right. So
let's move on to the next one. This one here is hilarious. He's got again all these. He's always got all these demonstrations. He says millions of people have tested the shape of the Earth and the curvature, and then whenever asked for any of that evidence, he says, "Well, I don't have that."
And so the world so can like finally actually see what you're talking about instead of you just talking.
I've got plenty of demonstrations of what I'm talking about. It's fine.
So
anyway, next question, right? If the Earth is flat and stationary,
where are the demonstrations?
I've shown them plenty of time. The gentleman physicist. It doesn't have to be me demonstrating it because that's not how science works.
I want it to be you.
Well, I don't care what you want it to be. It doesn't have to be me. I have demonstrations of what I'm talking about.
Now it gets even better. Here's going to be some statements that, as a flat earther, remember what kind of person would ever say things like this guy's about to say that are just disgusting. I mean, look what he says here.
Please explain all of the images and videos from space without just instantly claiming they're all fake.
So that's a hilarious question. Imagine somebody asks you that. Please, Jaron, explain all the images of space without saying that they're fake. Okay, well, they're supposed images, but they're not real. I mean, what is he talking about? What kind of question is that to ask a flat earther?
The answer's in the name. They're images. They're not photographs.
Explain the images, but you can't say they're fake. Oh, really?
Well, why would I do that when you know, like in your heart, that they're not real images? They're
I do not think that they are not real images. They absolutely are real images. You are claiming that they are fake.
Which ones are real?
Which ones are real?
All of them.
All of them. All of them are real. All of them are real. Okay.
Yes, it's a real image. It's still a real image.
It's still a real image. Well, it's true.
It wasn't copy and pasted.
Photoshop didn't exist back then.
It wasn't copy and pasted. Let me.
Just annoying as could be. This one here, he talks about. Now, this is where it gets into EchoStar, which I've never heard before. We're going to look at the video that he's talking about.
Wait, Jaron. Before you do that, take your hand and hold it up in front of your face. Okay.
Okay.
You see it?
Yeah.
No, you don't. That's the refracted image.
Yeah, as McToon says, you can never actually see anything.
Right. Yes, and everything is we don't actually see. It's good. It makes sense.
It's not even moving. The clouds aren't moving. Nothing's moving.
Yes, it is moving. I've shown that it's moving, that the clouds are in different places during the beginning and the end.
There we
Worked on the EchoStar and everything. Live 24-hour stream of the Earth rotating.
Live 24-hour stream of the Earth rotating is what he just claimed that we have for something I've never heard of, EchoStar 11.
Space. How come we've had
really? They have that? No, they don't. They have pictures.
Yes, they do. EchoStar 11. It was doing it for years, and
that's not a video.
Hold on. It's not a EchoStar. Wait, EchoStar 11 was a live stream video for 24 hours a day, direct to the Dish network.
You showed me that, and it's not. It's not even moving. The clouds aren't moving. Nothing's moving.
Yes, it is moving. I've shown that it's moving, that the clouds are in different places during the beginning and the end.
How fast is the Earth rotating?
15 degrees per hour.
Degrees per hour?
Yes, that's how you measure rotation.
Okay, so he just told us that there's because I'm going to show you this thing, a 24-hour stream for years on to Dish Network. If anybody's got any evidence of this, please, I want to see it because I can only find, first of all, Jared White claiming that this is something that happened. So this is supposedly EchoStar 11. Now, this is not many years. This is going to be one little segment here. But there's several things wrong with this that I think are hilarious. So this is supposedly the live stream. Yes.
Yeah, live my ass.
Yeah, live stream from space. Here it is. And I guess people who lived on...
it's even showing you by the timestamps that it's every, hour or so?
Well, I think Jared White's trying to show something about the clouds moving. So he zooms in. And the reason that he zooms in here is because he doesn't want you to see something that I found when you actually find some of these images, which is occasionally the moon will go by. And I'm not sure if we need to do some math on this. Wait till you see what the moon is. Let me get past this a little bit. It's just terrible. I mean, if these are supposed to be like little broken pixels, not supposed to be stars, I don't think. This thing comes along. Let me see if we can see where the moon is here. Where is that little moon? Oh, here it comes. Okay, so imagine we're on the side of kind of where the sun would be, or because the Earth is supposed to be spinning, even though you can't really see that. Watch down here at the bottom, and you're going to see the moon come by. And they say this is from 22,000. I'm just confused by where is this satellite? I thought that the EchoStar 11 would have been where's it coming here? little further. Where's the moon start coming by? Right here it comes, right about. Okay, there, it's going to enter it. I'll move fast forward to here. Okay, so now watch down here in the corner, and the moon's going to come by. And I'm like, wait a second, where is this supposedly taken from that would, hopefully you guys can see the whole screen.
So the outside of the moon, or show the moon from the outside? Well, tells you it's got to be further than 250,000 miles away.
Yeah, but there's no satellites that far away that are providing. Look at, there goes the moon.
Oh, are they going to say that's on the opposite side, or?
Doesn't matter. It can't be on the opposite side, or it's going the wrong way.
Oh, you're right.
But there is no even change in the clouds. I mean,
well, that's what the other guy was showing, that there is a change in the clouds. But who cares? That's easy to do. It's not even.
No, no. And I can show you, and I can show you even how NASA provide those maps from the weathercast. But the thing is that in 24 hours. You must have at least a complete change in the cloud. It's not going to change just from one position to the other with a little warp in terms of the morphology. You're going to have a complete live change in terms of the cloud. You're going to break and, start forming a new one. We don't never see in this type of images the fact that I show before with the satellite balloons. The thing is, there's no appear of new clouds. And that it's something that happened in real life. You're going to see a spot in the sky, which is clear, and then start forming a new cloud. You know what I'm trying to say? This is just the same map, which is just, changing a little bit and then maybe warp a little bit, but it's not going to, this is not live from the sky,
It's ridiculous. So I'm going to look up this Dish Network's EchoStar, because here's what the guy says who made this video, that it's channel 212 provides a view of the Earth from 22,000 miles away. Okay, so from 22,000 miles away, how do you see the moon? Number one, if it's on the other side of the Earth, then you can see that this right here is California. So the globe is up and down, which means that the moon must go around this way, meaning our right behind the Earth and then in front of the Earth in front of us, not the other way around.
The wrong way.
The moon is not
brilliant.
Here it comes again. And what else could it be? Let's just watch and tell me what else that is that could possibly whiz by the bottom of the screen right now. What is that? Clearly that's supposed to be the moon. It's even got a little, crescent, and then it goes. And so I have more of this too. But isn't the moon also on only a 5-degree incline? I don't think it can move 5 degrees off of the equatorial. So, I mean, how would it be below the Earth?
Yeah, that's what it is. 5 degrees off the ecliptic, right?
So it can't be below the Earth. It would maintain like this, maybe like a little up and down. Anyway, so we move on from that, and the guys I'm just laughing at this. And I want to look into it further, because if Dish Network claimed to have this, where's the footage? I kept looking last night. You couldn't find anything. Was it this one? No, that was something else. You couldn't find anything. I kept searching. Here you go, EchoStar 11. And you just don't find anything. You find, this is the solar
I looked
one.
for months or weeks several years ago when I first heard about that, Jaron. You won't find it. It's not out there.
I mean, that even there is not the path that a eclipse would take, where it's like going straight and then it just takes a dive down here. To me, that's hilarious. So, and again, you would have to, where'd the moon go on that one? Let me go back here and see if there's more. So you can go on and find the EchoStar. That's the one that we saw already.
Wait, the only thing I see is 22,000 miles. Yeah. I just see a claimed distance. It's like on Britannica. You can't even find. I don't see any credible source, but it says it's at 22,000 miles.
Right. Well, 22,800 miles is the Lagrange point, first Lagrange point away from the Earth, and that's where all the geosynchronous satellites are. Or geostationary. I always get those backwards. Sorry. Yeah.
So it's weird that there's this supposed, Dish Network 24-hour stream of the Earth that we can't find more than one video. And he kept saying 24-hour. Well, if it's 24 hours, then I want to see the dark, because it's not going to be light on the Earth in the same spot all the time. So, for instance, if any of these are 24 hours, we would have to watch a bunch of darkness, which we don't ever see. I haven't seen any videos showing any darkness. So, this one again.
You're looking on the wrong channel. You should be watching the ISS feed.
Yeah. That's the other thing, is the details. It's just all these things that he keeps saying. First of all, Landry shows him 2 pictures of the Earth that are vastly different, and he says, well, that's because some cameras take infrared and some cameras don't, which the changes in the color of the Earth are not infrared We know what infrared looks like. That's not an infrared view versus non. He does get asked about Simon Dan and the tattoos on his arm, which I thought was a funny thing to bring up. But then this guy says he doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. In fact, he's going to get him too.
Yeah, dude, everyone does. He's got man's name tattooed on his arm. Like, come on, man.
So what? So what? He's got some famous scientist tattooed on his arm. I've got a man's name tattooed on my arm. I've got a boy's name tattooed on my arm. Am I gay?
Who's boy?
Yeah.
My son.
No, of course not, dude. It's a whole different story. But
And I would very much like to get like Newton and Einstein and stuff tattooed on me because I.
Oh,
bro, this is awesome.
Wow.
Very much like to get Newton and Einstein's names tattooed on me. Wow, impressive. I've been laughing at that one. So, literally look down at, 48. There's plenty of it. He doesn't have any videos of it. He doesn't have any. They don't always change the camera either on the ISS. He says that it's a 24-hour feed. The more that these guys talk, the more they reveal they've never even looked into any of this, right? Because that's a huge thing. So when we go on, I make a video saying there's no 24-hour feed. They watch me and say, liar, liar, and that's it. They don't actually go look and say, what is Jaron getting at? What does he mean by they have to change cameras every 40 minutes? What does he mean when he tried to bet? John, remember we did that video where you and I popped on and I was going to bet somebody $1,000? We did a video, $1,000 bet for somebody who wants to challenge me that there won't be an hour of time that goes by with the ISS room. And nobody would come on and bet him.
There is no reason why things would disappear bottom up, and we need to address this fact. Why do things disappear from the bottom when they're going over a curve? That's not how perspective works.
Oh my God.
How perspective works. Just saying the word perspective does not answer the question.
I'm not saying the word perspective. When we can see
Complete idiot.
Zoom in.
We can't see too far, ever.
The curve of the calculator. Because they're bottom up, that means we can't see too far? That's not true. We
can't see too far. We can never see too far.
What an idiot. Wow.
Never, bro.
Never see too far. We always see perfect with the globe, and that's all except. It's so funny. And then where he really exposed himself as being a liar, and this is where people like this, why would anybody ever pay this guy a moment of attention?
When I was asking multiple questions when it was my turn,
why do you deny it?
Hold on, wait, my question.
It's the same point. It's the same point.
Doesn't matter, dude. You can't be this controlling, and it's just going so slow.
I did.
Sorry, it's over here. I got it. 105. And this part is when you're like, all right, this guy. What? And I told Landry, don't ever give this guy another second. I told Dave Weiss, same thing. Do not.
Alpha is the angular size of the object you are looking at. Alpha equals 2 times the arctan of g over 2r. G is the actual size of the object, and r.
Remember, he just rattled off some equation, right? And so what Landry's going to do now is ask him about that equation. And you'll notice Craig gets extremely nervous because he doesn't know. He doesn't know the answer. So what does he start doing? He starts laughing, and then you'll see him actually have to type. This is how obvious this is. He's laughing. He's trying to. I know. Well, I'm laughing at you because I can't believe you don't know this. I can't believe you don't know it. But he doesn't know it. So what does he do? Secretly tries to type on the keyboard and say, he searches the answer, and then he claims when he asks him, "What are you typing there?" He says, "I'm typing in the chat," but he doesn't realize that the chat replay's on over here. And he doesn't type anything in the chat. It's great.
Distance to the object. You can use that formula to calculate how big something should appear based on how far away it is. Alpha equals 2 times the arctan of g over 2r.
The arctan?
Yes.
Arctangent.
What is that?
Yeah, watch me.
You know.
I know.
No, what is tangent?
SOHCAHTOA? Wait.
What is tangent? No, explain to me. Come on, what is that?
Do you know what SOHCAHTOA, like trigonometry and stuff?
That's not an answer. Trigonometry and stuff is not an answer. What is it? You're using it for measurement, so what is it?
Type. What is arctan?
Tan is the opposite of the tan.
Look at the clown.
Yeah. What is the tangent?
What a...
He isn't even type
it's terrible.
Terrible.
This is really embarrassing, dude. I'm sorry you had to get that question.
Good job, Landry.
Do you really not know what like SOHCAHTOA is? Tangents,
Are you really like this panicking that you have no idea how to answer your own formula? This is really awkward. Yikes.
Now watch him.
Tangent, like hypotenuse over the length. It's
not an answer,
tangent.
dude. That's not an answer. You're laughing.
I just
and you're
told
not
you.
Like, I can't hear you clearly. Did you take about 50 seconds to say it? What did you say? You're just laughing like it's an answer.
I'm struggling to. Do I really have to teach you like Sokotoa?
Yes, you do. Nobody knows.
I really have to teach you by looking it up.
That is.
Pretty normal.
Touch the nose.
I see you looking at your screen over there, dude. What are you
Nice
looking at?
bust,
I'm
man.
looking at the chat. I'm quite enjoying this.
Good. I'm glad you didn't get to answer the question. I'm glad that they all like.
What are you typing?
They all let you.
in the chat. You must be
agree with that
show.
one. And I bet you they'll still pay money to insult me. It's fine. If you've gone almost a minute and a half without answering the question.
Hypotenuse over length. I told you.
What is it?
So now he looked it up and found the answer, and he's just like,
Oh my gosh.
hypotenuse over length, like I told you the whole time. Sokotoa. I mean, come on, sine, cosine, tangent. It's easy. Opposite over. Yeah, you just looked it up because you guys are clueless. You just repeat out of books, and it doesn't do you very well.
That formula is not correct because he didn't mention a Jesuit factor. A Jesuit factor, man.
He's a cosmologist. Okay, that's what it was. One more thing here, because anybody who believes that evolution's got some issues with it, Craig doesn't, and he knows exactly how, life didn't come from non-life. That's the weird thing. Let's
see my question now. How did life evolve from non-living matter? No, you're bouncing around too. How did life evolve from non-living matter?
It didn't.
Okay, it didn't. How did life evolve from non-living matter? It didn't. Okay.
Oh, okay. So when there was no thing,
That's not how evolution works.
So there was always life when the Big Bang happened. There was always life.
No, but non-living matter isn't really a correct term.
Okay, so you're gonna pick apart the sentence so it fits your answer. Okay, that's cute.
No, not at all.
You know what? No,
Landry, let me respond. Let me respond.
Please.
You strawmanning what evolution isn't evidence of anything. Yeah.
Wow.
How do you think life first came about? By a certain protein chain combining with something.
That's it. That's the answer.
Wow.
Combining with something. All right, let's get to the vaccine part. Just because it's funny. The other thing I didn't know about, but I found out that I guess this guy wrote in his Twitter or something, I don't know, that he's a disabled war veteran. I didn't know that. But I guess it's found out that it was never in any war. And he claims that the reason he did that is because he was high on drugs and that he accidentally typed in war. Because I can see that happening. If you're a veteran, you just accidentally type war in. I'm sure it happens to everybody.
Yeah.
PhD Tony's in the chat. He can come on and
bring him on.
ask me some questions.
Let's bring him on and then let's bring the audience on because, like I said, I don't have enough time. I don't do this for a living because I'm not a fake disabled war veteran. So let's do it.
I'm not a war veteran. I'm just a veteran, and I'm not fake.
You want to? How about that, dude? Let's do that. Let's go to Craig McShill's old Twitter where he says he's a disabled war vet.
Yeah. The word war slipped out because I was very high on opioids and stressful
I think
life.
you're always high on opioids.
No, I came off of those after nearly 13 years of being extremely addicted to them. But there was a very large period.
Imagine if one of us accidentally did that. Can you imagine if one of us accidentally put war in our name and just say, "Oh, I'm a disabled war veteran," and they found out that we weren't in any war? Do you think it would be okay for us just to be I was just high on drugs?
You wouldn't make a mistake about being in war.
By McShill, right?
Oh man! And then then he makes this final statement before we get to the vaccine part that's just hilarious to hear.
Good. I'm ready for them because I got some good stuff.
So
how does it feel like knowing that you can't actually choose what you want to believe? Whenever the vaccines come out,
I don't believe anything. I
doesn't believe anything.
I make my own choices.
You know it, right? You know it all.
No, I don't know. I don't have beliefs. I base my position.
He doesn't have beliefs. Folks, if you've gotten this far out, if you've just lost your mind to this point that you don't think you have any beliefs, you can't. It's just too far gone for me. These people will have it out for you. Because why? It's because they believe in the religion of scientism. Period.
Oh wait, this is a great. I was talking about this the other day, right? So what they've done with censorship of flat Earth and creating this little side pocket of the stupid people that pretend they're smart because they just want to make money off being anti-flat Earth, but they're dumb. You have the people like this that it attracts, right? And it gives them this ability to be somewhat vocal, where in the real world, right, if we weren't censored, we'd have hundreds of thousands of views and they'd be drowned out. They would have no actual representation. They have a disproportionate representation because of the censorship and then the propped up algorithms. So this gives these people an illusion of importance. These are the most degenerate people in the world, but they believe this echo chamber makes them smart and that they have some validity. That's what you're witnessing, right? It's like, of course you're going to have that in the chat. That's their only place to go.
Right. And
That actually makes sense, Austin.
Yeah, it's what they all do, and it's easy to attract people. And again, like they said, we get suppressed and they get built up, and they can add things like Simon Dan sells something at the beginning of all his shows, right? And here's my coffee, here's this, get this today, use my coupon code. Nobody's gonna ever give us any kind of deal like that. So this is the rules of the game, and we know that from TV, and we know that from the media, that as long as you play by the rules, then you can get away with anything you want. You can just get up there and just say whatever you want. I'm sure they don't get any strikes. I'm sure they don't get community guideline strikes and demonetized for. And they're yelling at this guy. I'm sure this video is monetized. So again, for somebody to just say to his audience that there's a Himawari satellite that gives us pictures every 10 seconds, just imagine that if you're just some dumb kid who's probably 15 years old, maybe 16, 17, you're watching this guy that you think's making fun of flat earthers or whatever, you're going to accept all those things as true. You're going to accept that there's a satellite that shows the Earth for every 10 seconds.
Right. Well, they
Is it so quiet in here? Is everyone asleep?
I'm not asleep. Hang on. Octane Weasel, huh?
The one. Yep, the one and only.
The one and only, yeah. I figured. Never heard that name before. It's unique. Very cool. Very cool.
Thank you.
My friend, what? So what brings you to the server?
I've been in this server for a while now. I'm just bored. That's all. And I just wanted to see if anyone was even alive in here. I saw everyone was muted. I was just
Yeah. Yeah, most people are asleep. Kind of a rough night. So
I guess to be fair, I guess it is Thursday. People work and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't sleep, so I'm here.
I'm fine with you there. I don't know why. This past week I've been going to bed like at 4 or 5 in the morning. I don't know why. My body just refuses to let me sleep right now.
Yeah. I feel you. So, it's a globe, huh?
I think I gifted this. Yeah. Sorry, playing a game.
It is. It is a globe, huh? And what, why? Why do you think that?
Just, I guess, I mean, pictures, videos, multiple space agencies generally saying the same thing.
And that's good enough for you?
Yeah. It's really as simple as that. It really doesn't go really deeper than that. I mean, and that goes to like a lot of different fields too, especially like in a lot of different sciences and stuff. I mean, I just don't have the time to research every topic.
Sure.
A lot of that science shit is boring. Let's be real.
Yeah, when I was in school, I didn't want to learn about it, but now I can't get enough.
Yeah, there's some topics that I guess I like learning about, but there's like some of them that I just don't have any interest. Just
So what brought you initially to the server?
I want to say when I first joined, I think I was just like really curious and I kind of wanted to troll because it seemed like a ridiculous server back then. I think that was why I joined. I don't really remember. It was so long ago.
How long ago?
Late 2016. When
Holy shit!
When it was called like a ODD server, and ODD was the admin. Yeah.
Wow. So you've been around.
Yeah, and then I was there for the Flat Earth. I guess you could call it Civil War. That was pretty interesting to witness.
And you're still a Glober, huh?
Yep.
I feel like,
like
since 2016, you've probably heard all the arguments, right?
I probably have heard of most of them. Yeah, I mean, the reason why I stick around here because I just like hearing what you guys say, and sometimes I like debating. You know, just kind of for the fun of it, and I think it's just fun to do. But I think I heard most of the arguments so far. I don't know if there's been any new ones because I recently took a break from the server. I think the last big one was the Black Swan. I don't know if anything else has happened since then, or if the Black Swan is still generally the one that's used.
We got a few things. Black Swan's still used, but we got a few new things. You know about sextants?
Something uses for ships and use triangles and stuff.
Yeah, navigation, geometry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I could go into it, but
or if you just want to give me like a rundown of it, I mean, I guess it doesn't work on the globe, I would assume, in some way.
yeah, you can't get an even 90-degree angle on a globe. Hang on, let me get. Hang on.
It's like a picture. I think I saw it around, but I don't remember it.
It's a couple pictures. Hang on. All right, this is the best one. Using the horizon as a tool to show horizontalness. So you see where it says 90?
Yeah.
So that's a perfect 90-degree angle that can only happen with straight lines, parallel and perpendicular. Can't happen on any other surface. And what you do, though, because this is only triangulation of one star, with the sextant you use 3 stars to get your location. So you see the triangle being made between the star and the horizon and the angle of incidence?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do that 3 times, and then you get, and then in the middle here, hang on. I've got a bunch of these. I just got to organize my damn memes here. Shit. Okay, so this is, yeah. So this, see where it says O, meaning observer?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where, so you do that 3 times with stars in the sky. And sorry, I had to tell my cat no 17 times before he shut up. So yeah, anyway, you can't get a 90-degree angle if it's curved.
I see.
There's more. Here, this one might help a little bit. You gotta click it and read it. It's small, so I guess you gotta blow it up as big as you can. Oh, it's just making a sextant, but that helps you see how it's designed.
Yeah.
It's not really gonna tell you anything. Oh yeah, okay, so here's the absolute simplest way to see it. Right there.
Okay.
It's an exaggeration because the curve wouldn't be that drastic, but even
right,
with
obviously it's just getting the point across.
yeah, but even with any curve, right, we'll have 89.988889 fucking angle. Well, that's not a perfect 90. So that's why it works on water, because water finds a perfectly flat level. Still water is always level, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing. So using curved horizon wouldn't work. Now, if they had built the sextant to work on a curved Earth, that'd be way different. But they did not. And they've been using the sextant since the beginning of navigation. I can't remember. I mean, I wasn't alive back then, you know, but they say it's been used for hundreds of years.
Yeah, and I believe them because I think that's what they mainly use on ships to get around.
Yeah. Yep. So it's just another flat Earth proof, basically. At the very least, it proves that water finds its level. And then if you say, well, how much of the world is water? Around 70%. Huh. How can 70% of it be flat on a spherical Earth?
Yeah, it's a little weird. I'll probably look into it.
Yeah, a little weird, I'd say.
Well, who's that? I heard a new voice. Who joined?
I don't know.
That was me. I'm making sure that my voice is coming through okay, or does it sound...
Yeah, you sound good.
Yeah, sounds normal to me.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to chime in and say, yeah, based on what he's saying, like anything outside of right angle measurements and axioms, that's all in a belief aspect. It's all belief beyond that. But everything in our reality that we do with construction and industries to establish levels and things like that, it's all right angle measurements. None of it's all Euclidean geometry. It's not non-Euclidean. That's the key to sort of keep in mind, man, is what is the difference between what you can establish to know and what you believe. And beyond right angle geometry, it's all a belief system. You know, you've got pictures, you've got videos and such, you've got people telling you things, but none of it's able to be verified by yourself, by your own verification, basically. All verifications verify a stationary plane. That's why it was always referred to as such back in the day with mathematicians and such who were very well knowledged in all of this stuff. And today it's just been changed, but it doesn't make it true just because it's been changed. If you can't verify it for yourself, then it's a belief system, which is fine, but just as long as you keep that in mind.
Yeah, so far we've only got proof of the flat Earth, not the globe supposition. William Shatner and crew.
Oh yeah, that was pretty cool. I don't know if you guys.
No, it's not cool at all. This is fucking ridiculous.
It's not cool that, you know, we could put people on rockets. I think that's kind of cool.
We're not in space, man.
Well, how about just the rocket part? Is that kind of cool at least? Launching people up and then being able to come back down.
There are not people in space, my friend. This is.
Oh no, but I'm not talking about space. I'm not talking about space. I'm just talking about the rocket launch in itself. Just the fact that we could do that. Do you think that's cool? Like at all? A little bit?
Yeah, that's cool, but it's not really cool to educate kids that it's actually true. Everything that's happening is real, is it? To educate kids to believe in something that you never tell them any different all throughout their whole life, which may or may not be true, but it's all based on belief. None of it's based on anything that anyone can verify.
I mean, I'm not going that deep with it right now. I mean, I'm just simply saying just purely the rocket launch alone, right? I mean, I think we could say rockets are real, right? We don't disagree on that, at least.
Yeah, it's explosive technology, basically. That's what they're claiming. I tend to adhere to the idea of that somebody brought up, I think it was Jeranism, that all that's happening is those tanks are filled with helium, and the rockets themselves are to create the initial thrust and boost to get the rocket going, but the helium's what's actually lifting it up.
Sorry, I was cutting out there. I don't... Octane, do you think that there were people in a rocket that went up in the sky?
Oh.
Huh?
On the footage, yeah.
Okay. So, if I build something that looks like that in my apartment, I get a green screen behind the windows, and I project some sort of picture of what looks like the Earth behind it, and I get in, I start filming things. Do you think that whatever story I make up about where I am, you're going to believe? Say, space, or very high up? Just given my video. You do know about parabolic flights, right?
Yeah.
Why can't we get a single shot for more than even a minute, let alone 2 to 5 to 10 minutes of anti-gravity footage?
So I guess to answer your first question, so I guess the reason why I trust their footage as opposed to, like, if you were to come out with footage is because, I mean, you would be one man, and I know you don't have the money unless you're like a billionaire to get up that high. I mean, it's extremely hard.
Don't know anything about me. Yeah.
Right, but we're not billionaires, let's be real. I mean, I'm not a billionaire. I mean, that's not an insult or anything. I mean,
it could be. Sure could be. That's not the point, though. That's not the point. My point is the only difference between a video that I would make, the green screen, and just a little bit of that, whatever the hell it's like half of a bathroom space in there. It would take up not even my whole apartment living room. The only difference between a video I would make and their video is that they're floating. That's the only difference.
and I would say that would be a pretty big, piece of evidence to know if it's fake or not.
Right. So then we have to discuss them floating. Does that mean they're really, really high up? Does it mean they're not in a parabolic flight?
I need to watch the footage again.
Well, sure.
Because I only saw snippets of it. But I know the first was
the CNET video here. It keeps what's the word?
Is it like a cut?
Switching views, yeah, tons of cuts, and the CNET thing is only 38 seconds long.
So just to make something clear, when people make these videos, they're not making it with the goal of, okay, we're gonna convince people that this is real. They're just trying to make something a little bit more entertaining that will get views. I mean,
I agree.
Right? So,
but I'm talking never in history have we seen more than maybe a minute parabolic. Anti-gravity.
Wasn't there a video, I think, in the ISS where they did a full tour and it was an hour?
That would be on cables and wires.
Oh.
Yeah, there's many other apparatuses that you can use and incorporate in pools even, and incorporate that into the video itself, separate scenes and separate structures and, superimpose them onto other edits and stuff like that. I'm sure they would know what they're doing in that area.
So just to make sure then, so I guess it wouldn't really matter then if you got longer footage, right? Because it could just be explained with cords and wires. If that's the case.
Yeah, I guess either way, but I'm not going one way or the other on it. I mean, listen, bud, it's faked, and they have a lot of ways to do it. So, if I were going to make people look like they were floating around, especially in a linear fashion, like going through a tube in the ISS All you got to do is go forward. Really, very easy to put yourself on wires to do that, and then just put a green screen there, and you're good to go. But if they can do it in the movies, and it costs a lot less to do it on just a TV screen, why would they go to space at all? Why wouldn't they just film it all here and tell you that that's what they're doing?
They don't seem
How much more money? How many lives do you risk when you don't send anyone to quote unquote space? Right? They can fake it, so why wouldn't they? Octane, what are we getting from space travel? The humans benefiting.
So I've grown tomato plants twice.
What's that?
I've grown tomato plants twice in space, and an upside down pen. I think like something like that.
Okay.
So I think the main goal with like a lot of these flights currently is trying to make it a more normal thing to send people up to space. So right now it's just going to be the ultra rich, Jeff Bezos, William Shatner.
Right, I get it.
Right. I mean, I'm just giving you the answer, right? I mean, that would be their goal currently with the launches that have been recently going up, including like Virgin Galactic.
I know, but
the trustworthy.
Listen. What do they hope to get from space travel? What are they going to get? What do we have? 50 years of space travel? 60 years?
So, like, just as humans, we just like to explore, and since
we like to explore.
Well,
you don't see it as a waste of money.
Well, I don't think exploring is a waste of money. I think it's.
What have we found?
Just
it's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty cool to waste billions a year on nothing.
But I'm right. But I guess the people that are doing it wouldn't consider it a waste to explore, right?
Right, but I don't really care what they think. Are we getting anything from space travel?
Currently, no, because it's still in the very early phases. I mean, I feel like that's for like most
early phases. 60 years is early to you?
How fast do you think rocket science should go? I mean, rocket science is a pretty complicated topic.
I don't know, man. It was weird when they said they destroyed the technology that they used to get back to the moon. Why the hell would you do that?
Well, to my knowledge, there's nothing really destroyed. They have all of it. It's just that the people aren't alive anymore.
No,
the system.
No, official NASA spokesperson Don Pettit said in an interview that they destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back again.
So, I do agree it was a poor choice of words to say destroy, but it's not like anything is lost. I mean...
How do you know that?
Where's the telemetry data from the moon missions?
Well, and before we go there, Octane, you have no way to know what NASA has anyway, right?
Sure
you don't work there. You don't know anybody who works there. What?
I'm pretty sure I could research it and probably get a good idea.
No, but okay. So directly though, as a person on Earth,
oh, of course,
you haven't been able to They're not taking you, touring you around where the telemetry data should be, and you're saying, hey, it's not here. Like that's as good as someone from NASA, the official spokesperson at that, saying they've destroyed the technology. If you say that's a poor choice of words, why did they even air it?
Well, I'm not for sure if it was a... Oh, wait, was it a live thing or no? No, it wasn't a live thing. It was a video, right?
Oh, it was a video, yep.
It was a video? Well,
interview, yep.
They just made mistakes. I mean, I personally think... I mean, maybe in his mind, and maybe in other people's minds, that was okay to use.
You know what he said? You know what he said during a tour through a part of the ISS, apparently, when it was quote-unquote being built? Do you know what he said? They looked at him, they said, what happens if you get a leak? He pauses, he looks, and he just goes, well, then you have a leak. You believe that a leak in space is like having a tiny little leak in a boat? You think it's like that?
I guess it depends on the pressure.
Right. What's space supposed to be?
Some like torr value. Some really
right, but it's yes, very low pressure. Right. Okay. So because of that, the whole apparatus would implode immediately if there were any sort of break in the seal. So when the same man I interviewed said, well, then you just have a leak. And shrugs it off, right? Hopes the guy asks another question, moves past it. Horrible performance, and people eat it up. They just ignore it. They go right past it, and they say, look now Jeff Bezos in space takes a big old cock to space.
Oh yeah, that spaceship design is a little bad. But I'm assuming there's a reason because aerodynamics and some shit.
No, it's not.
Right?
It's not because of aerodynamics. It would be much thinner. It'd be much thinner. It wouldn't have all those surfaces if it were.
So, yeah,
really
what do you owe these person, Octane Weasel? What do you owe these persons that you defend them at any cost?
I don't
you do, right? So,
what do I owe?
So, yeah, but you defend them like you owe them something, right? So when they tell you we destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to build it back, you're like, oh no, that's not what he meant, right? Those are his words, right? So when we show you that they destroyed every telemetry data, then you're like, oh yeah, they made a mistake. So the biggest, greatest achievement of man, and they just threw it away, Octane Weasel. And you believe so you have no way of checking out if they even went. It's just a story, bro.
Well, there's a lot of things that I can't check, but I trust because I just use reasoning.
Well, that's kind of the problem here that we keep coming up against, is that people believe things without proof, without evidence.
What's your reasoning, Octane? What is your reasoning for believing they went to the moon?
Countless pictures, videos.
Pictures! I have a picture of a unicorn, Octane Weasel.
So the difference of that is that we could reason and be like, okay, well, I never seen a unicorn in real life. There haven't been any claims made by anyone else about unicorns.
You've never been to the moon, Octane Weasel. You've
no, but
never
it's called
been
inductive
to the moon.
reasoning. It's just inductive reasoning.
You've never been to the moon, Octane Weasel. Never. So where's that? Why do you have two standards now? You've never seen a unicorn, you've never been to the moon, but you believe the moon landings.
I mean, I could say the same thing about like a country. I haven't been to X country, but
you can
know it's there.
Yeah, you can go to a country. You can go there, right? Buy a ticket.
Yeah, but I
go
haven't. So why would I believe it, right? I mean, that's what you're basically telling me.
Listen, kid. I haven't been to Japan. Okay, I hear a lot of people talking about Japan. I see things on TV, all kinds of stuff. Japan, right? Now, that doesn't mean that I empirically know Japan exists. Okay? It just means that the entire fucking world is talking about it. Okay? That's all that means. So it doesn't make it true that Japan exists because people are talking about it. It probably exists. That's a belief of mine. I'm willing to say I believe Japan exists because I've known Japanese people, but that's different. I've known
it's just a
that's
stupid.
different.
Well, right, because
they don't know anybody from the moon, is what I'm trying to say.
It's this mental gymnastics. Saying, well, no, Japan doesn't exist. That's mental gymnastic and you trying to wrap your beliefs around the moon landing, bro. There's nothing.
So just what Glat Flo said. He said he could reasonably believe that Japan exists because a lot of people talk about it. It's on TV.
It's a choice of mine. Because I've met Japanese people, dude. My family was dating one for a long time. I had a friend. Japanese culture. It's a thing. And we FaceTimed over and over, back and forth. I mean, I guess they could have been somewhere else.
Right, exactly.
I don't know if they would lie to us about that, but
right, but that's why I would say the same thing about space. People have been to space.
Well, they haven't. That's the problem.
No, but how do you know
That's the
someone's from
problem.
Japan then? What? Just be
Well, because
how do you know
I don't need to cross. I don't need to enter into a second law of thermodynamics violation to visit Japan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're going on to a slightly different subject now.
No, we're not.
No,
It's the same subject.
No. But right now we're talking about like reasoning. Like we're talking about inductive reasoning. Like with inductive reasoning,
talking
even though
about
you've never
proof.
been to Japan, you can
I don't
say
wanna
that Japan
reason.
is there.
No, dude, I'm not talking about beliefs.
How many
I told you
people,
my belief about Japan.
Yeah.
I brought it
How
up.
many people are living in Japan? How many people you think? Millions, right?
Don't know.
Millions.
Yeah.
How many people went to the moon, Akten Weasel?
I don't know. It was in the double digits.
Right. About 24. So you based your reasoning on 24 people that allegedly showed you a picture of a place that cannot exist, right? So there's your reasoning right there.
Well, because it's a lot harder to go to the
apart
moon
from-
than it is to go to Japan.
Apart from the fact that you have zero evidence of it. Nada, nothing.
I mean, I have evidence and I use inductive reasoning to be like, okay, I can reasonably believe this based on
Is
all
a
the
picture
space agents
evidence?
disagreeing for you. I mean, for example,
Is the picture evidence?
Let me respond. Let me finish. Just like what me and Glatflow were just talking about, he believes in Japan because he did inductive reasoning, right? That's what essentially I'm just doing. There's a lot of space agencies that agree with it.
Did you not hear when he said, hold on, did you not hear when he said there's millions of people that live in Japan and only 24 that made the claim that they went to the moon?
Yes, but
Friend.
you know how hard it is to go to the moon compared to Japan?
I don't know how hard it is. No one's gone yet.
Well, they all agree with each other and they're telling you.
Oh, good. I'm glad 24 people agree with each other, and that means we went to the moon.
No, not 24 people. It's millions. It's all the space agencies. It's a very...
They all believe it.
No.
I mean, we all saw
24
what happened
people.
with the Steam guy. I mean, it's hard to get up there.
Oh, you're gonna use a stuntman trying. Okay, very low, but okay.
No,
so
but I'm just saying, it is hard to get up high. That's all.
24 people, right? They have the empirical, allegedly, right? Allegedly, they've seen it and went there and experienced it, right? Millions and millions of people live in Japan. It's a completely different thing. Okay.
Yeah, but
I
if you're
apologize for
there,
bringing
how can
it
you
up.
trust those numbers? Right? I mean,
what
okay, so why do you trust the numbers that you're given by someone, even though you've never been to Japan yourself?
I can go to Japan right now. I can. Well, no.
Yes, but how can you make the reasonable claim then that you know Japan has these millions of people and that's why I believe it? First, you would have to go there, so you can't make the claim that you know Japan exists for sure because you've never been there. You can't. Like, how are you going to agree with those numbers? You've never been there.
You are true, but let's go to Japan. Let's try to see if Japan exists.
No, but see, that's the thing. We don't.
No. Listen this story. Listen this story. Let's collect money and try to go to Japan and prove that Japan exists. Then, when we do that, you and me, then we'll collect money to go to the moon.
Exactly.
No, but here's the thing.
No, man. Listen. Then we will check ourselves for ourselves if moon exists. You know, not other people will tell us. You know, because what money we need to go to Japan? I don't know, $2,000, $3,000.
Oh, it's a lot cheaper to get a flight, but I mean, probably right now.
Okay, let's go to check now moon.
No, but here's the thing. I'm not making the claim.
But here's the thing. We cannot check. That's the problem. You, me, nobody.
Well, actually, if you have enough money, you technically can. I mean, well, you could go.
But actually, I'm telling you now about this situation. Actually, in this situation now, nobody can.
Okay.
They told you you need protection, right? Protection to go through the Van Allen radiation belt. Project Artemis.
I have to look more into that again.
Right.
In a bit.
Right. But 24 people went through and back, right? They didn't have anything, but now we need protection. So no, Akten Weasel, you can't go. It's just a pipe dream. It's just your imagination. The world is contained. It's impossible. And when you really do the research, right, like you said, well, I'm going to do, Go research the moon landings, bro. Go do it.
Have you done any research on it yet?
Oh, moon landings, yeah.
I'm
sure.
I'm just baffled that people that even blue-pilled normies just believe it. Just baffled.
Okay, let's ask him why on the moon the shadows is going in different directions, not going parallel.
Because the ground's uneven. We could see this literally on Earth. This is
listen this. Why on Earth is something it's making shadows is going parallel because of the sun? Why on moon it's going in many different directions?
Because the ground's uneven. This was on Mythbusters.
What are you saying, man?
The ground's uneven. What do you mean that's the answer? What do you?
Oh, Mythbusters. Never mind, guys. Pack up the server. Mythbusters debunk.
Okay, listen this. If the sun coming behind, listen this. If the sun, whatever.
It sounds like you're lagging.
That things. Huh? Sorry.
Oh wait, I can hear you now. No, you're fine. It was lagging.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you.
Listen. If the sun rays coming from the behind and making shadow from astronaut and Apollo and everything, why that shadows is not going parallel?
They are, but the ground makes it appear that they're not. It's
no, they are not.
That's the answer. I don't know what else to give you.
I can give you.
It's been done. It could be searched on YouTube.
Do you know how you can? Do you know how you can make more? That
I mean, I could probably do the experiment tomorrow if I really wanted to. I could go to the beach. I can make like the ground really uneven, put some sticks in the ground, and you'll see.
I don't think he's been through the 3 questions, Roger or Sasha.
I've been through the 3 questions.
Okay. You've been.
Yes.
Really?
Okay.
I guess. Jesus Christ.
Well, the one I want to talk to you about is the 3rd one, gas pressure. You want to talk about that real quick?
Yeah.
Can we please?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Because then it doesn't matter about telemetry data or shadows or anything, because you find out no one can leave. So, can you have gas pressure without container?
Actually, yes.
And how?
When gas molecules bounce off each other, that's essentially gas
They
pressure.
don't bounce off each other.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
I mean, there's no such thing. I mean, there's no such thing as no pressure. That's literally impossible. I mean,
Yeah, and how we can have gas pressure without container if we have gas pressure? You said there is no
so let me
something
just
without pressure. That means okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how we have gas pressure on Earth? So something. I'm not going to say the G word. I don't want to start a debate about gravity, but there is something that affects everything. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
Go ahead. Finish saying it.
There is something that it feels like it has a pull on us, right? Like we're kind of stuck to the ground. I mean, I can look around my room, everything is on the ground. It also affects the air. And we could use reasoning to say, well, why is all the air?
What are you saying? Everything is on the ground.
And it's pressing against the Earth. Basically, the gas pressure presses against the Earth, which gives us a pressure gradient. The denser gases are going to sit at the bottom because they're heavier. The lighter gases are going to rise due to the buoyant force.
Okay, you're almost there. You're almost there, kid. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth. I don't get it. So you're saying that, you're saying that it has to be contained, right? Presses on the container, walls of a container. Right?
So, yes. So I agree with you in the sense we just disagree. So we just disagree on what the container is, though. See, I see the.
I don't make a claim of what it is. See, I don't make a claim as to what it is. I just know it's there because we experience gas pressure. Then you don't have to. Then you don't have to do any other mental gymnastics or what you call reasoning. We just know. Oh shit! It's contained, so nobody has left. Fuck. Yep. Well.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Sure. You know what? I completely agree with you. We are contained. We're contained to the ground.
Okay.
No.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I mean, I just
yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, now you're contradicting the heliocentric model.
Nope.
That's okay. See, this is what happens.
No,
We bring the truth out.
Yes, because
We both
Earth
agree
is
we're
in open
contained.
system.
Okay, that's
No,
fair.
yeah, of course. Welcome to the Flat Earth. No more discussion.
Somebody give him the role here.
Because if we have container, then it's over.
Right.
Yeah, but he's
Blasting
being
through
sneaky.
the container.
He's being sneaky.
Trying to be
He's saying
sneaky.
Gravity.
Got him.
A
Got him. We pinned him down.
presumption that is not a container in any regard, an attractive force, cannot contain outwardly expanding gas. That's just
They can if
fallacious.
it's stronger.
Incorrect, no. Because at
Correct.
ground level,
Can
do
you
you
post citation
understand
about
gravity?
this, what you said now?
Do you understand that
post
gravity
any-
is strongest at surface level? The
Yes.
closest to the center, it would be the strongest. So therefore, gas should never move upward in any aspect. And as it got further up into the atmosphere, then it would only start to weaken,
I
that the
don't
gas
know,
would start to
Jingle.
move upwards.
Isn't that what happens? The higher you go up, it gets weaker?
Incorrect. No, gas moves in all
Wait, what do you
directions.
mean incorrect? Okay, that's actually measurable. Yes, as you get higher, there's less, right? We can all agree on that.
You're not understanding the point. Is gravity proximity dependent? The closer you are to the center, the stronger the gravitational attraction.
Yes.
And then as you get further away, the gravitational attraction weakens. So therefore, the container should be at ground level. And there shouldn't actually be this giant atmosphere that only at the outer, furthest most tip where gravity is the weakest, it suddenly contains it. And gas can move in all directions from ground level, upward in all vectors, in any way that they want to, from a high pressure to a low pressure, always seeking equilibrium. So no, that's why I said incorrect, because you were incorrect. Gravity cannot contain something, otherwise it would be contained at surface level where the gravity is the strongest, and not at the Kármán line, which is considered 70 miles up. Suddenly, at that distance, now it becomes this hard, fast barrier of containment at the point that gravity is the weakest in that entire atmosphere.
But you can only put so much mass in one area before it starts to build up taller, right? I mean, for example, like let's say when you fill a
Incorrect.
pool, right? It raises, right?
Stay on gas. So let's not move to solids or liquids.
No,
You
I'm
stay
not.
on a gas.
Well, actually, they're the same, correct? Don't they?
Well, they're
work the
not.
same?
No.
Fluid dynamics.
It's
doesn't it
called
out-
fluid dynamics, but there's differences in water and gas.
Very slight, right?
Oh, very slight. It's totally different. My God.
Water is a
Really?
bonded molecule. Gases are unbonded and move in all directions.
But they
So
function
one
virtually the
bonded
same.
molecule that sits
they don't.
flat and one molecule that expands in all directions are kind of different. Can you understand that?
Okay, well, the same thing happens with gases. You can only put so much gas in one area before it starts to build up taller. We have a lot of gas
In a
here on
container,
Earth.
not an area. You can't just put gas in an area. Can you hand me 1 square meter of helium, please?
Well, I mean, there are some denser gases you can't hold in your hand. Yes.
Incorrect. No.
Yes.
Your hand would be forming,
Wouldn't be a gas.
your hand would be forming a container, and you
Yeah,
would
but
be
it's open on
containing.
top, right?
So then it's not gas.
It is gas. There are gases where you don't need a top. I mean, have you guys seen the video of the tin boat floating on air?
So you
I
understand?
don't care
the
about
dense area?
videos.
To use that gas,
So you
you
don't care
would
about
need a
evidence,
gas
is what you're
cylinder.
saying.
You would need two
I don't
containers.
care about
you need,
videos.
you need the gas container that contains this denser gas, and then you would need the container of your hand, and you'd be pouring the gas from one container into another container. Pour
but
that
there's
gas
no
into
top,
the
like
air.
the Earth.
Pour the gas into the air and let gravity just hold it for you.
Yeah, it'll sit at the bottom. Kind of.
Well, then it becomes a vapor. It's not a gas. You need to understand the difference between all the things before you start arguing about them, my friend.
Trust me, I've been here long enough to know that.
No.
I don't know about that.
I mean, half you people are new to me.
Okay. Listen, this. Are you enough here to show me curvature in nature?
I mean, we're jumping so many topics. If we want to talk curvature,
Yeah, I know. I want to, because on the end, this, closed or open system, it's great. Gas pressure we can discuss, but the beautiful thing, it's nature. What I can feel it, experience. I can experience moon. But only from the Earth, position. But Earth, I can experience really. I'm on the ground and I can go everywhere. I can measure maybe this curvature because it has value, thematical.
Yeah, and you already admitted we can't have gas pressure without a container. I appreciate you being honest on that one. So try this next one for size.
Agree there. Yeah.
Right, so try talking about curvature now, because you were honest about the gas pressure. We can't have it without a container. Very good. Do you know of any time in history when somebody has found the curvature, when they measured it directly, physically?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was typing.
Do you know when anyone has directly and physically measured the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, sounds about right.
What?
It's really how the hell are you going to measure the Earth? I mean, we have indirect measurements. The radius.
Hold on. If it's there, you can measure it. How do you not know? How do you get the radius if you can't measure Earth curvature?
Well, there's assumptions.
There you go.
Yeah.
So not fact, assumptions.
Well, now we know it's fact because we could prove it. But
no, you can't prove it.
Well,
I mean, you start with a presupposition, and then you make the math work out for the presupposition, and all of a sudden you have globe Earth. Oh.
So the people even back then, based on clues, they probably saw.
Back when?
Back when?
I don't know when the hell Eratosthenes was alive and died.
Okay, were you alive then? Did you help him with the experiment?
Do you believe in that story?
Did you help him with that experiment on that day?
People could do it modern day. This is okay.
Let's do like him.
Hold on,
because it's more traditional, more easier than today. Let's do like him because he invented that first time. Shall we try it?
What? I'm sorry.
Let's do like Eratosthenes did, the same way like he did, because this will be, if we repeat that, we will prove that in the same way like he proved it.
Well, it wasn't about proof. It was like, well, if the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but let's do it like he did. Do you want to try with me?
Try.
That means let's do that. What Eratosthenes did with the sticks.
I mean, but it won't. But it's not to prove anything. It's based off assumptions. I agree with you guys. It's not.
No. I'm not saying even that. Let's try to put that sticks first, and then we will discuss about everything. But 2,000 years ago, okay?
I'm sorry.
Can you imagine yourself 2,000 years ago? Okay?
I'm sure.
Which you are not sure. Okay, that's also great.
No, sure. I said sure.
Okay. Now, take your own equipment. What do you need? And your sticks, okay? Put one stick in one part of one continent. Okay, and now you need to go 500 miles straight line to put another stick.
Okay, so it sounds like a nice trip to Vegas for me.
Okay, this is the beginning of the story. After that story, it's starting assumption about Earth is being sphere and calculating shadows and blah, blah, blah. But let's do first this thing. Let's put the stick, whatever continent you want to use. Let's do that in Europe. He used Alexandria, but doesn't matter. Let's do that in Europe, for example. I will put the stick, I don't know, here in England, in Coventry, and let's go to Scotland. I think it's 500 miles. But I need to go, I don't know, I need to find some horse, because 2,000 years ago I didn't have car, not with a car, not with the GPS, not with the nothing, And I will put 500 miles, I will go straight line, and I will put another stick. That story is so convenient that I cannot believe. Only that story. Now, if we can swallow that story, we can now speak about shadows and how it's working. If you presume the sun, if it's 93 million miles away, or blah blah blah. But to have that sun also 93 million miles away, you needed to presume that Venus is the same size like Earth. And how you did that? We presume good. I have good eyes. Also, in years, I don't know who was that. How much? 500 years ago.
Eratosthenes? Shit.
Story like it's even worse than Santa Claus story.
I'm just curious because I'm assuming you guys looked at the math. Do you guys at least acknowledge that the math itself is correct, like not accounting for anything else, just the math alone? Is at least the math correct, or do you guys disagree that the math is?
No, math is not correct.
Okay, I mean I was just curious. Yeah, that's all. Like not accounting
because
for like
if it's math correct, you have 8 inch per mile squared drop. That's if math is correct. And we go outside and we see.
No, but like it's the math itself, like not accounting for any experiments done, like just the math alone, like.
Math itself, no, it is not. You know why?
Why?
Or I can say yes, it is. But I can make it with other numbers also that it's workable.
Okay, yeah, fair. No, yeah, because I just want to know just the math.
Because if you put per 2 or per 3 or per 4, math will work. You can say the radius of the Earth is not near to 4,000 miles. It's 8,000 miles. But you need to double all other numbers, and the math will work like a math. You can presume that Venus is not the same size like Earth. You can presume that Venus is double size or half size, and then you make a math. And math still will work. But let's check that in reality, in nature. If that or any math what they are presenting working, and that math what they are presenting, it's 3959. That math is not working, and you cannot change now after 200 years and 500 or 2,000 years and say, listen now, the Earth is 10 times bigger.
So, Eratosthenes works on a globe and flat, or a curved and flat. I'm trying to find this picture I have of a guy who did
it's
it.
fine. I think someone already posted it, or unless you have a different one.
But listen this assumption, what is not assumption, you see the local sun in reality. You can see like a local because going through the clouds rays, and you can presume that it's local, even if it looks so local, it's not look that it's 93 miles away. That means that Eratosthenes, you can assume that he approved the flat Earth, not the globe Earth.
Yeah, I think there's like a math site or something where they actually go over this topic, and you can actually, I mean, if it is flat and you put the 6 in the ground, you could actually find out the distance to the sun, since the beams will diverge. Right?
Really, you could get a direct measurement of the distance from Earth to the sun. Is that right?
Well, on the flat Earth, yes, because the rays are diverging into it, so you would be
wait.
due to the angle. I could
No, I'm not talking to calculation. Yeah, I'm not talking to calculation. I'm saying direct physical measurement. Do you know how we get those?
Tools?
Yeah, tools. Are there any tools so far that we know of that are that we can measure that distance? 40, 50, 60, 70 miles.
I mean,
there are certain things. You know what one of them is?
No.
I'm sure you've heard of it. It's a laser. It's a surveying laser you can use. Or you can get a nice expensive one, either way. See, lasers use line of sight. So, and given the globe math, past 2 or 3 miles, we shouldn't be able to see anything. It should just be a drop, right? Due to curvature. It's not the case. You can put a laser on things 20, 30, 40 miles away. You can also see things 20, 30, 40, 50, 100, 200 miles away. I want to know if the globe math is wrong, which it is. How big is the Earth if it's a sphere? Where should we see curvature, my friend?
When we're talking about those laser tests, those are really complicated, and I usually don't get into those.
How about Guinness?
Laser uses line of sight, my friend. Line of sight. Do you know what that means? You
Yeah,
can't
but
have
there's-
obstruction.
There's also a lot of beam diversions, refraction.
Yeah, but Octan, let's leave the lasers. What about Guinness record photo for 270 miles? What about that?
He even said within his own webpage or whatever that he took those shots on specific times of the day because of refraction. So you get to see a lot further than what you usually would.
Okay, great. Which kind of refraction extending horizon?
I want to say it's called looming, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
I think.
Can you now post me like this any books, anything that I can go and learn how looming, extending horizon? Only, do you know what? Find me one sentence written in any studies written like this: looming, extending horizon.
I'm pretty sure he's go on Google and get a bunch of sources.
Do you know?
Again, like I said, I could be wrong. I was going to ask
I'll tell you something what I know like ignorant. Do you know that every citation about refraction, it's about point about objects on the horizon, not horizon itself.
Okay.
Only that. I look into that not a lot because I'm not a specialist to speak now about all this kind of refraction, looming, thinking, mirroring, miraging, and to go into that. But what I realized that is never ever written anything about extending horizon and anything about refraction about horizon itself. It's doing something. Always was some objects have distortion. Referring to the horizon, not horizon itself.
Okay, so you're saying that the ground itself cannot be refracted.
In the looming example, I can show you. You can still see the horizon. That's only optical. How to say? Optical illusion.
It's apparent. It's only apparent.
Yeah, that whole apparent and physical thing, I honestly never understood that. I get more confused the more like people try to describe, well, physical is this and apparent is this, because I get told different things.
Let me help. So the apparent horizon is one that fluctuates with where the observer is, right? And it's also the only horizon we got.
Yeah.
Horizon is only optical. So when someone tries to say something like a geometric horizon, they try to make a separation that doesn't exist there. There's no such thing as a geometric horizon. All you have, the definition of horizon is where the sky and the ground appear to meet. That word appear makes it so that the horizon is not somewhere you can go and visit. It's always just way out there in front of you. And there's some math for it that the Black Swan did. And you said you're familiar with that, which is good.
I actually live close to the Black Swan. I was thinking about just going there. It's like a 45-minute drive.
Good, yeah, do it. See for yourself.
Maybe one day. I have a lot of free time right now, so maybe.
1.22 miles past the observer's feet in height, squared, right?
Oh, maybe that's because of that. I'm telling you, the horizon extending because it's 10 times further than it should be. You need to see that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's at least 10 miles further with the Black Swan photo.
It's minimum. You have also videos with 20 miles. You're seeing some island behind them.
So since we've debunked at least the math of the globe, right? How big is it, Octane? When are we going to see curvature, like I asked earlier?
If you want to see like curve of the Earth, you're not gonna find it here. You have to go really high, but you can see the effect of curvature.
How high do I have to go to see the Earth curvature? We've got pictures, high altitude balloon pictures from 120,000 plus feet. Do I have to go higher than that?
Well, I don't really like the balloon videos because of how much they change. They go convex, concave. So I think, to be fair, I don't think either side should be able to use those. They're always bending.
Do you want to see? Do you want to see 1,000 miles straight from aeroplane?
I mean, we have satellites that do take single shots of the Earth.
No, listen. This. Do you want to see? Because the guy used the infrared photo. That means he destroyed every kind of distortion in the air, and he got something like clear view about 1,000 miles. Do you see that? But still, if you go high, you know how it's high. And you can see if you say I can go, I don't whatever, you know, and then from that height you can see the still from the ground should be dropped. Especially if you see from the high, how to say, high altitude. If you see the curve from the high altitude, then should be drop on the earth, on the ground for sure, 100%, without any doubt.
Somewhere.
Because it cannot be physically. It cannot be physically spherical from the sky and physically flat from the ground. Something is not matching, you know. How it's spherical from the sky, it must be also spherical from the ground.
Yeah, the clouds got to be bending and all kinds of stuff, dude. There's no curvature.
And you have like an ocean. All that oceans should curve, you know.
Yeah, everything's got to have some kind of bend to it at some point.
All that sea levels should curve. Everywhere. Sea level in Holland, sea level in South Africa, sea level in China. Let's measure mountains. Mountains in Africa, sea level. Mountain in Europe, sea level. Mountain in America, sea level. Everywhere is sea level.
That's why they call it that.
All these levels only to the beach, you know, and then it's starting everywhere to curve. But we have mountains on the islands, you know, and that is also sea level.
Okay, so just curious. I mean, I'm assuming you guys have seen the photos of the tools. How were they called? Theodolite, I think, where it shows a drop. Have you guys seen those? Do you guys just disagree with those?
I haven't researched it, so I can't respond.
Yodolite showing the curve, but Earth is not showing the curve. But Yodolite is
showing the horizon drop is what I'm saying, because they're supposed to capture what's level, and there are pictures of people where they like rise up and it shows it dropping because it's looking like high level.
But by horizon, it's extending also. It's going up.
Yeah, the horizon rises.
Listen, this in 1,000 for sure observation. It's going also. It's there. It's where it should not to be.
Okay, so you're saying it's there, but we can't see it.
How we can see more than we can see it?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think we're seeing any more than I think we can see. I think it could be explained.
But why Black Swan example see the horizon 10 times further than it should to be?
But then, if you take a picture on a specific time during the day, probably during temperature changes, we see something else. So my question is, how do we know what's the true picture?
Okay. That means the horizon, it's moving every hour. It's changing.
I agree. So how do we know what's the true picture then?
Listen, the problem is this one. We are saying what is apparent horizon. It's apparent, it's only one. You cannot reach that point. It's optical, that's it. The problem is this one. On the globe, it must be geometrical. You understand me?
Okay. Yeah. No, I hear you.
It is not. it is not described like it is optical and it's behaving like this, but it's how to say geometrical.
Right. I mean, I just hope I'm getting my point across. Is that I mean, if it's constantly changing, then how are we to decide really what's true, right? I mean, if you're saying it's
How they measure the radius if they're changing all the time? How they measure the radius if they're changing all the time? Horizon is what's changing. How do Al-Biruni measure the radius or calculate if all the time changing the horizon? How they get that value?
Sorry, who?
How we have radius value if we do, if we cannot know where how we can have radius if we don't know where it's dropping?
Yeah, where the edge is, right? You don't know how far out it is before it starts curving. How do you get a radius from
because
that?
Because if the math is right, then that's what it is.
What do you mean if the math is right?
If math is right.
But I mean, we don't deny refraction. I mean, I see
refraction. Is it that 1%, 2%, 5%, or 1,000%?
Listen, look at the picture I have up. I posted the infrared picture.
Yeah.
It shows, and if you can believe this, that's Cabo San Lucas that it's pointing at, the furthest, 680 miles out there. Look how crystal clear all of that is to see out there with those clouds and everything. Blow it up. Look at it.
Yeah, it's cool.
How in the world is refraction doing that? And it's flat. How is refraction making it look flat when there's obvious curvature everywhere?
Wait, how's refraction making it look flat?
Yep. Because look, it looks flat and you can see for hundreds of miles.
Yeah.
Is refraction making it so I can see for hundreds of miles? Is it wrapping around 600 miles of Earth and bringing it up to my vision? Do you understand how ridiculous that is? There's no way for it to happen in reality, in the physical universe that we live in.
I mean, but do we agree that refraction is a thing, though, right?
It's a thing, but
okay. No.
It's a thing in nature. That's why the fucking word was invented. But that doesn't mean that's what's happening here.
And listen to this example. We don't have in the world still distortion. What is giving us more view? All this refraction distortion are giving us less or the same exact view, not more. You know, we cannot
Always
see more
distorts,
because of distortion. We can see only less.
So you're saying refraction can only cause us to see less? I mean, it's very. I mean, there's been experiments on YouTube where you could show refraction.
Yeah, of course. You cannot have refraction and to see more.
You can't see clearer because of refraction. You can't. Refraction is.
Maybe we saw
something where it looks a little bit clearer, but yeah, I agree. There's always a little bit of distortion. It's never like the one.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean,
so what makes you think we're seeing refraction at that? Look at how clear it is out there in that just that one picture.
And I never made the claim that refraction is why you can see this far. I mean, how high is this? A plane? It looks like a plane window.
Yeah, it's plain. It's a few thousand, 10, 20, maybe 30. Yeah, looks like it could be higher than that. Shit, that could be 50. I don't know. I don't know where he's at, dude. No idea.
I mean, and just to be completely honest, like, I can't tell what these arrows are pointing at. I mean, if I'm taking it for what's his word, I just have to research it. I have to do the math and see if it could even work out. But, like, I legitimately can't see, like, any.
Okay. Oh, that's fair.
You can watch if you want.
I mean, I could do the math and I could be like, okay, if I accept it, then yeah, it's gonna fuck me. Yeah.
Well, I guess, but you're right. That's fair with that picture. I'm saying, yeah, okay, fine. Here's the black swan.
I mean, but it is far though. I will agree with that.
Super far. Really far. Super far. Hundreds of miles. How's that happen? Anyway, that's my point. Yes. How does that happen? On a ball. Have you studied the black swan at all?
Yeah, we have these oil rigs out here, and I see them quite often too.
Oh, you said that you live near it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
and there's a lot of decommissioned ones out there. So
that's
I mean,
environmentally friendly, isn't it?
Right. But so would you guys agree though that there is refraction in that image though because of the bending? I mean, can we agree on that or no? Or is there
Bending?
no refraction in this image?
What bending? Where's the bend?
So the second oil rig shows that somewhere in the air, right? Something's going on. Right? No. Very basic.
No. Okay, refraction, oil rigs. Okay, but that's not the argument. And
no, but can you just answer my question though? Like, can we at least agree there is refraction in the air because we see the oil rig and it's bent, right? I mean, am I wrong? I mean, is there no refraction? Is that just how the oil rig looks? Because
I'm not sure it matters. Where's the horizon located?
No. Oh, right, but no.
Yeah, all right. Let's see what Sean. Let's see what he wants with the oil rigs. Yeah,
okay.
They look compressed or whatever. They are not real. Yeah.
Well, not that they're not real.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they look somehow distorted. Yeah.
Right. It does look distortion.
What?
So we can reasonably assume that there's refraction in the air, right? Due to that.
Yeah.
Do you see that distortion is creating straight lines or wavy, fucked up lines?
Well, wavy, and that's what we agreed on earlier, right? That refraction will always show a little distortion. It's not a one-to-one image. That's what we agreed on.
So why do we see the horizon
flat?
So, I mean, the horizon is going to look flat at this level. Let's be real. He's only 1 foot. Okay, it's going to look level.
10 plus miles? So then it's not a globe. What is it?
Okay, well, so wait. Are we talking about, like, are we supposed to see the effective curve? Or are you literally talking about we're supposed to start seeing, like, it bend?
Bend anywhere at all.
Okay, so while
to right, front to back.
So while you're on ground level, and I hope most people don't claim this, but at ground level, I agree, it looks flat. I'm not going to disagree with you there.
Super. Not what we're saying. I mean, yeah, that's part of it. It's a very small part of it. What are you trying to say with that?
So I don't disagree with you there. But we see the effective curvature. That's what we should be focusing on if we're talking about here.
Effective curvature. What's the difference between the effective curvature and curvature?
So curvature
is dropping. Okay, that we know.
I'm bored. I'm gonna use paint. All right,
boy.
Yeah, old boy is right because my paint skills aren't good. All right, give me a bit.
Hey Octane, so you're saying you're seeing the effective curvature. Are you sure it couldn't be something else that you're seeing the effect of? How do you know it's curvature that you're seeing the effect of? It sounds like
you are telling me that me, like a human being, that behind the oil rigs, I sorry, I can see the sea. Oh, sorry, man. Sorry.
So it's a begging the question. If you're saying you're seeing something, you're saying, "Oh, that's because of curvature." That's begging the question, isn't it, Octane?
That's true. What else could it be?
I'm sorry, I'm in paint. Can you say
All right. So you're saying you're seeing the effect of curvature. Whatever it is you're saying is caused by curvature. That's begging the question. If you're saying it's caused by curvature, are you sure it's not caused by something else?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Right. Well, you're not. So you're just lying. You're just making stuff up.
What? I just answered your. I'm sorry for answering your question. Like, what do you want me to, like?
No, because.
I'm sorry. Are you guys still there? Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Everyone just cut out for a second.
So.
Okay, you said that you know that it's because of curvature. That effect.
Yeah.
What is the name of that effect?
It's called obstruction.
Okay, obstruction. Can you post now that what you said now? Obstruction causing effect of curvature.
No, So the effect of
Can you cite it anything about this effect now? This effect
It's
is
either
called
curving
obstruction.
or it's not. What the fuck is this effective curving shit?
Okay, so
So Chad said really like this. I'm starting. Chad said like to you like this. You're lying, and you started to lie. Like I can start it to now to bush. Man, okay, let's put like this. You said okay. That effect is called obstruction. Now post any scientist or whatever
You need a citation.
said that what you said now, that I can compare that, because if my English is so bad, I will try to explain myself. If you are saying something, I want to know that it's true, you know?
Find when science said that to us. Octane.
here, I'm gonna link one of my videos that I recorded.
No, man. You said something that you know. You said something that you know. That it's. I show you the Black Swan example and the horizon extending. You said this is effect of the curvature. Okay, great.
No, I said that's because of refraction. I didn't say that. What?
No, okay, great. I asked you in the beginning which kind of refraction the same question. Which kind of refraction is that?
Yeah, and I said lumen at first because I
Yeah, but that is not. But listen. This is not looming. Okay.
Okay, what is it then?
What this is that this is horizon extending 10 miles further. This is we see more than we should to see. This is that. This is not phenomena. It's only we see more than we can see. I don't call that phenomena. We only see more than we should to see. That what we see, 10 miles, 20 miles, we see and it's flat, nothing else. No phenomena, no effect there. You said there is some effect there.
Yes, the effect is obstruction.
Okay,
which we see.
Okay, can you now post it that somebody said it that's obstruction?
Why does he have to say it for it to be what? So you're saying take someone's word?
Why? Because it's not obstruction, it's unicorn. I'm saying now.
But why would some random guy just?
But I'm saying now it's unicorn. Why you don't believe me?
Hang on.
Can you back up your story, man? Only that, nothing else.
Yes, I did. I posted my own video.
No, can you back up somebody?
The effect of curvature.
How?
Okay.
Oh my God.
So
I'm not trying to create enemies here.
Octane. Hey. Hi. Hello. Octane. So what I posted right under your video is a GIF that shows what atmospheric refraction does to what you look at in the distance, in the far distance, similar to what you posted above. Now, do you see that it's everything else but the white line moving? Does that make sense to you?
Everything else but the white line.
So,
yeah.
Right, yes, the Earth is the white line, right. Everything else is moving. So the water isn't moving way over there as much as we see it from our perspective. But because of refraction, it's all fucked up looking, bouncing up and down. Okay? So it can't be Earth curvature when refraction is fucking it up left and right. How do you know it's curve when this happens? Can't even get past this point.
Wait, how? Well, I'm sorry.
You know what I'm saying? So you're calling it obstruction from Earth curve, but clearly atmospheric refraction does the job just the same as you claim Earth curve would do.
Well, sure, it can.
Okay, so how is it Earth curve?
Well, both.
And refraction does it on its own.
Octane, what that your video is showing? Tell me. What is showing?
So this would be called the effect of curvature. This was the point of my video.
It's effect of curvature. That means that
this is the effect, which is obstruction, which is what I see.
That means that you have all data now here on this video. That means this ship is on 10 miles and there is a drop, and because of that drop, we see that effect of curvature is that plus refraction, blah blah blah. Is that true? And high observation is like, I don't know, 5 foot, and that ship it's 15, 10 miles, 9 miles.
Yeah, it was something out there. I mean, it even got out to I think like 19 or something.
That means that you don't know.
I mean, it doesn't.
That you don't.
So my.
I think that ship is 100 miles.
My point of the video was just to show the effect.
But that ship is maybe 1,000 miles.
It's not 1,000 miles because I did do basic.
How much it is?
Let me see if I can find my old pictures in my desktop folder.
It's a strange video, man. There's too many waves and too much atmospheric refraction.
My man, I'm at the ocean. What do you mean there's too many waves? I'm sorry, I can't see the ocean.
Yeah, I can't really see what's going on. It's too choppy.
That's also great. Look, we have curvature there, but we don't have curvature here on Santa Barbara, you know.
Okay. That doesn't prove curvature to me, dude. That just proves.
We have only curvature.
And look in the distance.
I mean, I'm not expecting you to change your whole worldview with like a video.
No, it's not a worldview, dude.
Wait,
so
isn't
look
it
in the
literally
distance.
the worldview? But yeah.
No, it's not a view. It's not a view. A view is perspective. What we've done is we've found that it's flat and stationary. It's a discovery, if you will.
Yeah, and you guys view
rediscovery.
I don't see how it's bad. Okay, but anyways, what was your?
Whatever you want to say. As I go through this video, there's a lot of atmospheric refraction messing up the ship. I can't even tell what's going on. It's not very specific. Do you want me to? It's a 25-minute video, dude. Which part shows Earth curve?
No. Okay, you're looking for Earth curve. For that, you need to go high. To see the effective curvature, it doesn't matter where you are on the Earth.
Okay, all right. And now, what the fuck is the effect of curvature?
The effect is the obstruction we witness. This happens with the sun, the moon, every star, ships, things that go out too far. This happens with everything.
So listen. If we're seeing it locally, even if that ship is even 100 miles out, okay, I'll be generous. Why can't we see curvature from really fucking high up?
You can, but and again, those videos.
No, when I'm talking about videos, dude.
Well, how else are you going to see it? What are you?
Personally, I've been up past 60 grand. I've been up past 60,000 feet. The Concorde, 1999. Okay.
Wait, so did you actually fly on that? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I was 19 years old.
Really? You got to fly on the Concorde?
On a family trip. Yeah, it was fucking awesome. It was really neat. Yeah.
I'm just curious.
And it was flat up there too.
Was it a comfortable flight, or was it bad? I heard
it was pretty cool. It was whatever. I mean, it felt like a normal, and it was a smaller plane too, so it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't like.
Oh, it wasn't.
They tried to make it luxury. They tried to make it luxury, like they offered champagne and stuff like that. But yeah, it wasn't like nobody was sitting down anyway. Everybody was standing up, looking out the windows and shit.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, yeah, but continue.
Yeah. So anyway, 60,000 plus feet. I was 19. I clearly remember that day. No Earth curvature, and I got pilots in my family. I've been on hundreds of airplane flights and maybe close to 100 helicopter rides, all kinds of things. Gliders. I've been in tons of glider things. So
helicopters.
I can't. What?
I said, fuck helicopters. Those things are scary. I don't know.
It's scary. Anyways, it's very scary. But you get a very clear view from up there. And my friend, so the highest I've been is let's just say 60 grand. 50 grand, right? 30 grand, you got a commercial flight. They say you can't see the curvature. But then you got Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know who he is, right?
Yeah, he could be a bumbling retard sometimes.
He is a bumbling yeah, absolutely right. And one of the times he was a retard, he was telling the entire world on a TED Talk that Felix Baumgartner didn't see the curvature of the Earth from way up there. What was it, 240,000 feet? I don't know how high he was. Certainly should have been high enough to see any Earth curvature. But wait, why did Neil say you can't see the curvature from 2 millimeters above this beach ball? Is kind of how he said it.
And why would he say that is the real question. Why would he say that?
Yeah, why would he ever say you can't see Earth curvature? If anything, he could have said, well, no, there's curvature, but here's why you can't see it.
That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. I mean, we're being gaslit, I mean, not us necessarily, but everyone, by that troll. It's a troll move. He's obviously troll.
So yeah, no curvature,
Troll.
Octane, anywhere we look. And then you got refraction getting in the way, so you don't know if it's refraction or not, distorting the image. So you can't just jump to a conclusion and say it's Earth curvature. You see how that's like leaps of logic, right? Correlation is not causation. No matter how bad you want it to be.
Before you veer too far away from the planes, the airplanes, if this is someone that's kind of on the fence or something, Octane, if you're in a plane that flies against the spin of the Earth, how does the plane land on a moving runway?
Takeoff, you're going the same speed, so
Right.
Practically,
conservation of momentum. Right. Continue. Then what happens?
That's
Then you fly. Then you fly
that's
against
about
it,
it.
right? Or you go to a different latitude where you're conserving more or less speed than the Earth is moving, right?
Well, then you account for it. You just make adjustments.
Well, no, I mean, like you could make adjustments, but what if you didn't? What if you tried to outrun those?
Well, then you just land off course.
Well,
really?
The reason you would run.
You guys forced the weasel into a debate? What's up, Octane?
What up, gamer?
The reason that you get off course is because the Earth moved independently underneath the plane, correct?
You guys should feel honored. Octane gave up arguing with us a long time ago. He must like you, brother.
I like these people.
Both of you.
Seems like a simple
To me,
question.
anyways.
Well, they're civil anyway, aren't they? They're both real civil.
Good. Oh yeah.
Sorry, new perspective.
That's all right, bro. What's up? I was trying to grill him on that at that point. I just can't get a straight answer out of anybody.
Oh no, I was surprised you guys actually got him to debate. Normally, if it was Helio, he'd be like, "No, I'll be quiet." and I don't blame him. But I love Helio though. But you know.
Yeah, there's some people I
still don't blame you.
Bro, you think it should be easy to answer though the question about is the reason that the plane would be off course because the
plane would be off course because since you took off at a different speed. Yeah, exactly. So it'd be the Coriolis, right?
Go. Yeah, exactly. So Coriolis means the Earth moves independently of the plane in the air, correct?
Well, I guess when you start moving to different areas, sure.
Yeah, right. That would happen.
Okay.
Do we ever
go off course? It's Coriolis.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter about the course. I'm talking about has anyone ever observed the Earth to be moving independently relative to the plane?
Wouldn't it be comparable to if I spun a basketball on my fingertip and I kept smacking it, the little lines rotating up there at the top of the basketball? It'd be like a north to south runway from a North Pole view.
Right.
And if you was flying east to west trying to land on that line while it's rotating the opposite way, it'd fuck you up, right?
Good luck. You're going to break your wheels.
Amen.
And no matter how...
Amen.
That's the thing about this argument is no matter how much they like to minimize it and say, well, the atmosphere would slow the plane down. It wouldn't make much of a difference, or it would be something they burn off, like, the plane doesn't automatically.
It's like
all these excuses that are like, wait a minute, is the Earth
Listen, bro, let me compare it. Let me compare it with my race car. It's comparable to drifting my drag car sideways at a full 90-degree angle as I go in the garage while I'm sliding by at 60 and doing it perfectly without taking out the wall I built.
Exactly.
Well, I've tried to do that. And I took out the wall, brother. really, I had to rebuild it.
A lot of runways would have some marks on them if this were the case.
Fuck yeah! Well, they'd have to be wider.
Wheels. Yeah.
Listen, they couldn't be as narrow as runways are. They'd have to be wider to give you a room for error on a rotating surface.
Right.
It's just my opinion, but
you would get off you wouldn't even stay on the runway if you could land at all.
But another thing, if it was considered, then you would want to make most runways go parallel east to west,
exactly.
and not north to south. And so, but I know from
Just the fact that they're all
Detroit, Miami-Dade, they don't go east to west. Miami-Dade, there's a whole bunch of. It's like a bunch of lines in a circle. You know, it's like a spore, and they got a direction for every runway. There's 20 runways in Miami-Dade. Detroit got fucking 22. You know.
Hey, Mike, check out the GIF I put. The 2 GIFs that I made. That I put in the live stream voice check.
See, listen, dude, I don't know how
F-35B. If that plane travels 1,200 miles per hour, could it get to a spot on a different latitude with a different speed and hover with its 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance and show out the window with a camera the Earth moves underneath the plane? That'd be an easy thing to achieve.
And they walk around this shit like the plane while it's traveling across a rotating surface is somehow velcroed to the fucking surface, but it can accelerate and it can slow down. And while it's velcroed, it can actually. If it was velcroed, I don't think just drag from air resistance would create enough lift.
No.
It's just, and they walk around that shit the same way they walk around the geometry of their model says this is impossible, that's impossible. They walk right by it and they say, well, what if I travel 3,000 miles on a curved surface? That 3,000 miles wouldn't be the same as a flat surface. Yes, it would. Right. Take a 3-inch string, lay it on the table, now curve it like a smiley face. Is it still 3 inches? Yes. Now straighten it back out. Is it still 3 inches? Yes. Distance doesn't prove shape.
Right. And you would observe all kinds of effects from spinning.
Hey, yeah, well, I'm thinking about it.
We wouldn't be alive, to be honest. It's just about
I'm going to give you and Glatt that fucking, the link to this server. These guys are all right, but they're really not prepared. They weren't prepared for me, and I got good arguments, but only when somebody else leads me into the topics that I'm good at. I haven't prepared them like you.
You're good at like almost every topic.
Yeah, Mike, I'd say you're fine, man.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I'm critical, and maybe that's why I'm good, but I really don't think they're prepared for either one of you. So I enjoyed kicking their ass. I'm going to give you the damn link.
All right.
Oh, well, and some of them are nice. Look, Enigmatic Brew, he came over here, bro. I'll give you that on mute, and I'll give you a roll. How do I say it?
I like his artwork.
Enigmatic
Brew.
Yeah,
Enigmatic Brew.
Yeah.
This dude is cool. He's battle mod approved, and I'd like it if you guys just have the same civil debate with him that you're having with Octane Weasel. And Octane Weasel is a Glober here. He's a long-time Glober here. He's been here about as long as anybody, bro. So.
Yeah, I guess you can call me a Glober, but I'm definitely down to hear anything opposing it. And I'm not one to get into science or anything or any mathematical formulas or nothing like that.
Would you rather...
we don't use math unless it's the globe math, and then we just...
Would you rather I give you the on-the-fence role and that like put you in the middle to where people consider you to be open-minded before they fuck with you?
No, they can fuck with me if they want to. I'm not going to have like definite answers, but on the fence is fine.
All right. I just think you get a better quality debate when they'll ask you why you're on the fence, and that starts a more civil combo.
Are you talking about Enigmatic Brew, or are you talking about Octane, Mike?
Oh, well, actually, both them dudes are cool, and Octane's battle mod approved. Fuck, I'm one of the only reasons he's still here. I was like, no, man, you can't ban that motherfucker.
He's keeping his cool.
Man, listen. I kicked it with this motherfucker for 6 months before I even knew he was a fucking Glober. I was like, really? He's a Glober? Damn, dude, I like him.
That's yeah, for sure. I can feel that.
Well, he's cool, man. He's just a regular old Joe.
So you agree that gravity's a container then, with Octane Weasel?
No, I don't agree with that.
No, but I like him.
Now.
Hey, first 6 months we just shot the shit, bro. You know how bad I can get out there. I don't press the guys to debate. I let you guys do that when you're bored. I've won my shit. I've made people smash their computers and their phones and.
Well, I'd like for somebody to just come out and say, like, explain to me, please.
I enjoyed
what got you into the belief of flat Earth in the first place?
No, if you call it belief, If you call it belief,
Yep.
or get a power,
Killed it right there.
Because it's not a belief; it's just the loss of a belief. So if you were born on this earth without any knowledge or told about the story of the fucking spinning ball fantasy, if you were never told that, you would only rightly assume that your environment is as it seems, right?
Understood. Okay.
So that's what it is, and you don't have to have a belief in that. Like if you're sitting in a chair, you don't have to believe you're sitting in a chair. You just either are or you aren't. But if you start believing that the chair is actually a unicorn, and you just believe it's a unicorn, it doesn't look like a unicorn, doesn't seem like it doesn't move like a unicorn, it doesn't do anything like that. But for some reason, you were taught to believe your chair is a unicorn.
Do you guys incorporate religion into any of this?
No, it's not religious based. This people can do that, and if you
no, I don't think it's really. But the idea seems similar. Like it's like.
Well, yeah, that's part of the conflation that we don't like to be associated with. Always trying to put forth as like a reason, because we're trying to keep science oriented in this part of the server. But the thing about that is that if someone's just believing that the Earth is flat, a lot of times it's because they just believe the Bible. And that's a problem if we're trying to debate people about this actually being not, a spinning ball in any logical sense of the argument, So, but there's only logic on the side of the flat Earth when you really look at it. Logic's the big.
No, that's fine. I don't have any religious ties either way. Just to clear the air on that one. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. No, I just went off on that because that's one of my favorite things to try to squash right away.
But if I can just add something there as well, like religion is typically a man-made construct. And what you'll find.
Hold on. Krim, buddy, you are hot micing like crazy.
So,
well, I saw the correlation talking to.
So Nigma, let me just add my point. So, whether you're looking at Quran or Torah or the Bible, or any of these religious books, especially the Abrahamic religious books, they all describe a firmament enclosing this place set on foundations, and that this place can't move. It's a stationary realm that we're in. Now, the only link to some sort of creator is when you realize that this is created. The place that you are dwelling on top of is actually a really intelligent design. And when you discover the design, you can then understand there has to be a designer. Now, everyone in this room will...
You asked for this portion of it, brother. You're getting it.
But everyone in this room...
I've actually studied theology, but I'm not actually spiritual at all. In any sense.
You're not even spiritual? Religious and spiritual are interchangeable?
Theology...
I am spiritual, but I don't follow a theology. We'll put it that way.
Right, there you go.
Listen, if you studied theology, you would have said an entomology. No offense, but I'm working towards an MA. Theology is the study of multiple religions. Entomology is an epistemology.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I've studied
a doctrinal belief,
which is all religions, and I've studied everything I could about any religion I've ever experienced.
So not formally, just you've studied every religion you could.
Right,
right. I'm with you.
So I guess if I were to have a religion background, it would be omnitheist.
I'm with you.
So I believe there is a higher power, but I don't know what it is.
That's all you can really intellectually keep your intellectual honesty straight.
You know that they all lies.
Oh, we can really
bad as you are.
It seems
it's been very interesting to me because in that server that I was just in previously, that was the first server on Discord I've ever joined. But the whole flat Earth idea has never even crossed my mind. Like.
Baby, you're a star. I just want to show you are.
I'm not one to come on, dude. By any means.
I'm sorry.
So what I was just
confusion. A little bit.
So Enigma.
Could you repeat that last?
My bad. That's my jam.
So Enigma, the crux of this matter is exactly the way that you placed it. There has to be some kind of a higher power. And everyone in this room will acknowledge that there is potentially a higher power, but none of us will agree. But the way that the mainstream packages this is that it's this cult religion, that the flat earth is, you have to be some kind of a ancient Bible believing, or they make it as though everyone in the club agrees to the same thing. No one in here has the same idea as to who their creator is or what the creator is. What we've realized is that everything prepackaged to us from man is normally biased information to exhibit some kind of a response.
From the basic idea that the Earth was flat at one point in time in historical belief, correct?
No, not at all. More like all the observations and measurements we take presently only show a stationary level plane, ever, including everything we ever experience or observe through all.
So and I'll be simple here with this. Like, how does that evolve with travel? And I know the debate we were in earlier, they wanted to stay away from plane travel. And maybe you guys can explain to me how, if you go east to west,
yeah, mm-hmm.
It takes you a certain amount of extra hours going one way than it does the other.
That may
to
be
get to the same location.
That may be the claim that you've read, but
I've actually experienced it.
Okay, well, even so, there's so many.
Oh, you're a pilot?
That could be debated. Hold on, wait.
But I've been in a plane.
Examples that could be gone over right now about plane times actually proving emphatically that we're not spinning. So it's kind of like, hearsay at this point, as far as even though it's your personal experience, there's lots of people that have taken plane flights and said this doesn't make any sense. If it was a ball, this flight should be X amount of hours shorter by, for these reasons. And if the Coriolis effect says that the Earth is moving independently of the plane, tell me anytime you've ever been in a plane where you see the Earth moving independently of the plane.
Hold on, in order for me to understand, I got to look up the Coriolis effect real quick.
Well, it takes a little bit of understanding. Basically, I could explain it that if you're going east to west and you're saying it takes less time, that means you're saying that the Earth is moving.
Okay, yeah.
Right?
So I get that.
And so that takes less time because the Earth is moving at you, right? So if that's the case, you should be able to stick a camera out the window and show that relative to the plane, the Earth is moving in a totally different direction at a different speed.
That should look crazy.
But so you're giving the Earth movement, right? So the
only way for it to be a shorter flight would be as if there's Earth movement, right?
Right. So the flat Earth theory believes in the Earth moving.
No,
right?
We're talking about the fact that it doesn't move because you would observe it moving independently of the plane if it did.
So Enigma, realize that in your model, your day and night is only caused by the Earth moving. No flat earther believes it moves at all. And we demonstrated with the planes that there is no movement, but there has to be movement for you to have 12 hours of day and 12 hours of night. That ball had to rotate. And we're trying to measure that rotation or be able to discern that rotation in and amongst other vectors. The thing about the plane flights is that you'll see that when you're flying against the spin, so when you travel west, the Earth's always spinning east. You're traveling west, your destination is coming towards you at the speed of the Earth's spin, and you're traveling toward it at the speed of the plane. So you add those two speeds together. Whereas when you're traveling, let me just finish this. Whereas when you're traveling with the spin of the Earth, so you're traveling east and the Earth is spinning east, you're always trying to catch up to your destination because it's also moving away from you. So logically, when you go and calculate the speed of the Earth and the speed of the plane, when you're flying towards a destination that's approaching you, you should get there quicker. When you check any east or west flight, take New York to Los Angeles.
But
if you fly New York to Los Angeles, you get there slower. So when you're flying against the rotation, where it should be quicker, you get there slower than when you travel eastward. When you travel now eastward with the spin of the Earth, supposed spin, when you're traveling eastward with that spin, you get there slower. So, it's like...
And you know what, enigmatic, you know what the jet stream is, right? You heard of the jet stream.
I understand streams. I don't know exactly the jet stream
goes 250 miles. The jet stream goes 250 miles per hour. And that means that the globe model says it goes 250 miles faster than the Earth spins. So it's going 1,250 miles per hour, right?
But so if we have
that only goes
we
one
have east
direction.
and
It
west,
could go around in a circle, right?
but if we have east and west,
hold on, wait. Don't cut me off. That could account for the difference in time and flight times that you're talking about, if that's the case. Because the jet stream only goes in one direction, and when a plane uses the jet stream, it can get where it's going a lot faster. But it only goes in one direction. So if you're going the opposite direction against the jet stream, or under the jet stream, then you might take a lot longer.
Yeah, but if you continue to go east, you'll still end up in the same.
Yeah, because it's the
same destination,
and everything's based on north, right?
If you're going the opposite way of Earth,
based off magnets, it's based off of magnets.
If you're looking down on it like a frisbee, and north is the center, and you're going around the world, you're just going to have your compass is always going to keep you in relative.
Oh, okay, I see. All right, I definitely.
Then you're going around clockwise or counterclockwise instead of around the world, which is impossible anyway.
East and west are circles. And a lot of times we think of them as straight lines. Like I just travel on this straight path going east, and I'll get back to where I started. But like he just described, Perspective described, your North Pole's at the center. So if you were 1 mile from the North Pole and you went eastward, you would go in a full circle around the North Pole. And then
I have a question for you guys real quick. So I used to be in the oil field, right?
But wait, just before your question, do you understand the point that east and west are circles?
No, I definitely understand that you said the analogy of a frisbee on top.
No, I didn't say that. That's why I said just before we move on to the next point, let's just make sure one point's understood. If you take the North Pole as a peg in the ground and you were 10 meters from the North Pole and you pointed your compass eastward, you would start to take one step and you would suddenly not be going eastward, because as that piece of
it would
string
continually change until you ended up back into the same spot you're at, right?
East would always readjust back to north, and then your bearing would need to change, which is you tethered to a string doing a circle, a small circle around the North Pole. You would have traveled east around the North Pole in a circle. And every latitude line on the sphere is a circle. So the idea of traveling east and west as straight lines is not correct. Do you understand that point?
I understand the concept for sure.
What he wants to tell us about his oil fields. Go ahead.
But it's not a concept. It's the way a compass works.
In the oil field, when you drill down to different levels, and you can see temperature changes within that sensor that's on the drill. And sometimes we go 20, 30,000, 40,000 miles or 30,000 meters deep. And then would that not explain a core on the Earth and how temperature of the Earth, and how we have a core?
Hold on, dude.
Would it though?
We're moving away from airplane flight. Did you want to just change the subject, or?
Yeah,
maybe I did. I'm sorry. I don't mean to go there.
But he gets it. You get that it would be. He can't just believe us about it until he looks into it for himself.
Sure.
Well, look, no hole is ever 30,000 meters or 40,000 meters.
Right.
What's the deepest hole ever dug? Do you know, Enigmatic?
I do not know. I know it's pretty deep in Russia somewhere.
So it's called the Kola Deep.
7 miles.
And it's about 8 miles. 8 miles, which is 8,000 meter. So not 30,000.
And goop.
And at 8,000, we cannot dig deeper.
But we know that temperature increases. We know that temperature increases, which would benefit the theory of there being a core of the Earth, right?
Well, if you presuppose that there's a core of the Earth, that might, but that's all presuppositions. You see, you have to realize that everything that we've been taught, we were all taught the same thing, and the only way for this to be the case is that they intentionally and intrinsically reverse engineered everything to be a post-diction, right? So they knew how.
But why?
They realized that why would they lie is one of those questions that we get a lot, right? And we could speculate about why they lie, but then the better question ends up becoming, why wouldn't they lie?
That would be directly tied. Whenever Mike was on, or I think it's the Battle Mod here, whenever he was on, he directly tied it to Western theology, or what? Not theology, but Western philosophy. So if it was going to go back to Western philosophy and lies,
okay.
If it's going to go back then you'd have to tie all belief systems and all religions and all everything to that point in time.
Well,
so
let me just continue, because there's a lot of reasons over the period of time that we're talking about that could have come into play, and why this secret, quote unquote, would be kept, or this propaganda machine was pushing a false narrative. And if you know that, if you look into this, and if you ever get to the point, I'll send you some links. But if you ever get to the point of feeling like you've not that you believe in a flat Earth, or that just that you stopped believing in the globe Earth, but that you found out that it's not a spinning ball. You found out it's not about belief in any way at some point, and you might get there if you look into this far enough. But if you do, then you might see that there's plenty of reasons that you see the control that it's had, or the influence it's had on the culture, to be very nihilistic. And a lot of people say they're hiding God, but that's just the start of it. I mean, yeah, that definitely.
But if you were to take this back,
there's something more special about this place, and they don't want us to think so. That'd be the best way to do it. But also, if there's more land, think about more land. If there's infinite resources, what does that do to the price of gold, the price of oil?
Can we stick to what we know factually, rather than just
it's just an idea? Some of the speculation
going off on all sorts of tangents, because everybody has their own ideas here, but
I'm just giving ideas. I'm just giving him ideas that might, make sense at least. But it's not about.
Yeah, as I said, everyone's got ideas.
I just wanted him to point a few out that would kind of like show that it's not about this Western philosophy that's trying to be enforced so much as. It seems to go back to ancient times.
It might be. I don't know. I mean, why are we claiming to know what
that's where I'm trying to get at, because I'm one of those.
Wait a minute.
What I think.
Yeah, you can, but we're not.
I could call it speculation at least.
Yeah, but we're not. This is a flat Earth Discord. We're not like speculation Discord. It's.
Well, yeah, but
everybody. We don't claim to know why people lie about things.
I wasn't claiming anything. No, I wasn't claiming anything. That's the point. I was just giving him some ideas that would try to add to what he was trying to say that he thinks is the case about Western philosophy, and it could be a lot of things. That's all I'm saying.
The point is to get people to critically think. That's the bottom line. However we got to do it.
And that's why I'm here. I mean, I'm honestly here to critically think, because I'm not one to say one or the other. Like, I'm open-minded and I'm ready to learn.
There you go.
Okay.
Cool.
Can you agree that at some point there... Yeah, you're in the right place. Can you agree that at some point there is a definite answer? The defense is technically a non-factual place to be?
The only thing I can tell you, my friend, is that I think that we've been lied to our whole lives. And I think, theology is the main part of it. And I think that whatever we've been told might not be the truth. Now, claiming that the Earth is flat...
Can we stop there? Because I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
So you don't care if we've been lied to, or I'm sorry, why we've been lied to. You know that we've been lied to, right? You just said that we've been lied to. So, and
I know that
So you already know it. You already know that. So we don't have to convince you of that, right?
Right, for sure.
Okay. So that's a step forward.
Well, I've known that for a long time.
Exactly. So if they're lying about all this other stuff, what makes you think they wouldn't just keep lying about the rest of it? What makes you think that? Because that's the question, right? If you really want to go down the presupposition hole, let's spend 2 minutes on it.
But I can honestly go through the presupposition hole that you guys are telling me lies right now. I can go down that road as well. So I mean, nothing's valid until.
Yeah, you shouldn't stay on your point. You should look into it for yourself. Is the point? Yeah.
Right.
Stay on your point. What you said in terms of they've lied to you. How did you figure out that they had lied to you? If someone else was to say to you, "Prove it to me."
Well, I'm still in the status of I can't, because in American society, I'm from America, of course, in American society, I mean, conspiracy theories, even though proven right at sometimes, are considered, they're ostracized. So you will be neglected. Your opinions are unvalidated. You're stupid. Like blah blah blah. So you're not able to have, in direct correlation to society, you're not able to have an opinion that's outlandish without being ostracized. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
with that.
But my question was you. How did you come to the conclusion that you know that they lied? Give me a specific. What did you find out?
If I were to, just common sense to me. Like for some reason, I just feel like it was common sense with me growing up. Like that's the only way I can describe it. Like I
That's
just
because
see
they got you early, kid. That's why it's common sense, because it was one of the first pieces of information you absorbed as a person. Sorry, go ahead.
Fair enough. I mean,
No,
I
but
am
so-
a
so
product
I-
of society for sure.
So you've come to the right room in terms of conspiracy facts. We, like the other gentleman earlier, tried to deviate us or put us back on track in saying, let's discuss what we can factually prove. So, for example, give me what's a conspiracy that you've looked at? Have you looked at 9/11?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that three towers went down with 2 planes at the World Trade Towers. There was World Trade Tower 7 that also fell on that day, and no plane hit it. You're aware of that, right?
And I know how demolitions work, and I know
Okay, so
how
that's
not physically
a
possible. And yes,
okay, so that's a fact that 3 buildings fell with 2 planes. See, I haven't given any motive. I haven't tried to guess who landed the plane or who flew the plane or what nationality they were. What I've done is
that's government agendas. That's government agenda at that point.
So yeah, all of that other stuff is supplementary, but the original fact is 3 buildings fell with 2 planes, and that can stand on its own merit. I don't need to give any reasons to it because we found the fact. And if I say that to most people, three buildings fell with 2 planes, they go, no, only 2 buildings. It was only World Trade Tower 1 and 2. They don't even know there was a building 7 that fell. Now, this is precisely
the fact of how demolitions works, and how if 2 planes were to hit the World Trade Center, how they toppled down so perfectly. Like that's the biggest one I have.
So that would be a second fact. That would be a second fact. The buildings fell at 9.8 meters per second. So they were at free fall from the top of the building till they landed in their own footprints, which is a demolition a standard.
It's a sequence. It's a sequence.
You don't want correct. Yeah, you don't want any resistance while the building falls. It must fall cleanly, and you take out the base structure so it falls into its footprint, thereby not damaging the buildings adjacent to it. So the fact is that building fell like a demolished building. You're not assuming anything. So what we like to do
give me
here,
1 second, bro. I'm gonna go silent while I go to the bathroom.
So what we try and do here is take a topic and then get to the nugget fact. Because then at least we can agree on the facts.
Yeah, what interested me the most after that happened was the molten lava that was in the footprint of the buildings. That was crazy.
Yeah,
it lasted for weeks, didn't it? Didn't it last for fucking weeks?
Puddles of molten steel.
Yeah, molten steel.
With traces of thermite.
Why is that happening?
And traces
well, thermite or not, right? Thermite or not. Why is there a pool of lava, dude? What? How did 2 planes crashing way up top? Hold on. How did 2 planes crashing way up top, right, create molten metal at the bottom? What?
Well, what they like to say is jet fuel. Yeah, they like to say jet fuel is the cause.
Do you know how long it takes to make a lake of molten metal from jet fuel
or what steel? Temperature you need, or what temperature you need to sustain it in its molten form? Because steel starts to solidify as the temperature cools. So it couldn't be molten
some jet
for
fuel.
weeks after from a simple. Now, I don't know, Enigmatic, did you hear what we described by getting the nugget, the real fact of the matter? So if a building fell at free fall and 3 buildings fell at free fall speed and only 2 planes went into it, those are facts. We put them on the table. We're not presuming motive or anything else supplementary. Those are unquestionable fact.
Well, just so you know, I've already believed all this from the get-go. Like, regardless. Like, I've already believed that 9/11 was a conspiracy theory, that the government had everything to do with it. It was internal. Like, I believe it was something that the higher powers in the nation did, and they forced it upon everybody. And, like, I believe all that, man. Like,
excellent. Well done.
And I'm also a Republican Texan too, just so you know. I'll give you a little background on myself. So,
okay, great. So now, if you've at least been able to find some level of fact inside of a conspiracy, as you rightly said, then you know it was a lie because you've seen information that's proven to you that it couldn't have been the version that they say it was.
Right.
When the next step up would be looking at the moon landing. I'm not sure which side of the fence you sit on that one.
So on the moon landing, I do believe that humans have made it to the moon, but I think the American moon landing was a hoax. I think we actually made it there at some point in time. But I think that our initial moon landing was just a ploy during the space war to get there first.
All right, so even NASA claims that they've never been back since 1973. So effectively from 1969 to 1973 or 1976, there was 11 missions to the moon. And then we all can agree that when you go and look at the actual footage and you see the little paper mache molds that they were using, pretending that they were in the space and that they were doing all the stuff with the technology of a dishwasher, then
if you're talking about the vacuum of space and the flag waving, I've actually done that study myself, and I've taken a box and sucked the vacuum out of a box and seen if the flag would wave, and it still does wave.
So no, I wasn't talking about that. I wasn't talking about that.
Well, we can get that point clear then.
But that's also been demonstrated to be false, because then that means that you didn't achieve even a remote vacuum inside the box, which means there was still air movement. There was movement of air molecules causing that thing to reverberate. The vacuum of space is considered to be 10 to the negative, I think it's 17 torr. The best vacuum we can achieve on Earth is 10 to the minus 6. So we can't even get within 1 billionth of the type of vacuum that space is meant to be. And when you do achieve a perfect vacuum, you can place a fan next to anything, a feather, and you can put the fan on full blast in a vacuum and it doesn't even move the feather 1 millimeter. So that's also been factually demonstrated over and over again. But it wasn't the point I raised. I said, if you go and look at the moon landing, like 9/11, I'm not talking about motive. I'm not talking about any of the other supplementary bullshit. We can go and look at the facts. Okay, we had the technology of a dishwasher, and we supposedly sent men 250,000 miles away in the same rocket. So the rocket took off, landed on the moon, then took off again from the moon and made it all the way back to Earth. And in 2021, we've got SpaceX practicing one of those. We only let it take off and land back on Earth, and then all the fuel's depleted. It can't then take off a second time.
Interesting.
So we cannot achieve what we supposedly achieved more than 70 years ago.
All right, so if that was a lie in itself, what would that have to correlate to?
So once again, I'm saying stay away from motive. I'm not trying to decide what happened on 9/11. I'm telling you the facts that occurred that make it questionable. Then you look at Richard Nixon. He used a landline.
I'm already on that same page. Like,
okay, so he used a landline to call the moon. Richard Nixon. Now, in 1969, there wasn't cellular communication to the degree that we have now. And even now, our calls drop when you're calling cross country.
That's true.
So what I'm just saying is the facts, okay? Then you go and look at.
I see the correlation. I get
documentary.
it.
So go watch the documentary called "The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon," or "Wagging the Moon Doggy." Those are two documentaries which demolish. They went in to actually prove that NASA did do what they claimed they did. As documentary team, they went to NASA. NASA gave them full disclosure. They got all the raw footage. They got all the outtakes. They got all the cinematography because NASA's a movie production company. They provide us with entertainment, and they get lots of funding for that entertainment. So when you start to look at the actual facts, like I say, go watch A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon by Bart Sibrel and Wagging the Moon Doggy.
Funny thing that happened.
Those two are like for you to understand what happened at 9/11 or for you to question the official narrative of 9/11. Those two videos will get you to question the official narrative that man walked on the moon in 1969. Regardless of what happened.
I've already questioned that. I just want to question, I want to question the idea of the flat Earth thing. Like, that's what I'm here for, right? Like, so that narrative I've already questioned for a very long time.
Okay, so what I was trying to demonstrate there was, if we focus on simply the factual aspects of a topic, and not the motive and the why would they lie and how could they have done this and the subjective opinion side of it. If we just look at the facts, water is flat and level. We used water levels for all ancient building. They still use water levels today because water always lies at the same level. And water covers 70% of the surface of this earth. So if 70% of the surface is level, the land goes up and down. We have mountains and valleys and all this other stuff in between. But the water, the 70% surface area that is water is level. That's a fact.
Yeah, but the ground underneath the water is water is. Oh yeah, I see.
So they call it the abyssal. So go and research the abyssal plains, like the abyss. Like if you're diving down to the depths of the ocean, the abyssal plains span between two continents, and they have the same elevation. So it's a flat thing. They call it a plain. A plain is a flat.
I know what a plain is.
So the abyssal plains span between the continents, and then the continents have plateaus. Kansas is flat as a pancake. Florida, that only has like a couple of feet of elevation above sea level throughout the whole of Florida. You start looking at, there's certain sections of land which are also then level and plain. So if the water is level and the land is also presenting and measured as level, then that's a fact. Now, that becomes our question. We say, can you prove where the curvature is? Now, curvature on a physical object can be measured. We know what the measurement needs to be. And our question is, has anyone ever proved, here's where a straight line is, and here's how the Earth curves away from that straight line? And measured the deviation.
I immediately mention something which I'm sure you've heard before, is you look at the solar system for that. And
incorrect. No, because I'm talking about what you're standing on, the ground. And you don't need a solar system to measure the ground. I don't need to think about planets and galaxies to take a ruler out or a laser.
What about the laser
measure?
What about the laser tool that they've done that on? And we know that at the horizon, when the Earth starts to rotate, I guess in an Earther's perspective or whatever you call it, we know that laser starts to bend at some point.
So there is refraction. Yes, I agree. Refraction is a deviation of light.
But if it was flat, there wouldn't be a refraction.
Refraction is a property of the air. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the land.
No, but hear me out. If there's a laser pointed directly out into the ocean, we know that it refracts from a certain point of, I guess you would call it the curvature or the rotation of the Earth. And once it refracts up, we know that the Earth is rotating because of that. Because if it was a flat Earth, that line would just continue on. And we know that's not the case, and that's been studied many times.
So that's also not true, because we use laser for building as well, for construction purposes, because where there's something called collimated lasers, where it doesn't allow the light to bend. So it's designed to constantly send the light wave back in on itself so that it stays as a very thin band. Then there are more powerful lasers.
That's for very short distances.
It's for multiple kilometers. It's for multiple kilometers at times, depending on the size of the construction being used. But agreed, there is deviation sometimes through the air, but there's more powerful lasers. There's a team of engineers who developed one of the most powerful lasers, and they shot it over a lake, a frozen lake, and they measured the elevation of that laser over 31 miles. The elevation from where the laser started to the elevation above the other end was identical. So
but
over
does that correlate with the transition of the Earth below you, or
no? There's no transition. We'll get there. Remember why I went through the 9/11 and the moon landing thing was to stay away from anything subjective and to just look at the facts. Look at the things that can stand on their own because they're factual. So we have laser demonstrations.
The 31 miles across a lake is not correlative to the size of the Earth. I mean, you could do that anywhere. Like, I could look at the horizon and could see 31 miles easy. Like, 31 miles is nothing.
Correct.
But if you go beyond that, like,
what should you see on a ball, Enigma? Do you know that on a ball your horizon should be at 3 miles? It is true. A 6-foot man standing at a body of water, when you do the mathematics on a sphere, which they tell us the radius is 3,959 miles. So you use that 3,959 mile radius to input the size of an entire sphere. And from the first mile, there should be curvature. And by 3 miles, you as a 6-foot observer, that's as far as you can see. That's your horizon on a sphere. But you just said now you've seen 30 miles before. And we've seen 30 miles. Some of us have seen 50 miles.
Well, I can go up to a water tower, and I climb the water towers all the time. That's what I do. And I can see very far. There's a limited point where I can see the horizon gone. Like, what's the limitation? Is that visual limitation, or is that?
So why I mentioned being at water level as opposed to standing on a water tower on top of a mountain somewhere. Go down to water level, and your horizon can be no further than 3 miles if you lived on a sphere. That's the fact. Your horizon has to end.
I think you're misinterpreting the size of the sphere, though.
Incorrect. Go do the maths. This is the factual side of it. Like 3 buildings fell with 2 planes.
Check the voice text for the official.
That doesn't correlate to me, man. I'm sorry, it doesn't correlate.
Enigma, what is the radius of Earth?
I honestly don't know. I can't tell you that.
6,371 kilometers, or 3,959 miles, right?
I could say that, but I can Google it. But you'll tell me that's the narrative, and that won't be true, right?
That's the narrative, guys. Yes, of course.
Right.
So that's the narrative, and if you want to believe that narrative, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles times the square root of observer height in feet. That is what you have to believe. That is what the globe needs to do if it is a globe.
Why? So why? So afterwards, once we get through all this, like why, right? So then you're gonna get into conspiracy theories of like.
No, that's why I said stay off of motive. We're talking about fact. This is fact. They've told us.
At this point, it would have to get into motive, right? Like at this point, like
wait,
it would.
No, don't jump there yet. Don't jump there yet. Wait, just hear what Roger was saying there. So the observer height. That's why I said go back to sea level. Sea level is 0. And then when you go up in elevation, you get higher and higher, which means you can see further. It's like when you lie down on the floor versus standing up, you can see the room better when you're standing up than when you're lying on the floor. So anytime you gain elevation, you're going to see further. Whether it's flat or round, it's still going to happen. You're going to see further. So we're talking about going down to sea level. At sea level, how would your ball behave? Based on everything the narrative says. So the narrative like 9/11 was these, radical Muslims hijacked the planes and 2 planes took down 3 buildings at free fall speed. And that's the narrative you have to believe. But
I would assume that as a economic narrative, not like physics narrative. I mean, the physics has something to do with that, but the whole like conspiracy.
But you said you
believe,
knew.
by the way, I do believe.
You said you knew.
I do believe there was a instance that happened. The Twin Towers fell. I believe there was non-scientific evidence to prove that these things happened without a narrative following it. Right? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, the point that I was making about the whole narrative thing is that there's a mainstream narrative and you went and found the fact, which is why 9/11 is questionable. Right? So there's a mainstream narrative that the Earth's so big that you can't see the curve. It just looks flat. But then in the same breath, you say a ship sailing over the horizon. So when the ship sails away from me 3 miles, now it's going over the curvature of the Earth. So
yeah,
which one is it?
We know we can see a ship after 3 miles, but after 3 miles, we can actually see it dissipate and disappear from top to bottom.
All right. So is it? So can you see curvature or can't you see curvature? Because your claim just now was that
off the horizon, no. But when something's traveling away from us from the horizon, we definitely know that it disappears from top to bottom. And it disappears.
But that's an optical phenomenon that's been. So this is another fact. So we've gone and done experiments using flat-based objects like large hallways or fucking Walmart stores or anything that we know has a really good flat base, and we can also make objects disappear from the bottom up on flat surfaces.
Yeah, but you're talking about water level, and that does not correlate to water level, because if water level is 0 and you're looking at a ship on water level, if a ship is dissipating from bottom to top, that does not make sense.
It can happen on a flat surface too.
No, I understand where you're getting at, but you said water level was the ultimate, like...
No, so so what Roger said there was that based on the observer's height in feet. So when you go and look at the Earth curvature calculators, because that's where you'd have to start, because there are calculators that are supposedly telling you at 1 mile how much curvature there should be, and at 2 miles how much curvature there should be. There are curvature calculators. Based on those curvature calculators, you have to input your height above sea level. So if I'm 1 foot
if you want to get into that, anybody can explain that as well in any science. I mean, it's...
No. So the only point I'm trying to make here is that there is, if I want to measure a square, I have to go and measure that all 4 sides are the same length. Then I can say definitively this is a square.
Right.
If I want to measure a circle, I can work out the radius and the circumference, and then I can measure that radius arc around the outside, and I can determine this is a sphere, this is a circle, because I measured it. So now we're saying, where have you measured this curvature, which should exist from the first mile, that your horizon should never be more than 1.2 miles times the square of the observer's height in feet. So if you're at 2 feet, then you've got to times that by 2, square it, and then times it by the 1.22. And
Yeah,
that's
I'm sorry, man. If you spit math, I will not understand because that's just not
sure. But so the point is that this is sphere maths. This is what they have presented us as the mainstream narrative. This is what should occur, and it doesn't.
Yeah, but it's not observable. Like to somebody like myself that understands certain things, I don't visually see things that you're trying to tell me. Like,
yeah,
sure. I know.
So, 1 second. So, Enigma, listen, I've just posted a YouTube channel. It's called Sky Free. And here we have real life demonstrations, right? Of stuff disappearing bottom up on a flat surface. For instance, they have an RC boat on a very small lake. It's like 800 foot. When you go out, when you put the globe next to that, right? So the globe states that the horizon should start at 2,500 feet. But here we have a lake at 800 feet, and they drive this boat away from the camera, and the bottom disappears, right? This is an optical effect because
but what if you take it simply as this? We look at the moon. It's a sphere. It's a circle. You look at the sun. It's a sphere. It's a circle, right? What in your mind would get you to believe that the Earth is flat? Is it because we're here? Is it because we live here and there's a narrative? Is there like
one thing at a time? So I like you to look at that YouTube channel because I think you're more visual, right, than thinking it over. So this YouTube channel can aid you in your in probably the difficulty you have to understanding this. That's fine, right? And then you jump to the moon. The moon is not the Earth. So let's say that you're in a forest, right? And you see trees all around you. Does that make you a tree?
That depends on. That would depend on your perspective, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Of course not. Of course not. So
no. Not you identify as a tree. We're saying, are you a tree because there are trees around you?
I mean, no, but I'm just not seeing the correlation to the argument. I don't see it.
Yeah, I was getting there. So even if, right? So even if the moon was a ball and all the other stuff that you're looking at are balls, that doesn't make the thing you're standing on a ball. So even, right? I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is because you can't know. Right? You can't know if it is a ball without going there, without actually physically testing it. I just posted a GIF, right, with 4 objects there, and it will show you, see if it's a ball without touching it and being there and testing it and going around it.
Okay, I mean that's fair enough. I mean, at that point, it's hard to argue a point like that because
no, it's not. It's not because you have to be honest to yourself and look and then say to yourself, okay, I don't know what the moon is.
Dude, the hardest thing about these debates, my friend, is it sounds like theology to me. Like it honestly sounds.
Why?
It's directly correlated to religion.
This is the opposite. This is the opposite of theology because this is demonstrable. Theology, you have to have faith. This isn't faith. This is a demonstration. And like Roger said, maybe you're more visual, and maybe you have a few more of these types of demonstrations.
The Quran would tell you the same way.
No, but So that's always, you don't have evidence. You have to simply believe it. And the more you believe it, you're going to attain some kind of freedom through a man-made religion. And you've got to say 5 Hail Marys. You've got to stand on your leg for this amount of time. And then you're going to enter the heaven that they promise you in their version. So the religion side
with the narrative, I will have to ask. With the man-made narrative, I have to ask. What is the purpose?
Just stay on
what
the
is
point.
the difference? What's the difference?
Just stay on the point of these are demonstrable. You can go and measure them. You can go and test the stuff yourself. You can't test your creator or test the theology or put your creator in a bottle and see how he responds to this or that. You can't test him. That's why it falls into theology and a belief set or philosophy.
But science and math does the same thing.
Science is experiment. No, science is experiment based to definitively and empirically prove something. And if you cannot prove it, you haven't done it scientifically. Now, what Roger just demonstrated by those 4 objects that all appear spherical at their first glance, and then it's only when you go and check the backside of them, turn them around, physically measure them, that you would be able to say yes or no. That's a fact. Like 3 buildings fell with 2 planes. So these are the facts which we in this room stay on topic on only the factual side of this thing. If I want to measure a square, I measure the actual thing in front of me. I don't go measure my ceiling light because I know my ceiling light's going to be equivalent to my square on my table. If I want to measure the square on my table, I measure the square on my table. And then I know the square on my table's dimensions. So if I'm on this object, this sphere, supposedly, then it must measure spherical. And when we measure it, the longest distance photo is 275 miles. Subsequently, we've started using infrared footage, and we're getting 300, 400, 500 mile distances from things that should be well behind the curve. And like Roger said earlier, it's an optical thing, meaning it's how your eye and light behave that causes visual disturbances like refraction, like mirages, like lensing, like refraction. All of these things are the way light moves as it enters your eye. So it's got to do with how the light's traveling. No, it's got nothing to do with the surface. It's just an optical phenomenon. A physical phenomenon is...
You can say that about anything.
The curvature of the...
Anything.
No, because when you're demonstrating empirically...
Optical phenomenon can
you can't challenge it. Do you disagree that 3 feet is 3 feet?
No, that's...
Okay, that's a fact. All right, so if I go and measure that there should be 3 feet of curvature and there isn't 3 feet of curvature, I have measured that there isn't 3 feet of curvature.
So you're talking about Earth as a perfect sphere. You're talking about Earth as a perfect sphere at that point, and Earth is not a perfect sphere. We know that. We know that Earth is not a perfect sphere. Like, it's not.
Yeah.
And everybody knows.
They call it, do you know what they term it now?
What?
What's the name that they use if it's not a perfect sphere?
I don't. I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay, so it's called a flattened ellipsoid or a flattened geoid. So effectively, they say it's kind of like pear-shaped. It's like flattened, a little bit bigger at the bottom. So they have said now there's a radius. A radius, if I use a radius, I get a perfect circle. If I've got a flattened geoid, which is like take your orange and squash it. Take your orange and squash it. It no longer has a radius. Because on the equator side, it's going to be wider. Towards the north and south, it's going to be shorter.
When they use that math, though, they're just trying to equate Earth to the spatial presence of itself compared to all the astronomical phenomena out there, like the sun.
So theology. So you got to believe it, right? You got to have faith in it because it's a belief. It's a theology.
Well, I mean, there's mathematics involved in that, and I can't spit that to you, but I mean,
it's a theology. But you got to believe it because you can't measure it, like you just said.
Yeah, but at that point, even flat Earth is a theology because you can't prove that the Earth is flat. You're saying that there's an end of it. There's an end of it, and it's a proven end. And you can. I don't know exactly what point you come to proof on that, but it's a frisbee, right? Like I'm assuming you think it's a frisbee, and there's like a glacier. Like what's the end of the Earth then? Like
How we
at
can
what
know
point's the end of the Earth?
How we can know that? How we can know that? How you can know that?
Go towards it, right? Like if there's an end, there's an end.
How anybody can do that?
Ship, plane,
So then you
travel.
but then you can't
really, like this. You take the plane and go. Really?
Yep.
But then
Really?
you can't know.
We can get to one place.
My man, really? Really? You take the plane for any country we want and you go wherever you want. Really?
Yeah, go north, go south, you'll end up in the same place.
Man,
Go east and west.
you go to the airplane, take your airplane, and I don't know where you from.
Huh?
Where you from?
I'm the States, man.
Okay, you take the States. Okay, you take the airplane. You take your airplane, and now you go to Peru, past the Argentina, past all the continents, and you go where?
You go straight past it and go.
Man,
you end up in the
you're
same
serious?
spot.
You take the plane and go like this without any permission?
Permission? What do you mean?
You think that you can fly whatever you want?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Really? Enigma, that's not possible. So you need a drone license these days. If you have a certain drone that's bigger than certain dimensions, you need a license.
Oh, I understand all that. I didn't know he was going there with that facts. I mean, I was just saying you can get into a physical plane and go wherever you want to and end up in the same spot.
That's not true. You can't take a plane and go wherever you want. You need permissions. You need permissions.
Oh, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. Like,
so Enigma, there's never once been a north-south. Never once has someone traveled north, gone over the north, ended up in the south, come up under the ball, and ended up back where they started.
Do you know why that is?
The only way, listen, the only way they've ever gone is east and west, which we already discussed with you was a circle. And even on your ball, it's a circle. If you look at that ring that goes around the whole ball, that latitude line is a circle. And if you're going around your neighborhood, in a circle, it doesn't make your neighborhood a sphere if you go around your neighborhood in a circle.
But check now, listen to me for just a second. Have explorers not gone to the North Pole? And we know it's desolate. It's desolate. It's very icy. It's uninhabitable. And we've gone to the south.
Irrelevant.
Wait, let me finish.
No, if you go to the south, it's the same thing. We can travel in any direction and end up back where we started. False.
We could.
That's not a fact.
It's not a fact. You're right. It's not a fact. You're right. I'll agree with that. But hear me out. We've gone to the North Pole. Explorers have gone to the North Pole, and we've recognized the North Pole. Explorers have gone to the South Pole. We've recognized the South Pole. Now,
we didn't recognize the South Pole, man. We didn't recognize the South. No, man, we didn't recognize the South Pole.
What do you mean? People travel there. Travel there.
How many of them? How many? It's all this story. You said you said we can take the airplane and go now to South. Let's go to South now. Who can do that?
I'm not talking about the South. You can go to the tip.
I'm talking about South. Let's do that. Let's discover fucking South. Let's do that easily.
Chill, dude. Chill. I mean, I'm trying to have a.
I'm chilling also. Let's do that. Discussion is also this. Let's try to do that. Let's go to South. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you can easily go to the.
But who did that? Can I do that? Can you do that?
You can easily go to South America, and from the tip of South America, you can take a boat ride to the South Pole.
Not
it's
true.
Done all the time.
It's not true, man. It's not true.
It's man, you can now on that fact.
Okay, that's great. Let's do that from Australia also, and let's do that from South Africa, and let's do that from every fucking point of north to go to south. Not only from Argentina, you know.
Well,
Because
South
that's
America
it.
happens to be the closest thing to the South Pole, so that's just
Man,
the
do you know that you
easiest route
cannot go
to do
60
that.
degrees south? Whatever you want to do, you cannot go 60 degrees south.
What?
You
No,
cannot
so
go 60 degrees south. You cannot
they
go.
can't go to
You
the
need
direct pole
permission. You need
itself, but
permission, man. You need permission to go there.
we're talking despite permission, my friend. We're not talking about permission. We're talking about the ability to do this, not permission.
Ability.
Like,
Okay, let's go there. Do you want to go with me? Let's find out. Let's take money and find out some budget, and let's go there together. You and me to proof like that.
all right, man.
One
Let's go.
second. So let me explain something. So the
Just look
longest.
in the voice text.
Yeah.
While-
So the
while Roger's-
longest. Look in the voice text. So the longest standing treaty, Enigma. This is the longest standing treaty ever, right? And it's up for debate in 2040. Is the Antarctic Treaty, which prohibits free travel beyond the 60th parallel. So you need permissions from the participants of this treaty. You cannot go to Antarctica without permissions. You can take a cruise ship, right?
Yes. And that's what I was talking about.
So you can buy a ticket, 15,000 euros, go on a cruise. They take you to Deception Island, which is funny, right? They take you to Deception Island. Then they take you to a ceremonial South Pole. And that's it, right? You need permission to go there. You even need permission to leave your front door if you live in Australia these days. So don't get these ideas that you're free to roam around the earth wherever you want to go. That's simply not reality.
You're misinterpreting what I was trying to say. I wasn't saying that we needed permission. I was beyond a permission status. I was just saying if a simple person and we had unlimited fuel, unlimited permissions, unlimited everything, if we were to take a plane with unlimited fuel, unlimited everything, and just drive, that's what I was trying to say. I'm not talking about permissions and like
So in a hypothetical fairy tale, one that cannot exist, where you have unlimited permissions to do what you like and unlimited fuel. So, like, if we went to Narnia and I can go and
but my friend, you
do
got to
whatever I
realize
like,
that we have no.
you not understand that was a ridiculous
civilization.
request.
No, it's not, because we do not have society on the North Pole and the South Pole because they're uninhabitable lands. Therefore, you cannot fuel planes. Therefore, you cannot travel the distance to actually circumnavigate. That's the problem.
Enigma, the point I raised was that not a single person has ever traveled south and ended up going back to the north.
Because of what I just said. Because of what I just said.
Incorrect. Admiral Richard E. Byrd took an expedition just before the founding of NASA in 1958. He took an expedition of tankers, the full might of the U.S. military, down to the south to try and see if they could come back up on the other side. Unsuccessfully.
Yeah,
So
because
with the
it's
entire
uninhabitable.
No. Irrelevant as to inhabitable or uninhabitable, because we cross oceans which are uninhabitable.
Yes, but you got to realize that you circumnavigate the globe in uninhabitable areas. You have to refuel. You have to feed your people.
So now,
you have to do
we're going
things
back
like
into
that.
the subjective. Listen,
this is very. This is
the fact. On the facts, no one has. Full stop. End of discussion. No more justification needed. It's a fact. 3 buildings fell with 2 planes. It's a fact.
Okay.
You understood that, correct?
I get that. I don't understand the correlation of this, but it's a fact. Yes.
All right. So going back to the original point, are you looking in the voice stream, in the voice text, the live stream voice text?
No, I'm not. I don't even know what that is, to be honest.
So directly above where you're chatting now, there's another tab, and in there people have been posting supportive images. I thought that you saw the one with the spheres. Can you see something called live stream voice text?
Tagged it now.
So
Yeah, I just clicked on it.
All right. So in there, you can scroll up and you can see various pictures, but just the last one shows a guy demonstrating a magnet placed at the center, which represents the North Pole, and how moving in a circle, your compass is always adjusting towards where north is. Just above that is a picture of how we circumnavigate when we need to cross between continents, because we can't sail over continents. So we don't stay on a latitude line and end up back where we started.
Okay.
Scroll a little bit further up. You'll see the 273 miles away Roger posted at 24 minutes past. That's the world record longest distance photo of a mountain range more than 273 miles away. And then go up to the post that was 19 minutes past, where you can see 4 spheres. Can you see the post at 19 minutes past?
See him?
So watch that little GIF. All of those objects appear spherical. The first object is only a semisphere. Second object is a flat piece of paper. Third object is concave.
But I would have to ask, why are we the exception of the rule?
The fourth, no, there's no rule. This is demonstrating to you that what your eyes see and your brain tells you is spherical.
But in that depiction, there's no flat part.
There is.
Everything is always half a sphere.
Okay, just watch it again. Look at the second object she picks up.
I see.
Probably the most spherical looking of all of them. And that one can be concave, as in it's hollow. It's the inside of the sphere that we're actually looking at, is the third object. So seeing something which looks spherical doesn't make it spherical. That's not a fact. And as Roger said, being in the trees doesn't make you a tree, because everything around you is trees.
All right,
so looking up at the sky and seeing things which appear as spheres, it's not a good logic to assume that because you see trees, you're a tree. That's a flawed logic. So that point, what we're going back to is what can be demonstrated factually, that it doesn't have to have an opinion any longer. Like now, just seeing that demonstration, at least in your mind, you've understood things can appear sometimes to be something they're not.
Understood. And I get that concept.
So the last one posted is how we disproved the radius. So by Sasha, this argument is if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If you can prove that something's not Q, and your original thing was that because P, then Q, if you can prove that one of them is not, it effectively disproves the other. So
but do you see the correlation that is brought up into these arguments? And yes, you're bringing this up, and it defies the narrative of what we've all been given throughout our history and what we've been taught in school. But if you bring all this up, what is the end up goal, right? So, like, what happens?
So
what happens is
9/11.
These theories
exactly what you just said. Exactly what you just said. Would you ask me the same question about 9/11?
I already have, and I've already been questioning myself without this theory. Without this theory, I've already questioned that myself. But why does this happen?
So what you just said now is there's a narrative. Why are you questioning the mainstream narrative on flat Earth?
Dude, I'm sitting here in these. I'm sitting here in these other discords questioning theology and stuff, and they argue the same thing. It just is like, what are people spending their time arguing about, right?
Theology's opinion. Theology's opinion. That's like, is this painting pretty or not?
Dude, I'm not seeing
Everyone's
fact
have a
here,
different
but
opinion.
Like, because the arguments that we're going into was like, don't bring up gravity, don't bring up anything, don't bring up any, like, you can't bring up other facts. Like y'all bring up y'all's facts in these, but if you go into
gravity's not a fact. Sorry, that's why we don't talk about unicorns.
Well, it's all theory, right? It's all theory in general. Even
It's not
this
even
is
a
called
scientific
a
theory.
flat Earth theory itself.
There's no flat Earth theory.
There's only a heliocentric theory where they presume the sun is in the center. The Earth is a sphere that spins around the sun. This is the theory. It has a radius of 3959, but you can't see curvature anywhere. You can't measure rotation. So axial rotation, this Earth that you think you're living on, for day and night to occur, it has to spin. So
well,
half
that's when
the day.
gravity. That's where gravity comes into play, and gravity is displaced in y'all's theories because it's not relevant.
Gravity's never been scientifically validated. Sorry.
Right. I understand that, but there's reasons to explain things that y'all can't.
Fact. Sorry.
And that's the interesting thing.
Enigma,
like,
what can't we? You say facts we can't. Gravity has nothing to do with axial rotation.
The sun.
And I'll answer any question you have about gravity. First, you just have to tell me whether you're talking about Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity, and then you ask me your question.
And you can feel it. That's what the NATO posted. You can feel that document.
No, I understand, and I see evidence that's easy to make a person believe what y'all are pushing, like for sure. It defies what mainstream is going against, and it's easily followed. But it's like any other conspiracy theory. I mean, I can watch Alex Jones all day, and is he right? Probably not.
Don't spiral out, Enigma.
I'm not spiraling off. I'm giving an example.
No. So the point here is, so you accused us for not bringing up facts, but all we do is give you the facts. We're not pushing, right, Enigma? You came here to ask us. We are not pushing. We only ask of you to use your own mind without looking.
And I will, my friend. I will, and I don't mean any disrespect by getting the attitude or anything. I got all y'all's links right here. I'm not watching them all because, of course, I'm in a discussion, but I will watch all
only
those.
give you. We give you. It's not about convincing, right? We constantly say to everybody here, don't believe us. Go do this shit yourself, right? That is the only way to convince you, right? We are not here to convince you. We are here to give you the tools to figure it out for yourself. You have been taught, right, your whole life that you're on a ball without them giving you anything, right? The only place that Earth is a ball is on your bloody screen, right? We are telling you, go outside, go test the Earth yourself, okay? We are not pushing anything. But go ahead.
Fair enough, my friend. Fair enough, and I appreciate y'all dealing with me tonight. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
That's okay. It's okay. But gravity, what do you want to know? Because you conceded it's a theory, right? So you have to have faith, theology, right? You have to have faith in gravity.
Not necessarily. And the thing is like, of course, I was raised based off of theology. Of course, I have no religious background at this point in my life at all. But I am very questionable, and I like to question things. And I see a very similarity when I hear flat earthers talk about certain things. I see very similarities in other things, and this isn't the first of discussions I go into. I go into all discussions of all things on Discord, but there's a very similarity I see of people that want to express this with other parts of their life, and I see it's kind of weird. It's hard to explain, but
yeah, pretty vague.
It was pretty vague, but I knew coming into here that conspiracy theory was a big deal. And then the first thing that was brought up to me when I came in here was 9/11, and I was like, "Holy crap! Well, what is that going to make somebody like me believe?" Like, if I was already thinking that this was going to be a a flat Earth thing. It was going to be a belief system of just the Earth being flat. But then conspiracy comes into play. Then it's like, all right, so how much credit do you guys have? You know, that's the thing.
Well, you came in with the wrong idea. You came in thinking you were going to find a bunch of belief systems and things here.
Well, I came in following another guy that y'all were arguing about in the server that I was on. So, and that was following what he said.
Yeah, but
so maybe it was maybe it was wrongly maybe it was wrongly portrayed or something. But
well, now that you're here, who has passed on a belief system to you?
So I was digging into whoever, I don't even know the name, but at that point I just dug into him a little bit, saw conspiracy theory, and then came over here, and then the first thing I heard was 9/11. That was the first thing that was brought up to me. And it was like, okay, so I see where these guys are going. Let's hear some logic. So at some point, logic is discredited from conspiracy, right? Like,
no.
I don't know, man. That's a tough one.
Can I convince you that water keeps level in nature? Or am I putting beliefs in you when I'm saying that?
At that one, you'd have to put beliefs in me because I could never see that water is level.
Yeah,
that means you don't see that water is level?
I mean, if I pour a glass of water, of course it's level, right?
Okay, if you go to the lake, you see it's leveled?
Yes.
Yeah, that means that you experience that. I cannot.
Right.
I cannot. The only thing
but
now.
Also, I could see my city from miles and miles away, but because of the way the Earth is, it's not direct. I mean, it's just not a thing.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, I'm not pushing any beliefs in that. When I'm telling you, look, this lake, it's flat, and you say, yeah, it is flat. And now comes some other guy say, yeah, guys, but you are looking locally, you know, this lake is curving. You know?
That's where the belief comes in.
That you need to believe now him. No, because he knows or he has knowledge, and you now need to realize how is that true? How is that possible? If it's true, you know, if he knows that it's not flat, it's curving.
Mm.
And then you go into that knowledge and you find out that was not knowledge, that was not real, measurement. It was only calculating, and that is not presentable in nature. It's still
Also,
that lake. It's flat, you know. And then you have some kind of explanation. Yeah, because of this and that and that. Yeah, but still, your experience. I'm not pushing any belief. Somebody else is pushing belief that there is curvature for sure, but you cannot see.
And there lies your belief. There's no beliefs here.
So with credentials, do you guys have any like actual backing? Like,
bro, why do you need credentials to understand water is level? Right, a homeless person.
Well, I understand the basics. Okay. I could tell you that water's level, but I wouldn't have any credential backing on that. So what I mean by like, do you have any sources? Do you have any sources that I can actually like look up? Can you send me?
Go look at the water itself.
The source is water itself,
dude. I'm a water operator, dude. I see water every day.
No man, the water itself is behaving in nature like that. Let's say like this. If I put the ice in water, the water will boil.
If you put ice in water, the water will boil?
No. But if I tell you that water is boiling because of ice, I'm putting ice in that because I made experiment and everything, you will believe me?
If I saw it happen, I'd believe you.
Oh, really? But I'm scientist. I'm working on that 40 years. I made experiments. I don't need
That's an experiment of science. It's that would be a scientific experiment. If you put water in ice and it boils, it would be a scientific experiment.
But that you said
seeing it that water would boil.
But you said for gravity, the same thing, for example. Like, we don't have the scientific proof for gravity. It's only theory. And now we need to put that inside of,
And
isn't that pushing of beliefs? Because I wanted to tell you that water is not pushing of beliefs. Water is behaving like it's behaving. And only you can prove something else if you know something more about water.
Okay, fair enough. But the average person is not going to understand what you're talking about, even if you had scientific belief. You can spit numbers at anybody all day. The average person.
Who cares about them? We're talking to you, Enigmatic.
Yes.
We don't care about random normies that don't, think. So when it comes to credentials, you don't need any credentials to understand that water lays level. Okay, a homeless person can come up and describe the same thing as someone with a PhD. The truth is still the same. The credentials don't matter.
Right. Okay. So the water is level. Yes, I get that for sure. Water will lay level on its surface.
Okay. So at what point does it start curving?
It curves with the horizon.
So let's try this. We already talked about a cup of water in a lake. So at what size does it start curving? Because we've got pools, we got lakes, we got ponds, bathtubs, sinks, all with water. And they're all level.
I would say the ocean is what you would look at first, because you're not going to look at a lake, which I can look 2 miles across and see the end of it, right? But you look at the ocean and the ship crossing the ocean, and over the horizon that ship will dissipate from bottom to top. And there's been laser.
But it works no problem.
Listen,
that's not because
y'all bring up the anomaly light or the optical anomaly. That's not the case.
Hold on, Enigmatic. We're still talking about bendy water, right? So you're saying the boat is going over a bendy water hump, earth curve.
No, it's not a bendy water. I mean, it's so. Look, so you're thinking it's so small when it's so big.
Well, you just said a boat went over it. You just said a boat.
Man, can I stop you with the... Man, you said big. You said big. Big because I want only value, and then I will stop. Big, it's all right, but big, it's 3,959 miles. That's it's big. You cannot say it's big because it's big. Yeah, it is big, but this is big. 3,959 miles. That big it is, not more. Can we be only on that point? Agree on that point. We can say it is big, because it is big, but it's big like that.
I don't know, man. Can you even use that fact? Because that sounds part of the narrative to me.
Yeah, because it's a global narrative for everyone else in the world.
But so is everything else. That's a narrative that you don't believe in. So could that even be following your narrative?
But
here's the thing.
Just stay on the fact. Just stay on the fact that we were talking about now. Water is level, so much so that they call it sea level. Mm-hmm. The entire sea is level. It's zero. And when you arrive on the African continent from the sea level, you suddenly start to rise above and you gain elevation above the sea level. Now, you said a boat sails over some hump of bendy water somewhere, but we've established that locally it's level, like a bath, like a swimming pool. If you look at all the lock systems of the great dams or the Great Lakes in America, a lock system allows the water levels. So if you have a higher water level, you have a big gate, and then the boat sails into that little lock. They fill up the lock, rise the water level to the next level, and then the boat can sail on the new water level. Because water always lies level, it doesn't bend. So they call it sea level. Water is level, fact. End of discussion. Right. No need, whether a homeless man says it or a PhD says it, it is fact. And that's an inconvenient fact, like 3 buildings and 2 planes. It's a very inconvenient fact.
But sea level is based off of gravity as well. I mean, like,
no, dude, no, it's not. Sorry, you have to have proven gravity first for things to rely on gravity. If you haven't validated the gravity, then
well, at any point where we're standing, we're gonna have that already validated. At any point on Earth.
Sorry, it's not been validated. Next,
in your belief, you believe that there's a gravity, and therefore gravity must be doing something, but it demonstrates as flat and level. So the gravity point, unless you're saying gravity pulls things into sphere shapes, unless that's where you're trying to take the whole gravity idea, that's also, once again, why I asked you Newtonian versus Einsteinian. Newtonian is mass attracting mass towards the center, but the Einstein gravity, that is our present day gravity, is the warping of a space fabric, the bending of space-time due to an uneven distribution of mass. So things can't pull into spheres because of the bending of space-time, but they use Newtonian when it suits them, and they use Einsteinian warping of space-time when it suits them. And the theology around gravity is that just that. It's a theology, a belief set, an ever-changing one, because it's unproven. What is proven is water is level, full stop. Next fact, it is stationary. So we usually ask people, can you give us the name of the person and the experiment that they did to prove the Earth moves, that there is a rotation east to west? And if you go and look back through all of history, like homework for the next month, effectively you'll see
I've got a plethora of things to look into. You guys have sent me so much, and your followers have sent me so much as well. I've got a lot to look forward to. A lot of research.
Well, it's exciting to meet a new mind who has the capacity to see the fact from the belief. So the same way you could see it with 9/11, and like I urge you to go and look into the moon landing, also research bubbles in space, where they definitely doing most of their stuff in
I've already
pools.
got that one tagged. Got that one in my Google search.
So that's an amazing journey. And then you'll start to see all the CGI trickery and how they use wires. And then when you go and look, you'll see that all the Avengers movies were shot at NASA because they've got the largest green screen in the world.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I've gotten to a point where I can't argue. Like, I'm gonna have to go through this.
Well, it's fact. No, well, so this is why we made that distinction in the beginning about, let's not get into subjective stuff about opinions or why or theology. We just want to talk fact, and fact stands alone. I don't need to support it.
The only thing I was saying is I see the resemblance into y'all's theory into other things that I've researched on theology as well. That's why I brought theology up, not because I believe a certain theology, but just I see a correlation there, and I think it's interesting.
Well, we all believe the theology of a heliocentric theory. We were all raised with it from childhood, from kindergarten. You were taught you're the third rock from the sun. You probably had to paint pictures of how the sun would look and what the ball would look like. Then you were taught about dinosaurs. You were taught about like really important things that you needed to learn. The first one being, this is the solar system, and this is where you fit into that in our theory. And all throughout your school, you were fed this theology without ever a demonstration of curvature, physical curvature of water, or axial rotation, meaning this ball spinning on its axis to give us day and night. And then the third devastating fact is that you cannot have gas pressure without a container. For you to have gas pressure in the first place, you need a volume. It's in the equations for how you determine gas pressure. The volume is the area in which the gas is contained. And contained means it's held in, it's a sealed container, closed system, a closed container.
So outside of the mainstream, outside of the narrative, outside of the mainstream narrative, the mainstream narrative knows gas pressure. We know atmospheric pressure. We know all that, right? So why do you guys disprove that? Like, that's the thing. Like,
we don't. No.
So let me in contention here.
So, yeah, before you assume to think what I'm challenging, let me tell you what I'm challenging, and then you can rebut it. So, effectively, the necessary antecedent, if you type into Google definition of gas pressure, it's the amount of pressing.
Yeah, it's the force. It's the force of a gas under constraint is what it is.
And the constraint is the container. So the point I'm making is that it's the pressure, the pressing being applied to the wall of its container.
Right.
In the definition of gas pressure, it's the pressing against the container that gives you your pressure inside the container. Now, we do have gas pressure. We're breathing it. At sea level, it's 14.7 psi. As you gain in altitude,
it's because of our atmosphere, right?
Wow.
It's because of our atmosphere.
Atmosphere is pressure, and to have pressure, you need a container. This is a necessary requirement. If I went to the gas station and I said to them, "Fill my tires, but I don't have any tire. I don't need the rubber part. Just put the air around the rim for me, please. And I want it like 3 bar, 4 bar, please." They're going to laugh at you because you need a container to insert that pressure into. Now, we have pressure. That's a fact. That's not in question. We are breathing gas pressure. Second fact, you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, but the container, that's why the spherical idea comes into concept, because spherical and gravity contains a container. It makes a container. The rotation of the Earth and gravity itself creates a container.
Theology. So that's the theology of it. If I can take a straw and I can suck water up with my mouth, the reason I can suck water up with my mouth through a straw is I'm creating a slight low pressure in my mouth. And that slight low pressure forces the water up and away from gravity easily and into my mouth, because I created a slight pressure difference in my mouth. Water can be sucked upward away from this gravity container force easily by creating a slight low pressure. And things always want to seek equilibrium.
You're going through cause of pressure, so us being just on the ground, right? That would cause pressure applying upon us to not just be a part of space, correct? I mean,
so the crux of my point is that we're told that there's this layer of air pressure next to a void, a massive area of volume that high pressure can move into, unless it's contained as in a physical boundary, a physical barrier, something hard that gas cannot penetrate.
Which is the Earth.
No, the Earth's on the inside. The gas is on the outside. So, like I said, can you fill up my rim? Can I take the rubber off my tire and you can just put the air on the outside of my rim?
Well, air's already on the outside of your rim. It's already there.
It's not being contained, though.
No, it's not.
You need the container.
Well, the atmosphere is the container. That's the thing.
No, it's not.
The gas can't contain itself. The gas needs a container. The definition fact is the pressure it presses against the walls, physical walls of its container, not the air pressing against itself. The air pressing against itself is a byproduct of it reaching its container, bouncing off its container back inward, and then causing pressure inward on itself, because the same way that water lies flat, gas expands in all directions to fill the available volume. If I take a vacuum chamber and I put a little bit of air into the vacuum chamber, it doesn't stay a little ball of air in the center of the gas chamber.
No, it acts violently. It acts violently. do that.
Correct.
And that's the
And
whole
because it's
atmosphere.
seeking equilibrium, the violent thing is filling the container. So as soon as I put even a little bit of pressure difference, it fills the available volume until it reaches the walls of its container. That's the natural property of gas, the same way that the natural property of water is to lay level. Now, that's an inconvenient fact because space is space for this gas to go into.
And
gas wants to fill the available volume. So if there was more volume, the gas would fill it. If it's at a higher pressure,
so what's this container you speak of to keep the gas within our ecosystem?
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot.
But why?
The Earth.
What's the closed system? What makes the closed system? What makes the closed part where all this gas won't just go off anywhere?
So
there's no atmosphere. And
that little sound clip you just heard was from Bill Nye, the Science Guy, stating that the Earth is a closed system. But if it's closed, we can't send men to the moon and send rockets out into space. Because if there's a lid, or there's a dome, or there's something above us, if there's something holding all of this in,
that is gas pressure. The atmosphere is not the container. No.
It is the container.
No, it's not. That is the gas pressure. The air.
Which is the container. That's the thing you're not correlating. Like
enigmatic.
No,
gas doesn't contain
gas expands.
You're saying that air is container. This is your common sense. Is that your common sense?
Gas expands. You know what expands?
No, I want to ask you for common sense now. Are you saying that air is a container?
Is air a container like the air we breathe? No.
Yeah,
I mean, it's free form. Oxygen is free form, just like hydrogen and everything else it takes to breathe.
So can you hand me a bowl of that?
Can air be container?
Yes, you can create air can be put in a container at any point.
That means if I want I don't need
the same question 3 different ways.
Can you contain air? Yes, is what I'm saying. You can contain air. We know that.
No, I'm asking you, can air be container, not contained? It must be contained, yeah. Can be container. Can air itself be container? How about to say no, man, without how any human being? I will say no, like ignorant. And maybe somebody will tell me with some...
I just don't know the answer to that.
You don't want to answer this question. Is it air container? You will say, you cannot say no.
Okay.
Wow. Cool.
So maybe
your opinion about Second World War. I didn't ask you your opinion about God. I didn't ask you about your beliefs. I ask you about air. You know, look at this air in my room. Can I make part of that air container itself? With this air, can I take a part of air and make container from that air?
Can you give me
I don't know if I can give you the answer you want me to.
You don't know. Fuck it. I am done.
That's fair enough. I said no. I said I can't give you
I'm done, okay? You people want to speak more, it's all right.
No, I mean, you know what? I'm going to have to end the conversation.
Do you not see how you answered that same question differently, enigmatic? Do you not see that the first time he said, can air contain, you said no. Then you realize
it can be contained.
That it has an implication. No, that wasn't the question. He asked you, can air be the container? You said no. Then you realized that your previous statement was that the atmosphere, atmo being air, sphere being shape, so air in a shape you'd previously said was the container.
But then
So
I
when
would
he
bring
asked
up
you the same question again,
then
no,
I
listen,
would bring
just
up then
stop,
I'd bring
just
up
wait,
gravity.
just wait,
I'd bring up
just wait,
gravity.
just wait. I'm making a point. When he asked you the same question the second time, you answered then yes, because now you're trying to think that the air has to contain itself. When he asked you a third time, you answered differently again. You can't give me a ball of helium contained with a layer of oxygen, can you? Can the air contain
in
something
any way,
gaseous?
in any shape or form, this would be the same with like if you had a flat Earth theory, right? Like it would be the same as a spherical theory at that point. If air can't be contained, you'd have to have the same thing, right? In order for us to survive, because there's still space. You agree that there's space, right?
No, we don't.
No, okay. Just let me draw another analogy.
You don't adhere
do you
to the
remember
fact
how
of
long
space.
you were here with us now? Where
I'm just
we were
confused,
talking
man.
about?
I'm so fucking confused. Like,
Okay, but just remember on the water level thing, we said to you water's level, and then you argued with us for about 10 minutes, and then we presented why we made that assertion, and then eventually you said, I can't argue with you guys because you're presenting all these facts. It's exactly the same topic again. We've raised a point. You're trying to use what
fair enough. And I told you. I also told you that I have a ton of research to do that y'all have given me, and I've got y'all are catching me in like a corner
let him finish his point.
I get the points, buddy, and I'm trying to end this conversation right now because I'm trying to finish it. Like
You didn't even get the last point we made. So how are you?
Y'all
sit down.
Y'all have given me a ton of information. Everybody's been sending me stuff. I've got a ton of things to look through. I am arguing you guys at a point I don't know the answers to, and I am going to look it up, and I'm happy to research.
And we do, and we do have the answers to them, and yet you want to speak and not hear the answers to the questions which you say you want to learn about.
Not true,
So
buddy. I need to see this through visual. Like one of y'all said, I'm a visual learner. I need to see it for myself. I'd like to go through all this stuff and visually see it and understand and research this topic more in general. I mean, right now I came in here and I said what I had to say, and y'all have asked me a bunch of questions, and now I'm just answering you guys blindly, which isn't beneficial to you or me. So I need to go.
Can I say something there, dude?
Yeah.
Okay. We're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat or anything like that. We're only presenting information that maybe you never thought about or never had before or something like that. We only want you to think critically for yourself. That's it. We don't care if you're a flat earther, globe earther, concave earther.
No, for sure.
They don't listen. Think about it. When you go buy a used car, they don't tell you the shit that's wrong with it. They only tell you what works. And that's the heliocentric model is presented. This is perfect. There's nothing wrong with it, and just go about your day. We're gonna
no, for sure, and that's exactly what I was saying. I was like, y'all gave me so much, and there's stuff that I've been personally sent that I've got to look up. I've got YouTube videos off the ass to look up, and stuff y'all sent me, and I've just got research to do. I can't argue with you guys any longer because I just don't have answers that y'all want me to give you. And all I can do
no one has the answers, and that's why we're giving them to you.
All I can do is watch these videos y'all sent me and do what I gotta do, and then hit y'all up next week, and maybe I'll have answers for you, and maybe I'll agree with you. Who knows? But y'all definitely enlightened me, but I do have to cut this out. I don't have anything
there's
to say.
nothing to agree with about us because we deal with objective empirical evidence that can be demonstrated. We don't talk about theories or concepts and things like that. We say, hey, you can go out and do this test yourself, and don't believe us. Go do the test yourself. That's it.
No, for sure, and that's what I'm going to do. But guys,
24/7 as the name implies, so you can come back whenever.
I definitely will, man. I've got this server added on my system, and I only have a couple. So let me do this research, and I'll probably hit you guys up next week and jam y'all up.
But enigmatic, brother, I just want to say to you, like, props. You took some really hard information like a legend. And like I said to you right at the beginning, the fact that you do see that 9/11 was false, the fact that you do understand certain conspiracies are actually factual means that you have the brain to think critically. You have this ability, and you even demonstrated it throughout this conversation. We know what answers we used to all believe, and then we found new info, and that's why everyone jumps on, because we used to hearing that same response from people, because it was all programmed into all of us. Until you hear some of these other ideas or see some of these facts demonstrably, as Indio said, like, I can demonstrate these things. Can you demonstrate yours? Oh no, you've just got to believe in this theory, and then this theory led to that theory, and this theory led to that and that and that, and you're along this massive path of theology without realizing that there was never even a demonstration of your foundation. Whereas what we've done is we've unpacked this topic, and like I say, really props to you. You're not meant to walk away from this conversation and believe what we've said. Exactly like Indio said, no one here is trying to convert. There's no theology here. All we do is present as much factual demonstrations as we can about something, and then it's up to you to do with it as you please. And everywhere else, you start to notice the belief sets and who they hold up as their prophets. And, I believe this guy and he always says this, so therefore that must be true. And it's always a belief. But when you go and do the research yourself, like you did for 9/11, you went and looked into it yourself and you found things that didn't fit in. Like Indio said, it's like that secondhand car salesman. When you go look in the engine yourself and you see that there's duct tape and, like all kinds of shit holding your engine together, you realize, wait, I was sold a dud. And it's exactly the same. Now, realizing that your engine is shitty or realizing that a pair of scissors don't cut doesn't mean that you're like anti-scissors or that you're holding a new theory. You've found it's not what it was presented as. So it's not a new belief set. You've actually removed the existing belief set, which was fallacious. That car salesman said this is the best buy in the world, and you told all your friends this was the best model in the world, and everything works on this model, and nothing doesn't work on this model until you come into a room like this where we can demonstrate 100 more ways that this model is false. But
hey, my friend, that's why we're all here, man. And like I said, I appreciate everybody listening to me and y'all giving y'all's opinion. And I will do this research. I've got so much to look into, and hopefully I'll see y'all. Give me a week to look through all this stuff and understand it a little bit more on y'all's level, and then hopefully next week I can give y'all a little bit more to go on.
That's quite optimistic. It took I took about 6 months. I hated this idea. I thought people were retarded. So it all just depends on when you first hear the topic and you have all your pre-programmed responses. When you actually start to look at the evidence, it can sometimes take a lot of digging for you to be convinced yourself.
Maybe it'll take a few weeks, but then next week I'll be here, I promise, and I'll come talk to you guys and see how my beliefs have changed. And then maybe a week after we can talk again. I mean, it'll just adapt.
Come back every day and listen, man. You're welcome.
I will. I usually just hop on Discord about once a week, so that's.
This is live streamed on YouTube, right?
Oh yeah, I see it right now. There's 2 people.
Yeah, 24. Yeah, so it's always on YouTube. You can listen there. We also got some podcasts on iTunes that are like excerpts of certain topics that have been discussed in this channel. So you can just listen to whatever, like gravity, whatever. So if you want to see other people that would, if you want to see other people, quote unquote, debate the topic and listen to what they say, because we've debated PhDs. Mick West, I don't know if you know who that is, been in here. So, you can listen to their best shot, and they don't know much more than you do, to be honest.
Fair enough, man. But I'm gonna have to cut it out, man, because y'all keep me going. But adios, amigos, man. It's a pleasure.
Peace out. Ain't nothing but a G-Think, baby.
I love the smell of blowing someone's mind.
I love it. I love it, man. Sleepless night tonight for him.
Yeah, he agreed that water's level. And he agreed that the idea that it starts to curve at some point is the belief. Because he came in here challenging theology. And I think that's going to be the hardest pill to swallow. It's like,
it's
that
funny because they have
water just keeps going.
I noticed he had to start filtering his common sense, man. To maintain the globe, you have to start filtering. I got to watch what I say because I might say something that's obvious and it goes against the globe.
Good work, you guys. Yeah, you guys did a great job. I just hope he comes back. It's always good when people do.
He will. He'll Google Flat Earth debunk. Come back.
Yeah, that's
you know it, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he'll bring his friend who's a nerd. They do that sometimes too.
It's just peculiar how they always come in and they just want to keep it that it's our opinion or our theory.
Yeah.
And I'm just presenting you why it's not.
That's a uncultural thing, I think. That's how I mean, because I have children that are, probably around his age, maybe a little bit older, but that's how they've been taught in school, that everything is just one big freaking opinion.
Yeah, accept everyone's opinion, inclusion, self-inclusion.
Yeah, what do they call it? Diversity. In the name of diversity, accept everything as an opinion.
Sounds more like for the love of Satan to me.
Ooh, ouch. So how y'all doing this morning? Seems like I just jumped in. Seems y'all fired up, man. Ready to go.
I just woke up for a minute. I got up, had a cup of coffee, and I don't know. I'll probably go back to bed for a minute. It's too early for me to get up here. It's only like
you're
6 a.m. I'm retired. Yeah, I don't need to be up this early.
Come on, man. Old people get up early, remember?
You're talking to a different one, I guess. Different type of older person. I'm up all night with you characters.
Yeah, true.
Conan, you there?
Sometimes you just can't get a break away from it. For hell's sake. It's entertaining. And once this shit grabs you, you know what it's like. Obviously, you guys have been here. Some of you have been here longer than me. It's just like once it gets the hooks in you, you're done. At least that's what I was. You can't put it away. You can't leave it alone.
Conan, what's the riddle of steel?
What's the what?
The riddle of steel.
I don't know. Tell me.
Apparently you never watched Conan.
No. I don't watch TV. I haven't for a couple years. Going on 3 years.
Well, it's a movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know if you've seen it before. It's part of the movie, just like that's what Conan's trying to figure out. It ends up being what is steel compared to the hand that wields it.
Oh, you mean Conan the Barbarian?
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen that movie. Yeah, a long time ago.
It's a great movie.
Yeah, it is. That's when Schwarzenegger was a young man. He was healthy.
Before he had all that Botox.
Yeah. It's because he became an actor. That's what actors do. They get all Botoxed up.
Here's the fun thing to do. Look up Nicolas Cage when he started off, like his first couple movies, and look at his face now. It's like metamorphosized.
Yeah, what's that one he did about saving Arizona or something like that? Remember that one?
Oh, Raising Arizona.
Raising Arizona. That was one of his first ones.
I love that movie, man.
I thought it was entertaining.
You know how you got those ceilings with the little bumps and shit? That part of that movie, he goes to like double hand overhead smash the dude, and he like scrapes his hand on that ceiling, man. He's like, ah! And that attack. That shit's so funny.
Yeah, they used to have back in the day, some of that stuff used to have asbestos in it. Then they switched it out for, I don't know, this chalky substance like sheetrock mud and sparkles and whatever. I'm not sure what it. The very first stuff they ever put out on that shit they spread on the ceiling actually had asbestos in it. And they had to go in and scrape all that shit off of 1,000 homes. I know. That's one of the things that we went through in the construction business that we had to get rid of that shit a lot of times.
How about that spray foam insulation that had formaldehyde in it?
Oh yeah. Yep. There was a lot of stuff.
Whether that stuff was actually bad for you, I seriously doubt. I think it was, if you were constantly exposed to it, I think it was bad for you.
Right.
Like if you were mining asbestos, it was probably bad for you, but just like having it in your house, I don't think you're coming down with asbestos just because, you have some in your house.
Well, if it was in that stuff there on the ceiling, it's also encapsulated with, like that sheetrock mud or whatever. And because asbestos is these long crystals and they're really fine and they look like little needles when you put them under a microscope. And, yeah. And when that's what
in school.
Huh?
In fifth grade in science class, we played with that shit.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, that when that stuff gets in your lungs, those little fine needly substances get embedded in your lungs, and they're not water soluble. They stay there forever, and they sometimes cause cancer because they just sit there, and eventually they cause some sort of a reaction in your body.
It's called asbestosis. That's a disease.
Yep. That's what it is. But yeah, once it's been encapsulated with its other substance, it's not nearly as dangerous. You're right.
Especially compared to somebody that's mining that stuff every day.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't be good. That stuff embeds into your skin and everything when you're around it that much. You have to be wearing a full body suit and respirators, and I think they do nowadays, but I still think they have problems. That shit's so tiny and so sharp with particles. I think they quit using it for the most part.
Yeah, it's completely against the law to use it. The EPA made that shit illegal.
Yep.
Like to remove it, you got to put the whole building under negative pressure. And
yeah, I know they used to have when I was in prison, they had I was a firefighter.
Yeah,
they had
hold on. Yeah, negative pressure is a container.
Yep. They used to put the whole building and build a tent around it and put fans and everything and suck air. Yeah, turn it into a negative pressure so nothing went out into the atmosphere in the neighbors' houses and whatever else. Yeah. They would disassemble the whole fucking house and get rid of it. And inside of a tent, negative pressure tent. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, they've done it here to a few high rises where they encapsulate the entire. Yeah, hold on 1 minute. We'll get to you. They encapsulate the entire high rise. Recently, a 20-story building. They just wrap it in plastic and put it under negative pressure and remediate all the asbestos.
Yep, that's exactly right. 100%.
Big money. Big money on that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the government, they pay for that in big bucks. But whoever said hello, who was that?
Yeah, I apologize for the feedback earlier, but anyways, I'm trying to do a little bit research on the flight path and how it doesn't make sense that the points disappear sometimes. And I was wondering if it has any correlation with the Bermuda Triangle, or I don't expect you to tell me anything about it, but just like where I can read about it.
Bermuda Triangle. Well, I'll tell you something I know about the Bermuda Triangle. One of the so-called theories of. Have you ever heard of methane hydrate?
Hold on.
Yeah. I'll give you a second.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's something. So not only do airplanes get lost in the Bermuda Triangle, but boats. So some of the reports of the boats that have disappeared is that the boat just like disappears like in seconds, not like in minutes, seconds, just gone. Boat's there, boom, boat's gone. And one of the theories was, or hypothesis, is that there's something called methane hydrate, right? So it's methane that is frozen, and it's underneath the soil. This stuff exists. There's no doubt it exists, but it's underneath the soil at the bottom of the ocean because of the pressure and the temperature. It's in a frozen state. The idea is that this gets exposed to the seawater, right? Something happens like an underwater landslide or something like that. And once it becomes exposed to the seawater, that raises its temperature, and then it turns into a gas. So you get a big bubble of gas. Now the water is no longer buoyant, and whatever's over it just falls to the bottom of the ocean. Because the water's boiling, right? The water's boiling with a high, methane gas. So it's no longer water. Methane solution.
So it's like
but
a
when
big
it's an
hole.
airplane, right? When it's an airplane, because methane is flammable, they think the planes just explode, the wreckage crashes into the water, and then it just sinks immediately to the bottom of the ocean because, like I said, the water's no longer buoyant.
So it's like
This
a
is
big
just
hole.
a theory I've heard. Yeah, basically a big hole in the water. This is just a theory I've heard like a while back to explain the Bermuda Triangle, which has nothing to do with flat Earth or anything else.
Oh, okay.
Something. Yeah, it has not just one of the explanations for Bermuda Triangle. As far as flight paths go, you gotta be careful with flight paths because there's the globe. A lot of times people mention flight paths and you're talking about the theoretical flight path, right? The Great Circle Route. And if I like take 2 points, say, Abu Dhabi and, New York City, you can calculate a great flight path, right? But that isn't where the plane actually flies. That's a theory, and typically Goldbergs make the argument from the model, right? How do the planes fly this route? But if you look at actual routes of that, of those between those two cities, that is not where a plane actually flies. If you want to know actual flight paths, you need to look at like a website called like FlightAware 24. Those are actual flights that actually happen. Then you even have discrepancies in that, right? So like say Sydney to Santiago, right? If you fly in one direction, it takes one time, and if you fly in the other direction, it takes another amount of time. So if you go, I think it's west to east, it takes something like 15 hours and 45 minutes, but if you fly the other way, it's something like 11 hours. So that's a huge difference in flight times, right? It's like 40% or something. So all I'm saying is you need to be careful when you evaluate flights, that you're using actual flights and not, theoretical flights that no one ever actually flew. Second, and another point would be they have flight corridors. So commercial flights, like if you fly from North America to Europe, like say New York City to London or anywhere in Europe, they don't fly a direct route. They have flight corridors. So the plane, it would take off out of New York City, it would fly up to about where Nova Scotia is, and then it would fly in one of these flight corridors to Europe and then go wherever its final destination is. They don't fly direct routes in the first place. I'm just saying, just be careful evaluating the flights. It's not as simple as Goldbergs make it out to be.
Yeah, I've only got this from a documentary, and he presented the idea of
Flat Earth Banjo, that one.
No, more like flat path. in the southern part of the hemisphere has disappeared. So that's
No,
what
I'm
he
talking about
presented.
the YouTuber that has. I was wondering if it's Flat Earth Banjo is the YouTuber's name.
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe.
Oh.
Maybe. I don't know.
And what do you mean disappeared?
GPS. Like the GPS point is disappeared whenever they enter the southern part of the hemisphere.
Yeah, I've seen stuff on that. Yeah, I mean, there's another one. If you look at marinetraffic.com, they track boats kind of like the same way as WhiteWare tracks airplanes. They've shown boats that are like, so you got GPS on a boat. The boat, if you look at it, it's supposed to be 500 miles into Antarctica, where Antarctica is supposed to be. Yeah. So what's the boat like? What are they, ice boats or something that they sailed, up the glacier into Antarctica? I do know there was a guy. So what are you investigating? Like so-called south of the equator flight paths or something?
Oh, nothing big. I was just thinking on the spot if there's any correlation. So
like I said,
yeah.
You just got to be careful, just evaluating any of it. So everything I've seen is just inconclusive, and basically I just taken the position. This is my personal position: is that an airplane is not a measuring instrument. It's useless if you're trying to measure things. Crazy variables. Winds, airspeed versus ground speed, the accuracy of they measure the velocity of the airplane with something called a P-shot tube, and if you look up the manufacturer, what they say the accuracy of this device is something like 15%. So, meaning the 15% error. So if plane says you're going 100 miles per hour, you could be going 100, anywhere between 115 and 85.
I see.
Yeah, it's just the way they work, right? So it's like a little tube, right? And as the plane flies, the air passes over an opening in this tube, and based upon the change in pressure, and they measure the ambient pressure outside the airplane. They measure this pressure differential, and they infer how fast they're going from the pressure differential. Obviously, this is not very accurate, right? Doesn't even, it's accurate enough for the practical purpose of flying an airplane, but it's not a precision measuring instrument for, determining how fast you're going. It's not a speed gun. It's not a radar gun.
Well, at least the fact that it's not consistent with the globe map, I think that's enough. Personally for me. But yeah, thanks for your input on the theory, because I honestly thought it has something to do with them trying to hide GPS signals, but I'm guessing not anymore. Yeah.
Well, I've seen the things where if you go on Flight Aware, right, when the planes get over the ocean, the Pacific Ocean, there is no GPS. All the flight times are projected flight. All the positions of the airplane are estimated, right? They're not true positions given by GPS. Is that what you found? Pretty much the same thing.
Sorry, what did you ask?
I said, have you found basically the same thing, that once the planes get 100 miles out into the ocean, their GPS signal vanishes?
I don't know, but I do know in certain areas of the ocean they do disappear.
Yeah. Well, from what I've because I haven't researched this deeply, just cursory a few years ago. Basically, they get 100 to 200 miles out into the ocean. Specifically, the South Pacific, the GPS signal just there isn't one. If you look on like one of these websites, like I said, FlightAware, it'll just say estimated position. So they're not saying they know where the plane is from GPS signal. They're saying based upon the flight route that the plane is supposed to take, we're estimating that the plane is here.
Interesting. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay. Are there any collaborators in here?
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Good morning, Dandelion. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm not letting you sneak in here if you won't let me sneak in anywhere.
I know. You're so funny.
Good try.
Thank you. It's because I'm all caps now. That's right. If I was all lowercase, maybe you wouldn't see me.
Yeah.
Just like God Rockin'.
Yeah, just put an exclamation point at the beginning of your name. Move you up.
That's right. Yeah, there you go. The Dandelion with an exclamation point.
That's right.
Exclamation point, the Dandelion.
The one, the only, the legend.
Yeah, I heard you talk about the Bermuda Triangle with Conan. Yeah, my brother used to have a Bermuda Triangle board game. It was very fun. You know, I don't know.
Was there a hole in the middle of it?
So it was like you moved the ships around, and then there was like a storm that you moved based on like how you rolled the dice or something. It's been so long, I can't really remember. Your ship would, you don't want your ship to avoid getting sucked in. Yeah, I think that was it. There was like a vortex. It was more like a vortex. Yeah, it was like a vortex. If the vortex would move around, and then if your ship went under it, then it would be gone. Kind of like Battleship, but so you had to keep all your ships. I'm pretty sure that's how it was. So you played it too. Yeah, it was a great game.
Probably. I mean, that's what people did back in the day before video games.
Exactly. Yeah, and then you had to I used to actually sometimes. My friends and I would actually pay my brother sometimes to play board games with us if we needed more players because he was older. So, he didn't want to play with those kids. Oh, look at this. It's on eBay. I figured it would be. There it is. Yes, 1976. $30 plus $22 shipping. I'm not going to be buying that. It's exactly the way I remember. There's the little storm in the middle. Yeah, I got to show you. I'll put it in the thing.
Hi, Dandelion.
Hi, Conan. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, it's raining. I'm going to this place today. I'm looking forward to it, actually. It's a summer camp. I mean, it's a camp that I used to go to. Actually, yeah, with my brother and my parents when I was little. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to going there. What are you going to do today?
I mean, my course started again, so I can't go anywhere.
Okay, so
only vaccinated people can go places. So I don't know if there's any hope for me.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a lot of things you can do at home. You can always go outside. Yeah. Nobody can stop you from that.
That's true.
Yeah, maybe you'll be healthier if you spend all your time outside.
That's what I tried to do. By the way, I tried to find an observation.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that I live in a very hilly area. It's very difficult. And even if I found like a good spot to see a skyscraper, I can't find the exact location of that at that time. So it's really difficult.
I wonder if she could go, guys, what do you think? Like go on top of a skyscraper and see what you can see from that elevation. I don't know. I don't know, like what kind of land observations are. I mean, for example, there's that observation in Tennessee where you can see 7 states from, is it called like Tower Mountain or something like that? I don't know. I mean, you can shows that way that you, if you calculate, including the observation, that you can see further than you should see from a certain vantage point. I don't know. Do they let you go to the top of any of them? The skyscrapers?
I'm not sure. I haven't gone in places like that in months, so I'm not sure.
You can't go to the water?
There's no water nearby.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if you could do your own. I mean, it's kind of a bonus because I'm sure that I've shown you the observations page that we put together, right? The Flat Earth Wiki. I just put it up there again. You've seen that before?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we talked about that. Like one of the first time you came because you said there wasn't one in Asia, and then India said there was one in Korea. Yeah, I remember now. Yep, and you were going to make one so we could add it. It's all coming back to me. Yeah, yeah. So we could add it there, so we could have more Asia representation, which would be great.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say that I think that I am one.
M1 what?
I can't say it now because there's someone in the room.
Oh, okay, and one of us. One of us.
Dome Earther.
It's a very sensitive word.
I understand. Yeah.
But yeah,
Heretic.
I think I am one.
There you go.
You burned at the stake. Go on that observations page, right? So there's one of the sections is mirrors. So if you got a friend or whatever, you can do a mirror test. And if you watch the videos, they show like how they did it. So they did it like so they took a mirror and used the sunlight, right? So they used the Salton Sea in this case, also Monterey Bay, which is in California. So they use a mirror and reflect sunlight across to somebody else, right? So they could get some distance, say 15 miles, punch in the globe calculator. They're right at sea level, right at the level of the water. And they use a mirror to flash somebody on the other side.
Mm.
So that way you don't need any complicated equipment or anything like that. You know what I mean? And the sun, reflected sunlight's pretty bright.
I didn't think I'd be able to do that. But maybe one day. Not anytime. Not any recent time. What? Am I saying it right? I'm not saying it right.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, I don't think I can do it anytime soon. Yeah, there you go. Anytime soon.
Yeah, anytime in the near future. That'd be the way to say it. Yep.
Well, I mean, the way science works is, you make a prediction and you test the prediction. So, like, if you ever go out and do a test, go out, you have links to like globe Earth curve calculators, right?
I can find one. I don't think it's difficult.
I'll give you a good one, because you can adjust. It's got the most options. Let's put it that way. You can change the radius. You can use you can do very specific latitude because, if you want to be hyper accurate, and because the Earth's supposed to be an oblate spheroid, right? So you can punch in the latitude and longitude and it'll give you the radius at that point, at that location, what it's supposed to be. Plus, it also has adjustments for refraction. It also has adjustments for, you can use a great circle distance or tangent distance. So it has the most options. I'll post that in the live stream. And it was made by a glober, an anti-flat earther. So no one can say,